Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? I don't see it. Hello? Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, you see it. I know you see it. I know. That's it, man. The memes you had yesterday. I even had Lending Tips texting me. He wake up early. Half of y'all in here, y'all don't even wake up this early usually. But then the game stopped. So there's a lot of things we're going to talk about today. There's going to be a lot of potential plays. I hope you watched my watch list. I gave you some ideas, but literally GME right now, even AMC, that is one part of it. And we have a weird setup because you also had the PPI, but you'll notice the PPI came in hotter. It actually came in really hot, and then there was a big downward revision. That's kind of why you've bounced up a little bit, but you could already see, man, there's a big reaction bonds and stocks, but your boy GME, anything else didn't move. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, man, I was already excited about this week, man, and now you throw in this meme stock rally. We get a little bit of excitement, and then now you got all these random plays, and we'll see what happens, baby. But hell yeah. So, Chatadonia, we have a lot. I have the news. I have everything else. Believe it or not, dude, listen, you got Powell in 30 minutes. Yeah, that's how you know there's like crazy memes right now. Everybody kind of forgot about Powell. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like GameStop is going to rip, but nothing comes out when they short the stock. Now everybody forgot about Powell. You know that? So we got to just make sure you guys are ready. And other than that, man, it's going to be a good one. So, Chatadonia. Good morning. How are you? What's going on? How are you? Good morning. Good morning. What's up, baby? What's up, NRG? Jason, Joshua, Ben Stone, Laker J. Good morning, baby. Tim Whitman, Gary Battleborn, Mr. Malone, Edward Troy, baby. Nazi Wolf Turbo. Good morning, baby. What up, Mr. Lozano? What up, Jerry Williams? What's up, baby? Good morning. B Dizzle, Mark J, Kurt McGirt, Tyree Brown. Humble Business, baby. Carissa Hines, good morning. What up, Ted? What up, Amul? How you living? Straw Hat, C Money, Manok. What's up, baby? What up, Ted? Jay and Dahlia. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Kenny. Clint, Mindfulness, Hypno Addict, baby. Chris Saeed, Bino, Kev G, Wandan, Nashanti. Patrick, good morning, baby. What up, Uncle Terry? What up, Organic? How you living, Lalo, Rachel, T-Ha, Canella, JFS, baby. Good morning. What about that Twitch? What about Payday Devil? What about Ninja? What about Lizzie? Feed me Seymour. 333, baby. What up, sweet left eye Louie, baby. Sidonian, 12 Jim and Z Destroyer, Blowing Dough, Liberates, Vivong, Nikki on Smash, Lynn Sense, No Step on Stack, Preform, Eric, Ebby. Oh my God, man, y'all were up in the morning. You know that? This chat be going too crazy. I'm scrolling up way more than you. This is what up, V-Fire? How you living, man? So, Chatadonia, let's have a good one. Oh, Lefty, my man. Horn, it's mad early, bro. We hitting the horn before we get in news. It's good. Honestly, we have a little bit of time. The news headlines, it's not even like it was that crazy. So, my man, good morning. And thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. You already went on that streak the other week, man. So, God bless you, bro. So, Chad, I hope you are ready. I don't know. If you want me to tone it down, let me know, okay? I'm a very, I got levels, man. I got levels. You know, it's still early. I'm going to go play this while I stretch, and I hope you guys move around a little bit as well and be at peace. You are blessed, and let's have a good day. That sound good? Sound good. All right, I'll see you in a little. Stock futures fall after PPI with Powell in focus. Stock futures fell after data showed inflation remains stubborn, adding to bets the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut rates this year. S&P 500 contracts signaled the U.S. equity benchmark will trim this month's gains. Treasury two-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent policy moves, rose 3 basis points to 4.88%. In the run-up to Wednesday's reading of consumer prices, traders will be wading through remarks from Fed Chair Jerome Powell on Tuesday. Meme stock traders again piled into GameStop Corp. and AMC Entertainment Holdings Inc. a day after shares of both firms soared in a revival of the retail frenzy. Wagers on interest rate cuts have sent investor optimism to a 2.5-year high, but stocks will suffer if evidence of stagflation materializes, according to Bank of America Corp. strategist Michael Hartnett. According to BOFA's global poll, a majority of fund managers see the Fed cutting rates in the second half of 2024. That has lifted sentiment derived from a combination of cash levels, equity allocation, and economic growth expectations to the highest since November 2021. Within that mix, however, the outlook for economic growth and corporate profits has deteriorated for the first time this year, the survey showed. Meantime, investors who have positioned for big stock swings on macro event days have been rewarded this year. Buying a one-day S&P 500 straddle composed of owning a put and a call option with the same strike price for days with large data releases or economic catalysts have generated an average 21% since the fourth quarter of last year. That's according to an analysis from Susquehanna International Group that looked at returns on sessions aligned with events like Federal Reserve meetings, inflation figures, and non-farm payrolls reports. Corporate highlights Home Depot Inc.'s string of negative sales extended into a 6th straight quarter as the big box retailer struggles to overcome a weak housing market and lower demand for big ticket items. The top U.S. auto safety regulator opened an investigation into Waymo, the autonomous vehicle subsidiary of Alphabet Inc., after 22 incidents in which the company's cars were involved in collisions or may have violated traffic laws. Stellantis NV will start selling cars made by Chinese partner Leapmotor in Europe as part of a global expansion as the automaker fights to lower the cost of electric vehicles. Coinbase Global Inc., the largest U.S. crypto exchange, has rectified an issue that caused a system outage. Alibaba Group Holding Limited reported a rise in revenue after its main e-commerce and cloud businesses managed only modest growth. Tencent Holdings Limited's revenue and earnings beat estimates after its TikTok-style video platform gained traction against ByteDance Limited and drove growth despite a faltering Chinese economic recovery. Ant Group Coach's quarterly earnings fell as the Chinese fintech pioneer, founded by Jack Ma, struggles to find new drivers of growth following regulatory clampdowns at home. And Memes 2.0, the meme stock craze that gripped U.S. stock markets back in 2021, appears to be back. GameStop and AMC Entertainment, two of the most prominent names affected by volatility during that period, have been surging and are up again in pre-market trading. The rally could help AMC shore up its finances. Yesterday's frenzy was turbocharged by the return of Roaring Kitty, the ex-moniker of Keith Gill, who helped drive the craze before. Bloomberg's John Authers doesn't think it'll pack the same punch this time around. Anglo's defense, a mining group Anglo American, has set out a wide-ranging strategic shift designed to fend off the approach made for the group by rival BHP. Anglo rejected a second BHP bid on Monday and has now set out plans to sell or demerge various assets, including the De Beers Diamond Arm, in an attempt to back its future as an independent company. It would leave the group focused on copper and iron ore. The former was the main draw of BHP's interest in the first place. Tariff hikes. U.S. President Joe Biden is hiking tariffs on a wide range of imports from China in a bid to bolster domestic manufacturing in a range of critical industries in an election year. The new tariff hikes will target semiconductors, batteries, solar cells, and critical minerals, along with port cranes and medical products. It marks Biden's most comprehensive update to the tariffs, which were first imposed by predecessor Donald Trump. There have also been calls to increase levies on Chinese used cooking oil. Top overnight news: European stocks and U.S. equity futures kept to small ranges for a second day, with traders waiting for U.S. inflation reports to give markets fresh direction. U.S. Treasuries and the dollar remained steady. U.S. President Joe Biden is hiking tariffs on a wide range of Chinese imports, including semiconductors, batteries, solar cells, and critical minerals, in an election year bid to bolster domestic manufacturing in critical industries. Japanese sovereign bond yields are surging to the highest levels in more than a decade amid signs the central bank is ready to reduce debt purchases to ease pressure on the ailing yen. From J.P. Morgan Chase and Company to Citigroup Inc., Wall Street's most prominent trading desks are warning that investors should gear up for a potential break in the calm that's come over the stock market. BBG. I didn't hear a BBG. We still got a little bit more, but like I said, that one was a lot faster, baby. So let's see what we got. And good morning. Good morning, S&P futures. Little change. Tuesday pre-market trading off of the worst levels after a hotter-than-expected April PPI reading follows U.S. equities finishing narrowly mixed in another low-volume session on Monday. However, there was a lot going on beneath the surface with a big rally in memes, retail favorites in most shorted names, while a number of the big tech names lagged. Meme rallying again in pre-market trading. Treasuries mostly weaker with some curve steepening, a bit off of some of the earlier strength. Dollar index is flat. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures off by 1.7. And WTI is down by 0.4. Big focus on stream of macro catalysts coming in the next few sessions. Path of least resistance has recently been higher with a shift back to soft landing sentiment. Street has also talked about support from CTA buying in both stocks and bonds, options or open contracts or corporate buyback window, favorable seasonal, and even some FOMO. In addition, Q1 earnings beat metrics alleviated the 24 consensus, fairly stable. AI still big secular growth theme. China sentiment has also improvement. Select stagflation hints, the big bearish talking point of the day. April PPI came in a lot hotter than forecast on headline and core, with higher inflation on both services and goods. However, some offset from the downward revisions to March data. Report comes ahead of tomorrow's April CPI with the same focus on whether shelter measures will begin to reflect some disinflation. Some Fed speak coming later today, particularly remarks from Chair Jerome Powell at 10 a.m. Eastern. Powell last spoke at the May FOMC meeting. Takeaways leaned dovish as he pushed back against the possibility of rate cuts and downplayed the signaling from the uptick in inflation in Q1. Also flagged expectations for renewed disinflation traction. NFIB small business optimism rose by 1.2 in April to 89.7, marking the first increase in over a year, but the 28th consecutive month below the 50-year average of 98. As widely previewed, Biden announced today higher tariffs on $18 billion in Chinese imports, including 100% levy on Chinese EV. Not much in corporate news. HD comp declining a bit worse than expected, though EPS beat and reaffirmed full-year guidance. Walmart, which reports on Thursday, reportedly cutting hundreds of corporate jobs and asking most remote workers to move to offices. VOD fiscal Q4 and full year 25 ahead, with Germany a bright spot. China 10-cent beat with online ads and business services. The notable tailwinds, ALC up big on earnings beat and guidance raise with takeaways. Takeaways noting little guidance. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I'll take it though. Chattadonia. There's still a couple more. Again, not as much headlines, surprisingly. Oh, what up, baby? What up, NA? Welcome. I've seen NA forever, baby. What's up, man? Happy Tuesday. All right. I'm grateful for you too, babe. Finger to the sky. You know what I'm saying? We are live, baby. We are live. This is not AI. I got you, man. I got you. So a couple more. Bank of America May Fund Survey highlights rate cut bets have made investors the most bullish since November of 2021. China stock stage rally, but global funds remain unconvinced, with earnings growth and economic recovery seen key. IMF endorses Japan's commitment to a flexible yen. MOF will keep contact with the BOJ on Forex policy. Japanese bonds hit the highest in decades as BOJ policy bets after the latest reduction in operation size. San Francisco Fed study says corporate price gouging not the primary driver of U.S. inflation. Wall Street economists warn U.S. recession could trigger debt crisis. Strong Eurozone wage growth poses a challenge for ECB policy easing plans. ZEW surveys Germany shows sentiment growth in May. UK jobs data shows ongoing cooling, boosting Bank of England rate cut hopes. Japan sees evidence of yen weakness adding to cost pressure. Japan's CPGI in April steady as weak yen rushes U.S. import costs. South Korea terms of trade improve for the 5th consecutive month in April. China property developers slump Tuesday after Agile Group misses interest payment and warns over future debt. New China property funding lifeline only coming by the drip, reflecting the deep-seated caution for real estate outlook. China's central bank seen keeping lending rates on hold on Wednesday. Yuan constrains easing. Latest Reuters poll shows that 2/3 of economists think that the Fed will start cutting in September. Bank of England chief economist Powell sees rate cuts possible over the summer, says labor market remains tight. GameStop AMC surged 40% pre-market as meme stock rally pushes higher. Walmart said to be cutting hundreds of corporate jobs and asking people to go back to office. Fresh data shows Novo's obesity drug can sustain weight loss for 4 years, lowers heart disease deaths by 20%. As banks retreat from commercial property lending, big-name funds step in, betting real estate prices have bottomed. Biden to impose tariffs on Chinese semiconductors, critical minerals, and EVs. Fighting between Israel and Hamas intensifies at Gaza. Blinken arrives in Kyiv as Russia takes more territory as they get more territory in Ukraine. Yellen hopeful China won't mount significant trade retaliation after EV tariffs. Biden orders Chinese crypto miner to sell land near U.S. military bases in Wyoming. And global frenzy for copper driven by U.S.-China battle for EVs, data centers, and M&A sector, and M&A mining. So Chattadonia, that's all the headlines now. Now we got them all, baby. Berkshire mystery stock could be revealed on the 13F, usually at the end. Is that today? That's very good info. If so, my man, I love it because I think we did get a couple SC13s the other day, and yeah, it's May. I thought end of June or end of May. Well, if that happens, that would be great, baby. That would be great. All right, so we got a couple of pre-market movers. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. ALC, they're up by 8.8 off of earnings. SC up 3.9 earnings. Sony 3.9 earnings. VOD 3.5 earnings. STLA up 2.4. Zhejiang Leap Motor Technology JV with Stellantis. EV sales to begin in Europe in September. WDC up 1.5. Citi initiates buy. ONON up 8 earnings. Fold 5.5. Guggenheim upgrades to buy. Lucid 4.6. And so Lucid, I think, is the number 2 most shorted stock. With like a decent market cap in terms of like short interest right now. And again, this is like 7 of 14 days delayed. And then JetBlue is number 1. And then MPW is number 3. So again, Lucid, that one, we saw a little bit of that. IMTX up 4.5 off earnings. Peloton 4.5. MPW 4.5. RBC Capital downgrades to market perform. Oh, you're not stopping it with this day. HBM 4.2. HTZ up 3.8. AUR 3.3. Palant up 3.0. JP Morgan upgrades to overweight. RXRX, that was a squeezer too. Up 3. IGT 3.4 off earnings. VTEX 2.3. JP Morgan upgrades to overweight. CTNT up 28%. Regulators add 3.2 million shares at maximum offering of 62 cents a share. PaySafe 16% up off earnings. Atro 16 earnings. DWSN 15 earnings. Prof up 15 or 10. VXRT up 8 off earnings. TMCI up 8.2. Finger up 7.4. ORN up 5.9. Craig Halligan initiates buy. Top 5.8. Allo up 5.3 earnings and 37 million common shares priced at 209. Huma up 5. Again, I think, dude, a bunch of people are already selling into this too. Keep that in mind. So literally, Allo, that was one yesterday, even though it was a biotech, but they already did the offering, and they're up another $1 from that. Huma up 6.1, Save up 5.0, CDLX up 5, CLNE up 4.8, agreement to build more RNG daily production facilities across 7 states. Folk up 4.8, SNDL 4.2, CDXS up 3.9 off data. Tisha up 3.3, Jeffries upgrades to buy, XPOF up 3, and then DDD up 3.2 off guidance. Stocks trading higher in the meme resurgence, all of these names actually. So you got GME, AMC, Cost, BB, Big, Beyond, Neg, Up, Rent, Maxin, Space, PLCE, NOK, Beyond, Hood, Kodak, and Reddit. And then renewables trading higher, trading lower. You got App down 5.9, holder KKR to sell 17 million shares. BABA down 4.6 off earnings. JD down 3.4 in sympathy. Jam F down 9 million share offering. MBIN down 8, 2 million share offering. STNE down 6.6 earnings. MNSO down 5.4 earnings. NWL down 4.1. OIL or OLL down 2.7. Barclays downgrades to underweight. AUGX down 43 off earnings. NOTV down 34 off of preliminary revenue of 254 in the last 6 months. AKYA down 23. SHIM down 14 earnings and files to delay 10Q. LACE down 11. BZFD down 11 off earnings. Lunar down 9.7 off of earnings. NINE down 7. JAN down 7.6. LLAP down 7.6 earnings. AGBA down 7.5. ACIU down 7. MTC down 7. MGNX down 7. LAAAC down 6, GCTS down 4, RCell down 3.8 off earnings, and then Riley files to delay 10Q down 2.3, and then select crypto stocks trading lower. Wow. Amen. So Chattadonia, we got a good time? I think we got a good time, baby. So I don't know, man. That's Jimmy. That was yesterday, so we're going to have plays here in a little bit, but I think I got time. Let me hit you with this. Let me go get me a water. I'll go to the bathroom. I'll see you in a little bit. I love you. You're blessed. Really good morning.
The S&P.
And BRB, baby.
So far, year to date. John, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's John J. Edwards III there talking to us about Home Depot, of course.
Hold on, I might not leave.
On Thursday, which is a real economic bellwether as well. Right now, I want to get to the Qatar Economic Forum. It is in Doha, where Bloomberg's new economy editorial director, Eric Schatzker, is sitting down with Citadel's CEO, Ken Griffin. Let's listen in.
Global trade, which had adverse consequences that we're learning about to this day, still unleashed an enormous amount of gain for humanity. And with the rise of global trade became the rise of information sharing around the world, which rapidly accelerated the trajectory of mankind. I mean, of note, the Chinese, for example, are leaders in solar. They're leaders in EVs. They're leaders in a number of emerging technologies. In a world which is more splintered, we'll see the gains that the Chinese have achieved in these important areas not shared by the Western countries. And conversely, the United States is a clear leader in AI, along with a number of the European countries. And those gains will not be shared with China and the countries in its sphere of influence. So it's a very clear-cut loss for all of humanity when we have the severing of ties between our countries. On a practical level.
Ken Griffin, so deep. Yeah, he's in Doha right now. Chattadonia. How you living, man? That's it, man. I think you already know the vibes for the day. Watch this level, though. Again, PPI. And like I told you yesterday, if today comes in hot, people are already kind of like playing it down because of the revisions. But just keep in mind that could affect what people expect for CPI tomorrow. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. You got to hear the TV and all of it. I got a couple of plays for you, but you should already know what it is, man. But tell me, what is your first play of the day, Chattadonia? What do you got for me? GME. Riley puts. God is good. Josh calls. GME calls. GME calls. GME puts. Beyond calls. GME. Spy put. Mulan. Beyond calls. Lucid. $5 call. TLT put. Beyond. MPW. Watson. ZN and CL. Thank you. He's I'm gonna watch the oil and feel. Thank you. Short MPW. Meme puts. WBD stock. CL. GM. June 21. Space call. GME. Diamond hands. ONON. Space call. 100 shares of fires. HST. Jesus. Bitcoin long. GameStop. GME. Meme rally. SoFi. JetBlue call. Space calls. Beyond. GME. BlackBerry calls. GME. Coin. TLT put. GME. SPWR. Ready for anything. Baba shares. Plug. Neo. Nikolai. Laser. Powell. MPW. Selling GME. MPW. TLT. Looking at QQQ. IWM. Dogecoin. VIX. Intel. Calls on Rivian. Holo calls. Google has conference. Grabbing puts. Watching wheat. There you go. Long term. AMC. Tupperware. BB. Sava. GME. Wait till Thursday in the final plays. Cost shares, meme time, AMC, and silver. Wow. All right, man. On it, there's a little bit of diversity in there. All right. Oh, yeah, I think I did miss it. I'm sorry. Somebody, they said GME. Sorry if I missed that. Yeah, my bad. My bad, man. My bad. So we'll see how this plays out. I got a couple plays. GME, MPW, SPWR, Lucid, JetBlue. Not playing any of those. The only one I have is MPW. Hopefully you watch the watch list. I mean, again, at this point, bro, I mean, LT gave you that call yesterday, but it's going to be a little bit weirder. I know MPW is a little lower, but I don't know if I'm going to add more to it. Like I said, I'm already set up. So that's why this was kind of a little weird this time around, but we'll be watching those. Then the China plays, Baba and Baidu, and then that is going to be it. So Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. Oh, crap, I'm standing. So hold on, I need my chair for this one. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're feeling good regardless of whether you're going after Wall Street, the stocks, this and that, man. For real. And I don't know if this brings you on today or whatever it may be, man, but here at the Cult, we do something very special every single day, man. I just hope you all carry this with you throughout life and always show this love. And what I'm talking about is we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a very big sacrifice that we all benefit off of. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody that has served this country and the families. For real, thank you for your service, sacrifice, and commitment. I hope that we could repay you, but the least we could do is show you this love and appreciation. So thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, people making their community run, baby. That's where it happens. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn, let's go. Good morning. Oh, man. I go back to this screen. I just see the high ticker running with like $3, $4 stocks. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia, I hope you guys are ready, man. We're going to have a good time. Like the video, but do not feel obliged. You know what I'm saying? I love you. Let's have a good one. And we'll have some up. That's it. We either chill. If we go crazy, we go crazy. But I like MPW, and that's about it. But again, you guys have to be smart. You know, somebody was even in here in the morning, like a little salty, but like I respect it. That's it. Because if you took out the saltiness, just be careful, you guys. You know, I liked yesterday's conversation with LT because, you know, he's like, go, you don't do this, get ready. And I hope you see both sides. But just remember, if this continues, it could be a great short-term thing. It starts with GameStop. So GameStop is the one that it's centered around. And then everything after that is if this balloons into something. But, you know, like we talked about, don't let this end up in your long-term. Don't turn this into something that ends up hurting you. But, you know, play accordingly, be smart, and it's going to be a lot of fun, whether you get in it or not. Because right now we're watching something, and can I just say it? This is all just low liquidity. That's it. It's all low liquidity. So, Chad, we got about 1 minute, man. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you have any questions, let me know. I gave you a nice little gold lesson yesterday, so I hope you like that. Again, we'll even see. And then Powell is in 30 minutes. That's the crazy one. Bop, bop, bop. All right, man, this should be a good one. Any other questions, man? 40 seconds. Oh, Marcus Handlet, baby. Amen. Oh, man. Let's go. Liquidity is low. I really, dude, I think this GameStop thing, it's one thing with like Roaring Kitty and how it's moved, but I think it's just highlighting how low the liquidity really is. Because these are big-ass moves. Again, even day 2, man, because usually in the last 3 years, anytime this shit would run, it would be down in the next day. But now you just went up another 100%. You know what I'm saying? That's why I hope it feeds into other things if it really is low liquidity. But for now, that's already telling me something. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, Amazon says Adam Silipsky to step down as AWS CEO. All right. And we're off. So 108% on GameStop, AMC. I'm already seeing on the low ticker, but you're going to have to give this a little bit of time. Let this thing all balance out. And then the MPW contracts did not go up as much so far. And then those are open. Let's check the GMEs. I hope they added more, but I think those are going to be insane. Well, watch the PPI level. So PPI was hot. It was really bad. And then why are you bouncing? Because there was a big revision, and then just like every other time, they look at it, go, and they're like, okay, maybe it's not that bad, you know? And then now, like I said yesterday, this is going to lead into a higher expectation for the CPI tomorrow. GME's already halted? No, dude, come on. It's crazy that they act like they gonna run the same playbook, huh? Like, I guess it works. Why change it? That's crazy, bro. Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, the way, kind of like yesterday, we might have like 30 minutes. If this doesn't be like an all-day thing, you know what I'm saying? It's first 30 minutes, and then after that, it's going to, like, that last hour, you might get the moves. But watch the other ones. Yeah, Lucid is the number 2 most shorted stock. So, number 1 is JetBlue, number 2 is Lucid, and then number 3 is MPW. But you do actually have that, so it's kind of weird. And then SPY's getting up here. I kind of want to put up the pre-market. So, like, right here, this is where the data came out. And honestly, we're right back up here. This might be a level. Big SPW, I mean, all of these are on the list. I don't know about the short interest, so be mindful. And again, you could double-check everything I'm saying. I would prefer that you do. AMC even halted. SPWR, that was up like 100. Yeah, AMC's halted. AMD's on the low. Honestly, MPW is still above 6, so we'll take that until it has that little mini reversal charge point. I think Mulan was running too. And then don't forget, HD had earnings. That's another one, and they might come back up. So they missed, but there's a little bit of good in there. Holo, even Tesla too. I don't know. I don't think. And then NVAX from yesterday, but remember, Tesla has a little bit of that short element to it. Yeah, bro, MPW, I mean, hey, we'll just take it. Like I'm saying, the weird part is, like, if you really have had this, like, the ironic part, like, we don't need to chase it. If I had many talks on if you do want to add to it. Some of you, this is going to be your gift to get out. But other than that, man, bro, we're chilling. And I think a lot of everybody has it. So we'll see, man. Inshallah. BBI. Watch BB2, and then Tesla's going up. Enphase. So there it is. MPW. That's up 16 now. 6.5. Again, anything above 6, I already think is the squeeze zone. So at this point, you're just going to go back to some of those previous levels if the momentum stays up. Damn, why is Fidelity making me verify my account? That's funny. I don't know, man. Remember, I hope the brokerages don't start kicking us out. Moment. Well, let's see if GME and all that unhalts. NVAX is still going. So look at that. That's like a 4% candle right there. So that was the one from yesterday. See if that keeps going. Amazon's even starting to move up here. Let me just get a check on all the big tech names. And then again, we're staying pinned at the PPI level. SMCI's on the low. Pfizer, they're up a decent amount actually. Yeah, they're even getting a pop right there. Cost, that's the other one. That's up 15. That one's still going. MPW's holding, man. That's actually insane. Now Mara, again, there's at least 50 of these names. Amazon, Matt German will become CEO of AWS effective June 3rd. Oh, Lucid, let's see. Even Mara's up there. Is it okay if I keep up pre-market? I just want to keep the PPI level. So it does. You're not really seeing the minute-by-minute moves, but I do think this is going to be a range here for the data. Big lots, I think, wasn't Danny just saying that? 8% on NVAX, that was for yesterday. Big, and then I think unhalting is approaching. And then Lucid's up 15 as well. PPI was extremely hot, but then they revised down the other months. So I think it was a little bit of a shock. But if anything, it's not really as much as today as it's going to lead into the CPI like we've been discussing. All right. If it takes longer than 5 minutes, it's crazy because AMC, GME, those are the ones that are halted right now, but a lot of the other ones are still going. Meta's on the high now. JetBlue's up only 4. There it is. GME unhalted. It's giving up 20% from the highs at $59 right now. Beyond, Tupperware, yeah, those are some other ones. So, like we said, man, we're going to get like probably 30 minutes. And let's see where this takes us. LMAP, JetBlue's still going. I don't know if AMC's still unhalted. Is it halted again? It might be. It's not even hitting the wire. I don't know. I see volume. Price ain't moving. It might be, but there it is. So did you guys notice that from even yesterday? Like usually if it's a halt, it hits the wire immediately. But there's like a 30-second delay. So yeah, GME's, it's already halted again. Remember yesterday, you had 5 halts by the time we were at the top of the hour. GME SoFi running. I feel like that's another name that has a lot of people. And again, imagine all the times I've been asked about SoFi. So there's AMC. I think it probably got halted again. That's insane. AMC just dropped $1.40 off of that. I think it got halted immediately. Allo. Again, there's like SPWR as well, too. ARM. Starbucks new high. So MPW chilling. Lucid again, they're up 15. Again, Pfizer was just moving. Starbucks is up 76. Pfizer already came down. Where's healthcare? Healthcare's actually up. Look at you. JPM kind of flushed in there a little bit. And halted again. It really, honestly, man, you got to watch out. Just in general. Because, again, if they really start scamming, I think what was LT saying? He's like, watch out. Because eventually they will. You might have to pick your opportunity. But this, if the momentum could still remain, great. But just remember, yesterday, 6 halts got you back to a level, and then you didn't move for another 6 hours. You want to sell the 1026? Do it. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate. If there's good money, you get it, and like that's kind of it. Keep some of your soldiers ready. Make sure you reward yourself on any of it, and that's it, man. Check Peloton. They were up, I think, a little earlier. Yeah, GME was in the 70s pre-market. It did very, very good. And then SPY is just chilling. PayPal. Square's going up, and then I seen if Square's up a lot. And Microsoft, low-key, big tech is running here. So I don't know. We're going to have to find this little balance. Because this isn't just the memes. Again, NASDAQ's up by 0.15. SPY up by 0.06. Dow Jones 0.13. And Russell's up 1.1. Starbucks still going. J.O. We love you, baby. God bless you, man. It's very good to see you. Always in my heart, no matter what, man. I love you, bro. Good morning. Hood 18 call volume hitting the scanners. Cost, again, all of them are still. Cost got halted. That might get unhalted in a little bit. DraftKings starting to run, and then VKTX. Where'd Vanny go? No love. Again, we get the data on Friday for that one. Yeah, MPW, it was well above 6, and then it had that pullback with the halts. I think all of them kind of chilled out right now. Some a little bit more. JetBlue's still holding. Again, that has a higher amount of the halts there. I put my life savings of $30 in MPW calls. I believe in you. I probably wouldn't do that if it's because I'm not like I didn't do anything. I've just been holding what I've held for a long time. Like this just ran into me. I didn't run into anything. So you got to be careful. I mean, I just have old plays coming back, and that's the moral of this story. We've talked about it. If you want to double down and go for it, you gotta that's a risk you got to take and you got to really think about it. But at the same time, it's like, okay, let's say this does go crazy, right? Like we have MPW in the long term, we have flip shares already. Like, do you see what I'm saying? It's like let's say everything goes nuts again, we're gonna win. So if that's the case, why expose yourself more if you don't have to? But again, like I'm saying, I talked about it yesterday. If I'm going to do anything, I'd probably focus on a couple of plays rather than a broader move. But then it's like, I don't think you need to force it just yet and kind of, ride the wave. And hopefully you could be positioned to do that without having to be in a sense where, because again, if you position too high, bro, I've just seen high prices turn into high sorrow, unfortunately. Oh, wait. ISP, I meant USO. Is oil? Oil is down. Next level on MPW, I have no idea. I want to say 712 or 720, I think. Yeah, so 674, 675, then like 730 to 770. So literally like 675, and then that could open, like 714-ish to 740-ish. So give or take. The GME, they added a couple contracts, but I don't think as many. So you would have liked GME unhalted. And then SPY's coming up here, so keep that in mind. We were talking about, GME down, and then are they halting it again? Bro, they've knocked that thing 50%. So it's kind of crazy because, think about it. I mean, how many times have we seen the, pre-market run and then dump at cash open? But yeah, bro, that's already been down 50%. They're playing the halt game on it. And then AMC even, but they got halted 3 minutes ago. The market's not clapped because of PPI data, because of the revision, but this is what I was saying yesterday. We might get a reaction, but now that PPI yesterday is making tomorrow easier. We'll find out by the end of the day. I will, by the time I have the watch list, I will be giving you the expectations, you know what I'm saying? And we'll find out. But essentially now, if we had a low bar, PPI starts to be like, oh, crap, maybe we should be worried. Now everyone's going to have a higher expectation for tomorrow. And then why today? People are like, well, the revision. But I wouldn't get too crazy on it. Remember, this week has a lot of event risk calendar events that we will be dealing with. MP Dub. Yeah, bro, this thing, it just has to hold. That's it. Again, MPW even got a downgrade today. And you guys know if you've held MPW, the downgrades would clap it on some random days. So as long as it holds, I'm taking that as a very good sign. That's going to get interesting. But then again, as of now, the story is revolving around GME. So it's this is just day 2 of GME. The question is, does the cup overflow and that starts to spread everywhere? But we'll find out. But so far, the short names are going. Faraday Future is an electric car. It's up 17, 180, and that thing's running. So I don't know if this one's like a short or nothing, but yeah, you're getting a random smaller running. Aaron already did his offering like 3 months ago. So pretty much Aaron, they did a shelf offering, and it was open, but they already registered it 3 months ago. So they've been selling into the last couple of months whenever they want. But yeah, he already got paid off of it. $250 million to be exact. Shop is getting killed? No way. Very interesting. Again, they had that weird earnings the other day. Snap is going up here. JetBlue's still going. Again, JetBlue, I believe, is the #1 most shorted stock and like the biggest market cap at that, considering it. New badge, my alum email getting clapped by Google. No, man. That's happened to a lot of Chads, but I'm glad you did college. You know what I'm saying? Amen. God bless you, bro. But thank you. Well, we will remember. I wish I could give you an honorary peach badge. Happened to you too, dude. Happened to a lot of Chads. It's like, wow. Palantir on the high. Is GME still halted? That's crazy though, bro. Because, dude, they let it run massively but we are so used. The last, like, year and a half, how many of you have seen literally 20% pre-market moves turn into literally break even by 3 candles? Like, you know, yeah, you shouldn't be too surprised, but the cash open strikes again, dude. Yeah, AMC unhalted, trading lower, still up 80%. That is a massive gain on the day before. Yeah, cost, there's a bunch of other names. Why are the bonds going up? See that, if you're asking, you're like, why is the market going up on PPI? I'm more like, damn, the bonds. But once again, it looks like coming into tomorrow, we're just going to be right at 4.5, give or take. That will bond equity on that, or the bonds, way more surprising than the equity moves. Coin going up. Yeah, the VIX, I mean, anytime these little meme rallies happen, I do think the VIX up is a very characteristic trait. Yeah, PPI was bad. It came in almost double on the month over month, and then even core was hot, but then the revisions were lowered. So like the last hot PPI got revised lower, and then the one from March too. So they had big revisions to the downside, which is good, but then this month over month data still showed a very hot active market. And then is AMC halted again or no? Okay, I think JetBlue is holding up the best. Even Lucid's up great. I want to say MPW, but it's just 10 instead of 15, so no. Who else was there? NVAX, I think. NVAX, that's trading like MPW. So there's a couple of the squeeze names just still into their high. I say JetBlue. And I'm just going off of like the amount that is shorted. There's a couple of them. Yeah, NVAX fell. Tupperware. Sens is up. Tupperware is up more than the 15%, but they are a little lower. Is AMC trading? Am I tripping right now? Or is that thing halting? Yeah, it's halted. And then there's GME. Oh, they let trades go in. So hold on. Let's see if this lasts for more than a minute. Yeah, GME's still trading. So 47.88, up 60% on the day before. It was up about 90 to 100. It was up 118 at the morning, like right before we went ding ding. New Chad member coming in December. Congratulations, baby. Man, y'all, that's like the second Chad in the last like 2 days. I love it, man. Congratulations. U.S. ban on Russian enriched uranium takes effect on August 11th. All right, well, 2 candles so far on GME. Volume pretty decent. It's working. They haven't halted it yet. They halted AMC first. App, weren't they down? Yeah, they're still kind of coming up. UNG and Boyle, and again, I think in the last week, that was one of the news headlines, man. Natural gas is insane. We got 2 mini Chads listening in, Barry. Let's go. We'll get them long term. Woo! Yeah, we have Powell in 12 minutes. So that's the good part. So we're actually going to get a little bit more catalyst here. Not to worry. Let's see. Gold. I'm surprised on the gold because not only the PPI, but again, even when I was looking at GameStop, up 100% this morning, I'm like, damn, gold is like, I thought gold would kind of be a little hesitant. So it is very fascinating. Today's the 14th. Moderated discussion, Chair Powell. Oh, damn, he's going to be with Klaus Knott? By annual general meeting, Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam. Can our little Chads call you Uncle Josh? I'd be honored, man. I would be honored. I told your pops a long term. I told him again. I said, hold it. I come act as if you can't change your mind for 10 in the middle out 10 years. We invented a long term. No, seriously, I mean it. Come on, it's not hyperbole. We said we held it. We for a long time. Of course, 47 months, baby. Almost 4 years. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. That's hype, baby. And then the Oscars. You know the vibes. Amen. Amen. All right, man. So GME, I don't know if they're going to halt it on the upside. Yep, they did. Literally halted to the upside. So look at that. They just dropped it 50%. All of that volume and everything came in. And then it just, bro, they're playing. This is the, this is like the short defense system. Again, like it's killing momentum with the halts, but nah, it's there. Like for the most part, we'll see. What time is it? It's already been about 21 minutes. So I don't know if you could get halts to the upside after the first hour, that would be a good sign. Because like I'm telling you, if this is going to be like yesterday or any of the other times, if they could kill momentum early on, you're not going to make a run till end of the day. But if that momentum stays up a little bit, I mean, maybe this looks different than yesterday. We'll find out. MPW's just holding that, so I'll take it. Again, JetBlue and your boy, which one was it? Lucid? Those are like into their highs, still holding up, no issues. I don't think I'm going to play GME. You know, I said it yesterday. I'm probably not going to, but you never know. But I have my GME is pretty much MPW because I didn't have to go buy it. I already held it and it was clapped. So it meets the criteria of heavily shorted, and I actually like the value. So other than that, though, we'll see. I mean, I'm waiting for more development, i.e., I really want to see, does the momentum hold? I do believe that there is a highly illiquid environment right now that is contributing to some of this. So if that keeps happening, I mean, I'm probably going to move more into some other things. But then again, like I have good exposure on at least one heavily shorted name. But other than that, I'm not in it. Don't do it, too much clapping. Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't done anything yet, so I don't know. I mean, it's all up to you guys, and even if I do anything, I mean, do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I just, like, long-term, that's what I think you're going to have. Some people are going to hit big. Some people will get clapped, and just don't make the mistake I've seen over the years, and just throw this shit into the long term at high prices thinking that's the, like, 10-year plan. And that's, I think, the best advice I could give when it's all said and done. But you're all grown men and women. But, I mean, we've lived through this, and that's kind of the beauty. You know what I'm saying? We've got to we already had some experience, and that's why even then this time around, like, you know, I'm not like, I'll do your thing, you know? And I'm actually more supportive of it this time around in a weird way, but at the same time, that's like, yo, dude, if you're gonna like listen to any YouTube channel to justify you, like, don't do that like that. Like, you either have to make up your mind now, or you're either waiting for confirmation, but just be wise and just don't let this turn into a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. This could either be very helpful. Some people are getting a gift to get out of MPW if you wanted. So, like, the opportunity's in front of you. The question is, will you approach it with the respect that it deserves? Yeah, he's not speaking on monetary policy. I mean, it's like some Bankers Association intro. So I think that's possible. Roku's on the high. Am I saying MPW? I'm saying that there is low liquidity right now, and there is now meme stock rally that is getting triggered by other things. So that's my whole thing. And, like, I've already been in the play that I like. if it really goes apeshit, I think all of this starts with GME. That's kind of the ironic part, and I don't want people to miss that because it isn't about MPW. It isn't about Lucid. It's not about any of these. It's starting right now with GameStop. So you technically need GameStop to lead. Otherwise, there's nothing. Does that make sense? So, like, what happens if GameStop drops tomorrow and then there's none of this hype? Like, why would all the other names go up? And that's going to kind of be the issue there. So that's where I'm like, hey, we'll find out if it's there. I already have good exposure that's negative. So if it comes back, I'll gladly accept it. But at that point, it is there's just high risk, high reward. You're 540 on the GMEs. Nice. I mean, dude, that's another 100%. I guess it's 60, and then it's about to get unhalted right now. It's crazy that they just halted it on the way up. I'll probably sell out of my flip shares of MPW, but I'm going to hold a bag in the long term probably. Unless it goes to an abnormally high price. If there was a real short squeeze where I'm like, no, we'll definitely buy this back cheaper, that could be something that I could do. All right, it is unhalted, man. It's going up. Let's see if it gets halted again. Right now you've had 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be your 5th halt if it happens. Let's fight, dude. I'm very surprised if this could get back up to that 100% open after, 4 momentum killers. That's great. It probably is going to get halted. I think no, they're still letting it trade, bro. And that's already up $4. That's up almost 10%. That's the crazy part. It has to get halted above 54. All right, they're letting it move. Literally, it's up 10% from those 2 candles. I'm surprised, actually. And then SPY's kind of holding on here. Again, if you ever witnessed any of these little crazy meme rallies, I would say SPY's doing a little better today. And that's with shitty data. BB and Sophie. Yeah, SoFi's rocketing right now. 7% at the high. Mara and then gold stocks are up there too, and Rivian. So again, we talked a little bit about that. But again, more of the squeeze names are catching a little bit. SPY below PPE, good call. And then, bro, the bonds is, at this point, I don't know if we're going to start saying people going to buy bonds out of fear like the VIX, but that's weird. This is the weirdest part of the day. Especially with how hot the PPI is. You're 10 years at 4.4 right now. That one's, so again, we still have tomorrow to change it all. Roku is up. I've seen Roku hit that high ticker a lot. Crypto names are going. Toast is on the high. Morgan Stanley. Nugget, again, you got gold going up there and DraftKings. Yeah, Visa's getting clapped. 1.7 big too. That was one you guys were saying in the morning. That one's starting to move. Bro, GameStop's still going. Did they halt it? 55, they had to have halted it. Yeah, that's up. That was like 12% from there. Not bad. Roblo getting life. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Roblox. Up to, where's B&B? They came down. GLD's rocketing right now. That's weird as well, too, man. What's the difference between meme stocks now and 2021? I mean, this is why I keep saying something, and I don't know. I hope people realize it. It's good to see you guys in here, too. I think some of you guys are waking up, and when was the last time you clicked on Stock Market Live? You just heard about GameStop, right? But I really think it's low liquidity because the difference between now and 2021, same general ideas, but y'all don't, this is way less hype. Dude, in 2021, you had every influencer in the world talking about this. You know what I mean? Everybody was still kind of even locked inside to a degree. You know what I'm saying? So that's the one thing that makes me kind of scratch my head or more or less be like, wow. Because I think one of the major differences, I don't know if things are sorted the same, but you're getting a huge move, and I don't think you're having the same entire world behind it yet. So we'll see. Yeah, it's still cut. That's what I'm saying. It's very early, but that's why I'm like, you're getting massive rallies now with way less attention. And that's why, again, that you could say that about earnings, about GameStop, everything. I think it's all down to just coming down to the liquidity. Yeah, Powell should be on right now. Let me see.
Same things, obviously nothing will change. People will still follow you and not speak up or speak out. We really need the benefits of diversity and inclusion. I am confident that every one of you already knows the real tangible benefits.
So again, when he comes on, I'll put him on there. But yeah, this will be, we'll have Jerome Powell. I don't know, statements haven't came out yet, so usually upon the time of release of when he goes on, if there's a pre-written statement, it'll come out. So we'll see what happens with it. The director registration computers are having outages right now. I mean, I think it's all of this is weird. You know what I'm like? That's it. Like, I think the liquidity, we were already talking about it, but I definitely think there's a little bit more underneath the surface, like in terms of the shares and all of that, because this is weird. And then I don't know, man. I hate to be that guy, but even the fact that Bloomberg was like downplaying it in the morning, I think that kind of just snitched on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, because they were like, one guy was on, he's like, we don't want people to think that the market is manipulated because this sends the wrong message that the market's, and it's like, I don't think people are, it's not that it's manipulated. I think it's a misrepresentation. That's why I'm saying liquidity. You're getting people in the morning, X amount of price in the morning getting driven by 10 shares, and then you're dumping it 20% off of 5 shares. And like this, I don't think there's that much real money that's like out there. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's manipulation. I think it's just the way we're looking at it. It's like, bro, there's definitely something underneath the surface that is making this happen. That all of this, not just GME, it's every single wicked move you have witnessed in this environment just in the last couple of weeks. So I would argue that, but you already got Bloomberg in places trying to downplay it more or less. That is not Jerome Powell, no, but he will be on here, so we'll see. MP Dub dropping. Let's see. AMC chilling. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I know MP is not running up 100%, but I'll take the 11, man, after the 15 yesterday. So if anything above $6 is the pressure we want to see. So we'll find out. Yeah, Powell getting introduced. I got it up.
Makes recommendations about the international financial system. Also, he's a professor for monetary stability.
He's talking about Powell. He don't need an introduction. He's Jerome Powell, GME back. It's crazy, bro. These are 10, 12% moves real quick. Is he a protester? It's at 54. It's still holding up, bro. I'm very surprised. That's why I'm like, dude, even liquidity, I don't know. Is there really that many sellers? Because I think everyone's like, buy. It's nuts. So we'll see here for now. But now let's see if the market gets to that pin. I'm still kind of blown away by the bonds. I think, the halt is just the momentum killer. That's it. Like, if it wasn't unhalted, this thing would, if they just let it run, it would be absolutely insane. But I do think that, There's like you even saw yesterday, E-Trade went down right away with all of it. I mean, again, it's hard for them to handle when everyone's like, buy, but I think it just kills all the momentum. AMC resumed. 1070. Roku's been going up all day. And gold, man. Gold has literally been on a mini tear here for some reason. Dude, gold's at 2360. Actually insane. And then NASDAQ futures barely red, but the NASDAQ itself is green. And then Russell's up 1.1, SPY up 0.1, Dow doing 0.2. Oh, Powell.
We had growth last year of just over 3%.
Powell, U.S. economy is performing well.
It's driven by a number of things. I would point to a very strong labor market where you've got rising employment, you've got rising wages, so disposable income, consumers are spending. Generally, households are in good shape financially. They're not over-leveraged.
I wonder if he'll say anything about PPI.
We see a good picture.
Remember, if he says something good or bad,
business investment
we have big data tomorrow. So factor that in.
That has helped. I would also point to
who's peeing?
A fairly large
you hear that?
of immigration into the country over the past couple of years.
Who's breathing? That's not me breathing. This guy behind the camera is just pissing and drinking.
We're experiencing still a labor shortage
in
many industries, and so there are jobs, and they're going to work and they're consuming. So that's also boosting growth. So overall, a good picture looking at the data so far. The labor market is very, very strong. It was, I think, overheated a couple of years back, and what we've seen is it coming back in gradually into a better balance over the last couple of years. And now I think if you look at a broad range of data, you could say that the labor market is about as tight as it was before the pandemic in 2019, and that's good. Wages real wages are now positive, and unemployment has been below 4% for 27 consecutive months, something that hasn't happened in a half century. So, labor market very strong, and again, signs of gradual cooling and rebalancing, so that supply and demand of workers is coming back into balance, just as we would want. Inflation, it's worth starting with the fact that on a 12-month basis, headline inflation got as high as 7.1%, is now down to 2.7%. Core inflation got as high as 5.6% and is now at 2.8%.
Bro, none of this, surprisingly, this isn't like pre-written.
That progress, though,
so like really all of his comments are hitting in real time.
Particularly the second half of last year. The first quarter in the United States was notable for its lack of further progress on inflation. We had higher readings in the first quarter, and higher than we expected. We did not expect this to be a smooth road, but these were higher than I think anybody expected. And so what that has told us is that we'll need to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. If I turn to the outlook just for a second, I would say we expect continued growth, 2% or better. We expect the labor market to continue to be strong, but to move further and further into balance. And I expect that inflation will move back down on a monthly level, on a monthly basis, to levels that were more like the lower readings we were having last year. I would say my confidence in that is not as high as it was, having seen these readings in the first 3 months of the year. So we're just going to have to see where the inflation.
I hope, Powell. You just said I think the monthly readings are going to start to come down again.
Thanks very much. We'll be digging into some of that later in the discussion, but now I'd like to turn to President Knot. Could you maybe give us a little bit of a sense of how you judge the state of play in the Eurozone?
He's not hawkish, yeah, I would definitely say.
In the Netherlands.
Same dovish attitude.
I think
he
the
struck
state
one
of play
last
in the
time
Eurozone
too.
is
Same
not
tone.
entirely comparable to that of the US. We just came out of more than a full year of economic stagnation. Now, luckily, the signs of recovery are clearly there. We started off the new year much stronger than we had expected. And if you look at the soft indicators, that recovery is expected to continue into the second quarter, and it's even expected to accelerate in the second half of the year. And this is mainly on the back of ongoing recovery in real wages, ongoing recovery in purchasing power, and strong consumer demand. Now, there are two ways in which you can look at this recovery. Of course, you can say, on the one hand, the economy has proven to be resilient. We've went through quite a number of shocks. monetary
ECB clause,
tightening,
not
unprecedented, and yet
so he is another
we did
central
not
banker.
really go into a recession. The sacrifice ratio of the disinflation process that we had to go through was virtually zero. Unemployment did not budge. So resilience was there. But on the other hand, the growth was clearly not as abundant
SPY hitting a
as
high
it was
right now.
in the US.
SMCI's up too. Again, Nvidia
remarkable.
was doing
Now, I
decent,
think
still red.
There is a multiplicity of factors behind this growth differential, but if you allow me to single out the two most important factors.
Microsoft just ripped too. Big
First
tech
of all,
making a move.
Policy. And this was not only about
Big
the
tech
size
likes Powell.
of the fiscal stimulus, it was also about the design of the fiscal stimulus during the pandemic. In the US, there was a choice for temporary layoffs, income support, and then rehiring when the economy reopened again. Well, that means that a lot of labor reallocation took place, and we know that such reallocation is very productivity enhancing. But in Europe, we chose a different approach. We chose an approach that was focused on job security. The governments essentially took over the wage bills of the firms. And as a consequence, we froze the supply side of our economy for a couple of years. Then during this period of stagnation, there was a lot of labor hoarding, which means that we have gone through a number of years where there has been hardly any labor or, for that matter, capital reallocation. So we have not enjoyed these efficiency benefits of reallocation as much as the US. And secondly, the economic impact, the negative economic impact of Russia's unjustifiable invasion into Ukraine were, of course, also much stronger on this side of the Atlantic.
Again, AMC, they let that one run here for 10 minutes.
We are a fossil fuel importing area, so it meant that this was a very strong negative terms of trade shock. And this terms of trade
SPY still going, high tickers gassing. Again, big tech
also
has been getting a bit off of this speech.
On inflation, I think the picture is that I'm increasingly confident that inflation will
Bob
decline
on the low.
towards our 2% target during the remainder of the year. This is mainly on the back of goods and food price inflation that is coming down. Services inflation has been resilient for a while, but we're now also seeing the first signs of improvement there. And that has everything to do with a slow but gradual moderation of wage growth, which is quite essential, I think, also going forward in making an assessment of inflation risks. But all these developments clearly point toward further disinflation. Also here, an intriguing question is, of course, is there more similarity or are there more dissimilarities with the development in the US? From the onset of the inflation shock, it was clear that the balance of root causes between, let's say, positive demand shocks and negative supply shocks was different in Europe from the US. The US had a much stronger demand component. I think we had a much stronger supply component. Yet at the same time, there was a remarkable synchronicity if you look at the development of actual inflation. So the bump that you've been seeing in the US, the question for us now is, are we going to see such a bumpy development as well? So far, we've not seen any evidence of it, but that's clearly a warning signal for us, also not to come with any sort of premature declarations of victory. All in all, I do believe that inflation is probably less persistent in the euro area than in the US. And that leads me then to conclude that if we manage to continue on this track, if the incoming data continues to validate
this look at it right now. I don't know if they'll halt it if it goes up.
To gradually take our foot off the brake, to remove some of the restriction, the monetary policy restriction that we're currently imposing on the economy. The data that needs to confirm this, a lot of that will be available at our June meeting. We will have an additional data point on the labor market coming out next week. The triangulation between wage growth, productivity growth, and profit margins, which is important. Then we will have new projections. And I'm confident, again, that if they confirm the picture, as I just sketched it, that June will be a good opportunity to make a first move in removing restriction.
Okay, so June may be good to cut
hint
first,
at
right?
June there. We'll come back to whether we could see further moves
That's
in
another
July
ECB
too. But
saying
just
that.
to draw on some
Remember,
of your
that was the
comments
news
there,
with
you
like
seem
Brazil last week.
broadly confident
So watch gold a
that
little bit too.
inflation is going to prove less of
They-
a problem
gold
in
got
the
a
Eurozone
candle,
than
and SPY
it
and
seems
bonds.
to be at the US at present. You know, we've seen quite a reasonably high PPI reading today from the US, Chair Powell.
Oh, they're bringing it up.
Some people have said that looks hot. What do you think of
decent
today's
red.
reading? And more broadly, is there a risk that inflation becomes a lot more of a problem in the US than it is elsewhere?
So we had a producer price index reading just a couple of hours ago, and I would say it's actually quite mixed. The headline numbers were higher, but they were backward revisions, and
there you go.
We're of course disassembling it, taking it apart, and looking at it. And I think markets and analysts are looking at it as I wouldn't call it hot. I would call it sort of mixed. But in terms of the overall picture for inflation, I think you have to go back to last year, where we had historically fast disinflation. Inflation came down by two full percentage points last year. Why did that happen? It's really two forces working together. One of them is just the reversal, the unwinding of the pandemic-related supply and demand shocks. So that we thought we would always get that. We thought we'd get it in 2022, and we didn't, and then it really arrived in 2021. So that was a big part of this, was just the reversal of
these two things
distortions really to both supply and demand. The second thing is just restrictive monetary policy, and restrictive monetary policy cools the economy and makes room for the supply side to heal, but also lowers demand and ultimately lowers inflation. So I do think those two have been working together. And the question you ask is inflation going to be more persistent going forward?
Yeah, bonds flushed.
I think, and that would essentially mean that we've gotten the supply side gains that we're going to get, and now it's down to lower demand, which would take longer and potentially be more painful. I don't think we know that yet. I think we need more than a quarter's worth of data to really make a judgment on that. We know that there are still businesses still report that there are shortages and labor shortages and things like that, which are now being addressed. In addition, even when the shortage is alleviated, there should be lags before that shows up in economic activity and inflation. So there may be some more there. I don't want to give up on it yet at this point. I also think that having restrictive policy, we have the highest interest rates in some time. I think that it may be that takes longer than expected to do its work and bring inflation down. I am confident that we will do that, but that we will get inflation down to 2%, and ultimately we will do what we need to do with our policy rate.
And just to bring in a question that one of our members of the audience asked here, I mean, you referred to it briefly then, but from Edin at ORV, he asked, do you entertain the possibility that returning to the 2% target will not be possible with the current level of the Fed funds rate?
So I think, as I just mentioned, I do think it's really a question of keeping policy at the current rate for a longer time than had been thought. I think by many measures, the policy rate is restrictive. The question is it sufficiently restrictive? And I think that's going to be a question that time will have to tell. Entertain the possibility is, that could be a very small probability, but I have said that I don't think that it's likely, based on the data that we have, that the next move that we make would be a rate hike. I think it's more likely that we'll be at a place where we hold the policy rate where it is.
And is there any particular component of inflation that concerns you? A lot of people in the US have been focusing on housing and that segment, but is there that, or is it something else that?
So we think of it in three buckets, the first of which is just goods inflation, and goods inflation was negative for 25 years.
He did it again. He adds the higher for longer than says we're not going to do rates, but
elsewhere and shipped at
low
cost.
No, it's the same thing.
That, I
he
think,
said
is
no rate
performing
cut.
broadly
Rate
as
cut
expected over time.
Likely that the next move. Well, don't think it's likely. It'll be a rate cut.
That came down a lot, and I think we expect.
He said more likely we're
housing inflation has been a bit of a puzzle because current rents have been low. Current rent increases have been low for some time, but they're not showing up. That's not showing up in rollover leases and in owner's equivalent rent. So, I think what we've learned is that the lags between a decline in market rents and it showing up in the measured inflation for housing services is long. Their lags are longer than we thought. But as long as market rents don't go, as long as they're going up at very modest levels, it will show up. It's just a question of when. I think.
MPW on the low now. So that's the first one given up.
that may affect your confidence, but we have to wait for it to happen. In terms
they
of
hit
the
the
biggest part of it is services
10 still.
inflation.
So $6, that's what we need to hold.
And that's more than half of the index. And
JetBlue's still doing good.
Less interest sensitive. It's very sensitive to wages and that kind of thing. We had made some progress there. Particularly if you look at the market-based aspects of it, but
SPY near the low of the day, and bonds are hitting new lows
may
too.
May take the longest. At the same time, it doesn't need to go to 2%. It wasn't at 2% before the pandemic.
It's literally just a reiteration, higher for longer.
Come out in some way that they're at 2%, and I'm confident that we will get there.
Excellent. And just to go back into this theme of divergence, I mean, to summarize your answer, it seems that, you think the geopolitical aspect of the Europe being closer to Russia, and also the aspect of the, I guess, not only the scale, but the design of the fiscal response, are the primary drivers of this divergence that we've seen between the US and Europe. Chair Powell, what would your thoughts be on this? Are there other factors that you think are worthy of consideration when trying to understand why the US and Europe seem quite different economic beasts at the moment?
Low.
I agree with all of the factors
on the bonds
Klaus laid out. I would add we're probably also benefiting from a sort of strictly accounting GDP standard from new workers coming in to a large extent. I think the issue really is, and this is an issue that that the European economic policymakers are very, very focused on right now, is over the longer run, Europe's productivity growth has been about
I think
half
Powell,
of the US.
I think the market's just getting the idea we might
ultimately all you've got
stay
is
paused for a
hours
lot
worked,
longer.
And that's
so
largely
I think the
a function
doubt
of
is whether you cut by the
hours
end of
worked,
the
and then
year,
output
this year.
per hour. That's
that is,
going
I
to be
think,
your
every time he
economic
says
activity
higher
and
for
growth.
longer, and
so
it says we're not going to raise,
really the thing
but we're going
that
to
can
stay,
enable living
it
standards to
worries
rise
you
over
about
time.
what plan for end of
There
24.
are a lot of theories on why that might be. I think from
Reddit
an American
breaking out right now.
I
just
would
popped
tend
out
to
of
point
nowhere.
to the more
Reddit,
flexible labor market,
big candles,
and also a more fully built out set of capital markets.
Yeah, I guess decent, just through the high, up 9.
Funding early stage innovative companies, so it's not just a bank-centric system. We've got a very highly evolved financial system. That may be another factor.
Yeah.
Army's breaking out too.
So plenty of other reasons there that are worth mentioning, I think. Turning back to you, President Knott, you gave a pretty clear signal.
Marvel as well, and Meta.
In June, but a lot of the questions that people have put to us today have stressed this point of, usually there's been this sense that the ECB has been following the Fed, and it's raised a bit of a question mark as to what degree can the policies of the two major global central banks, with apologies to the Bank of England, how much divergence can we really see? So to what extent do you feel constrained by what the US central bank does, and would you perhaps be reluctant to
Nvidia now
July,
too, and then crypto,
should
MSTR.
the Fed want to stand pat and leave rates as they are for the foreseeable future?
Look, I think if you talk about monetary policy of big central banks like the Fed and the ECB, that monetary policy always takes place in a global context. I mean, our markets are interwoven to a large extent, etc. At the same time, we both have clear domestic mandates.
Again, chips in tech are picking back up here from that bottom.
Which maybe 10,
and then the memes kind of chilled out.
It means at least 85% closed economy. So much of our inflation
GME
is actually
halted.
Being triggered still
and
by
AMC.
domestic factors. So what we simply need to do is construct our own inflation outlook for the euro area. And yes, Fed policy is, of course, one factor that has an impact. And if you think about
a huge candle.
Spillovers,
yeah, MSTR pop was really big.
To mind is through the exchange rate.
All those crypto names starting to catch a bid.
If the Fed were to run a tighter ship than we were going forward, then probably that would lead to some dollar strength.
Meta as well too.
And euro depreciation.
Like I said, all the big tech in Nvidia, SMCI, they just rallied off of this little bounce.
But at the same time, you will also have a spillover effect through global financial conditions.
No, GME's bottom right, top left is SPY.
Internationally are also moving in tandem. If you look at the last few weeks and months, bond yields in the euro area have gone up significantly without there being a true euro area reason for doing that. It was just the spillover from the US. And that effect is, of course, disinflationary. So if you look at the two effects, it's not so clear which of the two will dominate. And it's therefore also not so clear whether the developments in the US will really have a meaningful impact on the inflation outlook in the euro area. I don't think it will change the direction of travel in the euro area that much.
So you'd be willing to cut in July too?
Well, we've been saying all along that we follow a data-dependent and a meeting-by-meeting approach. And I keep
you make no sense.
Here,
that's why that joke was funny.
What is happening in the labor market?
You see what I'm saying? What the
because
fuck is
services
the plan?
inflation is still the
hitting a high
driver of inflation in the euro area. So we will simply have to follow the data
Deborah, you're
as
breaking
it comes
out.
in, both on underlying inflation trends, the labor market,
again,
etc.
all day is categorized as you hear something bad, sell off, and then bounce. From PPI, higher for longer, but again, the speech is the same. You're rocketing now.
It's really about the comprehensive assessment of the labor market. It's too simple to just look at sort of contractual wages.
Again, NVIDIA in big tech is giving you a little bit of a lead on this move.
We have negative productivity growth in the euro area. We had negative productivity growth in Q4. In Q1, again, it seems as if growth in employment exceeds growth in GDP, which means that probably next week we will get another negative productivity growth number. And that means that unit labor costs are actually still going up. And then the question whether profit margins are capable of continuing to absorb these unit labor costs, that's something that we really have to assess over time when we decide on future steps. So nothing, no commitment whatsoever, open mind for anything beyond June.
And just to turn back to the issue of US inflation for a moment, even though there's this sense that we did see a remarkable drop of inflation last year because it was just so aggressive the year before that there is this sense that there's still a public perception that prices are very high. How difficult is it to really feel as though you can keep credibility at times when trust in public institutions is under siege?
Yeah, GME open. Bro, the market just
Jerome
ripped.
Brookman, who's from Leaders in Finance.
We'll talk about this.
So I think for central banks, credibility is kind of everything, and we only earn that one way, and that's by
you're up almost 0.5% on the NASDAQ now.
For the benefit
Russell's
of the
still up
public
1%
over time. And also, I would add, a part of that is sticking to our knitting. Don't take on politically fraught issues that are really not our mandate. Do your job and explain as best you can what's happening in the economy. Of course, the economy the post-pandemic economy has surprised everyone. I wouldn't single out any single central bank or group of forecasters. It's just been many things that were not supposed to be able to happen have happened. Nonetheless, we've made real progress on inflation. We're far lower than we were. I would say the risk that at the beginning we were very concerned that the very high inflation we saw might be quite difficult to bring down without a kind of very significant decline in employment and weakening economic activity. That didn't happen. That's just a great result. I think people are unhappy. You mentioned people are unhappy. That I fully appreciate that. And a big part of that, I think, is go to the store. Prices are high. You tell people inflation is coming down, and they think, I don't understand that. The price of all the things that I buy hasn't come down.
Roblo and coin, Snow, High Ticker is fully gassing right now.
They're not
Again,
wrong.
a lot of tech. I see a couple of healthcare on the low.
Particularly people at
tech,
the
chip-related names, crypto. They're making that move right now.
By inflation from the start, which is why we're so strongly committed to restoring price stability and keeping it in place as long as possible.
And just to turn back to Europe now and to the Netherlands in particular, we're sitting in a venue here that's really testament to the power of trade, for good and ill. In an era of deglobalization, when we're seeing daily headlines about tariffs, and how does the Netherlands as a small open economy, and indeed the Eurozone as a very trade-dependent region, really thrive?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I mean, it goes beyond saying that this is a development that is absolutely not a positive development for the euro area, and that we watch with a lot of concern. Now, fragmentation is there. The train has left the station. So, I mean, we have to think about sort of the ways that it can manifest itself and what we can do to try to best redress its consequences. There is a sense that international business is actually, to some extent, more resilient to political fragmentation than we have been thinking beforehand. So that international trade is a little bit like a river that sort of tends to find its way, even if some obstacles are being raised here and there. But of course, the fragmentation, it impedes the diffusion of technology across borders. So that means lower productivity growth everywhere. I would also not underestimate the limitations that it puts on our capacity jointly and internationally to solve global problems. In a fragmented world, suppose we had a global financial crisis again, like in 2008, 2009. It would be much, much more difficult to get the G20 around the table and to agree on a concerted remedial plan as we did in 2008, 2009, think about climate change, etc. What can we do about it? Well, I think in Europe, there is still a lot of untapped potential to at least strengthen our internal cohesion. We're not tapping the full potential of the single market. In many, many places, the single market only exists in a name.
Sam was talking about that one.
We don't have capital markets union. I think we are
honestly,
really
the thing's holding great,
27%. We don't have a banking union yet.
That one's,
and so we are missing out.
Decent, I think it's like 40% shortage
to strengthen.
But that was from last
international trade, or sorry, inter-European, I should say, trade and integration, economic as well as financial.
Again, NVIDIA, big tech.
Would you have anything to add?
NXPI, you got Redfin playing along now, and Snap.
It's about the links perhaps between trade barriers and inflation and so on. Do you see it as a risk?
So this is a very, very hot political issue, not just in the United States, but everywhere in the world, and not trade policy, of course.
Putin to meet China Xi on May 16th.
I mean, we, as I mentioned a few moments ago, I think we need to resist the temptation to just have opinions on all different kinds of economic policies, as fun as that might be. You know, the elected government has to deal with these things, and they have to deal with the public on them, and they've given us really important assignments, and I think we need to honor the decision not to give us that.
And I appreciate this is also an awkward topic, but it is deficits in the sense that the national debt is forecast to rise by the Congressional Budget Office quite substantially over the next 10 years. Does that make your life trickier as Fed chair rather too?
I don't think it's not that it makes my life more difficult or the Fed's work more difficult, but I think it's you know, utterly non-controversial to say that U.S. fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. Not that our fiscal position itself is unsustainable, but the path is unsustainable, meaning that we have full employment and we're running big structural deficits, and it's, you know, we're going to have to deal with this sooner or later, and sooner is a lot more attractive than later. I do hear from elected people on both sides of Capitol Hill and in both political parties that they do understand this. Mm-hmm. And I think you mentioned the Congressional Budget Office. I think everyone should be reading the things that they're publishing about the U.S. budget deficit and the path, and should be very concerned that this is something that elected people need to get their arms around sooner rather than later.
And you've noticed a lot, you've noted a lot that these supply side benefits that you thought might come, in 2021 or 2022 did actually arrive in 2023. Now, what sort of benefits from the supply side do you think we could see in 2024 and beyond?
So I think we probably have realized most of the
gold is about to come back up. Bro, NASDAQ's right below a high too.
But I do think,
again, even the whole SPY.
Sort of
that was a decent-ass move there.
Parts of the supply chains really getting sorted out. As I mentioned, the surveys of businesses, they still say there are shortages. They still say that they have a hard time hiring people, for that matter. So I do think we're still getting, very substantial numbers of people coming to the country and going to work. Let me add, immigration also not a policy that the Fed works on or has opinions on, but I'm just giving you the straight economics of it. People come in, they can get a work permit, they are getting work permits, and they go to work and they're paying taxes, and they're creating economic output, and there are millions of them. So it's alleviating the labor shortage that we had in the industries that really had it the worst. So I think all of that, it probably helped at the margin a little bit in cooling the labor market off. It's both supply and demand, but we think at the beginning, in the longer run, it should be neutral on inflation, but in the short run, it might have been positive.
SMCI is still going up.
I think that's a factor
Again,
too.
those crypto names and chips.
And just to kind of turn to these like, broader demographic trends, there's been a lot of talk in recent years about how they will impact inflation, whether they have some sort of impact on R-star, the kind of, you know, the Goldilocks level of interest rates in the longer term, one might say. I mean, how do you think about these kind of longer term demographic trends and other factors and how they're going to influence where you see this kind
on the
of
high?
magical
That one's interesting.
Goldilocks
Japan moving?
rate of interest?
So the R-star, for those of you who aren't, you know, central bankers who read every word of every story Claire writes about us, R-star is really a longer run concept. R-star is the neutral interest rate that would neither push up on economic activity nor bring it down at some hypothetical future time when we're at full employment, we're at 2% inflation, and there are no shocks hitting the economy. So think 5-6 years down the road, there's this sort of nirvana out there. Its relevance for current policy making is kind of limited, and I think you need to say that. Really what we're doing in an FOMC meeting is we're looking at, you know, the broad effect of the things that we're doing on the economy, and we're asking ourselves, is policy tight enough? Is it too tight? We're looking at what's happening in the economy.
The
we're
red
about
back
lags.
down. We're going to just
and
be dancing,
it's not
baby.
a debate over the level of R-star, because that's a longer run concept. Now, and the argument is made that R-star will go up, and this is a debate.
So again, if he says that neutral rate comment, and we don't know where neutral is, the market doesn't like that.
Between deglobalization and the need to fund.
So we are going down on this topic, but I don't know if that's per se the cause.
Spend more on military and the aging of the population, bigger deficits, higher. All of that could push up what is a neutral rate, and I think those are the interesting debates to have. But ultimately, we're not sitting around wondering what the longer run neutral rate is when we do policy. When we make policy, we're thinking today, is our policy delivering what the economy needs to move it toward the mandates that Congress has given us: stable prices, maximum employment.
So would you divorce it? I mean, I think why this has come into focus, if you like, is because, you know, now that, you know, cuts are being considered in some parts of the world, at least there's this sense in which people are thinking, how low will rates go? Would you see that as part of the kind of R-star debate, or would you want to divorce the two factors of this current cycle and where R-star will end up being?
I think the R-star debate runs in the background, but again, it's a longer run concept. You could, you know, if you wanted to think about a shorter run R-star, that would be more relevant, but that's not the way we think about it. We think about
you're coming back down on the topic.
On financial conditions.
He said we're not thinking about longer run neutral.
And how is it affecting the economy?
Then relevance
and why
is limited.
And, you know, and
he's
all of
dodging
those
it, but I don't. The topic. I mean, we're right back down.
Policy is restrictive, and that it looks like it will take longer for us to become confident that inflation is coming down to 2% over time.
And how is this debate occurring around the table in Frankfurt at the ECB about longer run interest rates, or even, you know, where are we going to end up? What's the rock bottom for this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, that's of course a difficult question to ask, because there are so many moving parts here. But what I would say is that if you look at the likelihood
or
the likely nature of the shocks that will hit us in the future, we came out of a period in which we had globalization, which was a slowly moving positive
every time neutral rate. Dude, I was just telling you when we were right here. I was like, anytime this conversation comes up,
almost 10 years, we continuously had
so I don't think he said anything hawkish, but I just think the topic itself does not run well with the algos.
With fragmentation, with aging of our societies, in my view, it's more likely.
We're just talking long-run neutral, and that, again, it does people get bothered by it, or at least the computers do.
And if you think that through, that means that probably we will have to approach our inflation target more often from above than from below. And that probably suggests that we are not, that at least I don't regard it very likely, that we will move back to the time in which we had a continuous sort of a fairly persistent low inflation equilibrium with very, very low interest rates. We probably have to, on average, run a slightly tighter ship because of the nature of these shocks that are currently relevant to our economy.
And just to come back to something that I think has been kind of in the background here for quite a lot of the discussion about high interest rates taking possibly a while longer till they have the desired impact on some pockets of the economy. You know, how do you see that? Is this a legacy of this very low interest rate era? And how do you really address that when it comes to monetary policy? That, you know, is there just going to be this lag from now on that didn't exist, say, relative to pre-2008?
So I think if you look at the bigger picture,
I sold my utility play.
Place to see this.
I had a play from like 2 years ago. My
utes
went green, but then I had like 2 years of dividends on that. I got out of it for a profit.
It's gone from more than 2 to 1 to now 1.3 to 1, and it was 1.2 before. So that's a decline in demand. That's demand related. You also see wages coming down. You see quits coming down. So I think that tells you that policy is probably restrictive. I think it's also fair to say, though, that the U.S. economy is different this time for a couple reasons. One is that people
SPY going a little lower now, and GME too.
Mortgages, and now they won't move because they would be moving into a higher rate mortgage if they did, and they would.
So
be
GME, I don't know. I think MPW is right at 6.
Of businesses.
Yeah, so you're at your. This is the squeeze zone.
As indeed, you would expect.
To squeeze or not to squeeze.
And so they're not feeling the effects of interest rates. So
surprisingly, AMC's holding up better.
Policy is hitting the economy.
MPW below 6 now.
As strongly as it would have if those two things were not the case. Notwithstanding that, I think the overall picture still is policy's working. It's weighing on spending. It's weighing on interest-sensitive spending, and it's certainly weighing on the labor market. It's a question of restrictive policy.
Some of those chip names are holding up great.
It's been in quite some time. The rate is, at 5.25% to 5.5% is high relative to recent history. So we think that it's probably a matter of just staying at that stance for longer, and that's how we're thinking about it.
And I mean, you note about housing and about the standard model in the U.S. being I think I'm right, the 30-year mortgage is kind of the standard mortgage product. I think here in the Netherlands, flexible rates are quite more fixed rates.
Yes, absolutely.
So fixed rates are quite common too, but I imagine with shorter
10,
shorter
15,
duration.
An average mortgage, I think, has an average maturity of like 16 years. Of course, that's a little bit endogenous because of the low interest rate period we had for so long that, of course, mortgage holders tended to extend the maturity. So now, lately, it's been coming in a little bit. But still, we have a lot of fixed rate borrowing in the Netherlands, and that has, of course, also mitigated the impact of the monetary tightening, which has been stronger in those areas where there is more variable rate borrowing. But in general, I would say 85% of all financial intermediation in the euro area runs through the banks. So when you look at monetary transmission in the euro area, you have to look at credit. And credit growth has more or less come to a halt. As a consequence, we increased policy rates by 4.5% within 14 months. Credit growth came to a halt. That was a feature of the policy, not a bug. And credit has been flat for quite a while. And now we're also beginning to see the first signs of life again. Now that there is an anticipation that our next interest rate move will be a reduction of rates. You also see the first signs of recovery in credit. So in that sense, I think this is more or less how you would expect monetary transmission to take place in the euro area.
And how much of an issue has that been for you in the US?
Hey man,
where
we're
we
still
do
near the
have
low of the
this,
day. We're going to take another leg down or do another one of these little bounce modes.
For reasons that were never quite clear to myself, the turn of the year, the markets were predicting.
I'm gonna go pee too.
6 interest rate cuts by the Fed, and pricing credit off the back of that, and there being quite a big, quite substantial growth in lending and refinancing over the first couple of months of the year. How much more difficult does that really make
So I
your task that the bank's on as big a vehicle?
Well, so for what it's worth, it's a minority of intervention, but banks are still important, and particularly for small and medium-sized businesses that don't have capital market access. And credit has been tighter for some time now, particularly in the wake of the turmoil we saw earlier last year. But still, credit growth has been modest, and that's another sign of tight financial policy. So that's part of the picture. I think the fact that we have capital markets are so important for many consumer loans of various kinds wind up in the capital markets or securitized and are not held by banks. It's just it's a very healthy credit machine for people, but they're feeling these higher. Those are short-term interest rates. I think that the ones that are longer-term interest rates are the ones where they're not feeling it, and that's really mortgages, and that's companies that have turned out their debt. I think other forms of consumer debt are short-term, and the surveys show that people think it's not a good time to buy durable goods like cars and washing machines, and the reason is it's a floating rate loan at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the banking system as a whole, we've seen some jitters, I think, on both sides of the Atlantic, but on the whole, it seems both systems are relatively stable despite quite substantial rises in interest rates. Has that surprised you at all? Maybe first to Chair Powell and then to President Knott.
Has it surprised? Not really. Our banks are particularly our large banks are strong, well capitalized, very successful competitively, globally. They're in I think one of the reasons why the recovery broadly around the world from the pandemic has been strong as opposed to the one from the global financial crisis is that the very large financial institutions came through just fine. The U.S. banking system overall is in good shape. Banks are making loans, as I mentioned. Credit conditions are a bit tight, but that's part of our policy. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I think we obviously had a period of turmoil early last year, and we acted pretty quickly to stem the turmoil and also to go to work as a supervisor and make sure that banks had good plans on liquidity, had capital, understood the portfolio losses that they have for longer run securities, and are in a position to understand and manage those.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that if you have such an unprecedented rise in interest rates in such a short period of time, that this constitutes a massive shock to the financial system. So when we were sort of in the process of tightening, of course, this was sort of enhanced monitoring, an area for enhanced monitoring. Now, I think we can say, so far, so good. I entirely agree with Chair Powell that the core of the financial system has held up quite well. And I think this is in part, I think the success of the financial reform agenda that was rolled out after the global financial crisis under the aegis of the Financial Stability Board, which was very much focused about stronger capital, stronger liquidity, stronger risk management at the banks, which were at the core of the financial system, and that has clearly paid off. Now, there have been some idiosyncratic accidents here, the second-tier US banking system, Credit Suisse, but I think there were idiosyncratic factors behind it. The banks that arrived into trouble in the US were not even part of the Basel III arrangement and the financial reform agenda. But I would say so far, so good. The question marks today are much more in the non-bank financial intermediation space, where we have seen a couple of quasi-near miss accidents, I would say. The Dash for Cash, the LDI, the Archegos, the commodity traders in February 22. So these have all been pockets of vulnerabilities where you saw a combination of excessive liquidity mismatches combined with pockets of hidden leverage that we were unaware of before. And that is now also front and center of the work program of the Financial Stability Board, much more the NBFI space. Of course, we have to learn the lessons from the few banking failures that we did see, and that is continuous maintenance. But I think if you were to ask me, my main focus is more on the NBFI space than on the banking space.
We'll come back to Credit Suisse because I know that's a topic that you've spoken about quite a bit, and a few of our audience have got questions on that. But non-banks, would you share that, you know, that sense in which they're the big lurking danger in the financial system right now?
I guess I would say it this way. In the U.S., non-bank participants by non-banks in lending activities, for example, has been growing very, very fast. And it's a fairly new thing, and in many cases, whole markets are being now taken over, or now majority for non-banks. And so our job is to monitor that very carefully, because I'll say a couple things. One, there hasn't been a downturn yet. You worry about very fast growth in anything. It just kind of raises financial stability questions, and you wonder, is it a bubble? What will happen when will it deflate, and that kind of thing. And so you want to be watching it carefully. I will say, though, it's different. You know, some of the we've spent a lot of time looking at it. I just point to a couple things. One is many of the lending structures are not subject to run in the way that banks have traditionally been. The funding tends to be from limited partners who have their investment locked up for many years, and they can't get it out. So as opposed to the danger with a bank can be that all the depositors want their money at the same time, and that's the traditional problem that we've been trying to solve with bank regulation for hundreds of years. But these are different. They don't have, and runs are responsible. Bank runs or things like that are really responsible for an awful lot of the problems that happen in one form or another. So the non-bank financial sector doesn't have that as much. Another thing is the ties between banks and the non-bank financial institutions are substantial and growing. So there's plenty of monitoring for us to do there. It's not obvious to me that at this point that it's a net loss to financial stability, but I would say our jobs are to monitor it very carefully and thoughtfully and understand the implications.
And just to return to the topic of Credit Suisse, we had a question submitted ahead of the event. In your keynote speech at the 7th Annual Conference on European Systemic Risk, you talked about events surrounding Credit Suisse. What can the Foreign Bankers Association, to which we're speaking today, and the Netherlands Bank learn about the collapse of the Swiss lender?
Well, I guess the main thing one can learn about the collapse of Credit Suisse is the huge importance of governance within financial institutions, because it is pretty clear that the events that led to the failure of Credit Suisse were not sort of a classic lack of capital or, let's say, too much credit risk relative to the capital. It was management failures, there was outright fraud, there were misinvestments, there was misbehavior, even at the top of the institution. And if you have a series of governance failures at an institution, it will lead to an erosion of confidence. That erosion of confidence will lead to deposit runs, which, by the way, already took place much earlier than March 23. There was already a significant outflow of deposits also in the fall of 2022. And so we have to remind ourselves, it is not only about capital and liquidity. Governance of financial institutions is of utmost importance.
And are there any questions about AT1s and the treatments of those particular instruments?
Yeah, Archite and UWMC.
Yeah, of course.
So
there was
even
a
though
case,
bonds are getting killed, mortgage lenders are going up.
Being completely
ironically
written down.
enough.
So I think it behooves us to look a little bit deeper into this issue. Why the AT1s were drawn down, whereas equity was not fully written off. This was, by the way, completely in line with the contractual provisions of the AT1. There was just that not all investors had really read the contractual provisions, so they pretended they were surprised by it. But I think from every case, I think we should try to draw some lessons. But in this case, at least, it allowed the authorities to write down 16 billion Swiss francs, which was helpful to generate the interest of UBS to actually take over.
And now turning back to you, Chair Powell, we've got a very nice question here from Liu Zhan from ICBC, who asks, during COVID, the Federal Reserve applied high levels of monetary stimulus to further raise asset prices and support growth. Bloomberg called you Wall Street's head of state as a reflection of how strong your actions were on asset prices and how profitable your actions were for Wall Street. How does that make you feel? And how do you look back at this with the benefit of hindsight?
It makes no point of contact with the way I remember those days, so whatsoever. So I would just say this: if you put yourself in the place where we were in March of 2020, no one knew how long it would take to have vaccines. No one knew whether millions of people were going to die fairly quickly, or how long the economy would remain closed, or was it even going to be possible to reopen the economy if it had to be closed for a year? What was that going to look like? So I think it was so uncertain that I came to the view, and my colleagues did too, that we really needed to use our tools in ways that we hadn't before, because I would never have been, if things didn't work out, I didn't want to, if we had to go through a really deep, lengthy downturn, I would not want to have to explain why we didn't do that. So we did, and what happened is we announced these very aggressive, vigorous programs to support markets that we had never had to support before, the municipal market, corporate debt, these were red lines that we said we'd never cross. But the thing is, when we made the announcements, the markets healed themselves. So we made very, very few loans. We had something like $6 trillion in lending capacity. So the announcement effects of the things that we did, it really worked this time. So I think, broadly speaking, that the initial response was very successful and involved ultimately very, very little in the way of actual lending, a lot of announcements. Then the story goes on, and you have the reopening and the inflation, and we're still living through that. I think we'll have to judge that from a greater distance.
Anything you'd do differently in retrospect?
There's nothing I would do differently in the initial response. I think we did very well, and I think that the world continues to benefit from the strong response that we took, and we really avoided an awful lot of bad tail risk there that could well have come due. Again, I would say on inflation, when inflation kind of unexpectedly arose in the first quarter of 2021, I think we're going to need to, I've tried to resist reaching, conclusions about that episode until, it looks so different now than it looked a year ago, for example. All the progress we made in 2023, I think we're talking about it in a completely different way now. I think 2-3 years from now we'll be doing the same. So I don't want to try to learn lessons, in the middle of the story.
Sure. I think that's very fair. And another question here that's just been submitted from Abir, who asks, is Chairman Powell confident about the degree of independence of the Federal Reserve in relation to the executive branch of government? Do you think you have the powers that you need to defend your independence?
Yes, without question, I do. I think when I talk to elected representatives in both political parties, in the House and the Senate, and I think there's very strong support on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of Capitol Hill, for an independent Fed. I think people do understand that we're just there to do our job on a non-political, non-partisan basis. Nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, but the Fed is doing the absolute best we can with the tools that we have and the understanding of the economy that we have. I think that is very broadly understood and supported on Capitol Hill. So I'm less worried about that than the sort of things that have been in the press lately might suggest.
Okay. The same question to you. Do you feel as though the ECB's independence is well enough enshrined?
Oh yes, I think the ECB has one of the strongest statutory independencies of maybe all central banks in the world. And let's zoom out just for one moment. I mean, this inflation shock that we had, if you compare it to the previous inflation shock of the same magnitude, which was the 1970s, when we didn't have independent central banks, the main difference why I think now we have a credible prospect of getting the problem under control within, let's say, 3 or 4 years. While in the 1970s, it took 10, 12 years, and the disinflation was so much more painful. The sacrifice ratios were so much higher, high unemployment, etc. The big difference is central bank credibility. During this huge inflation wave, inflation expectations continued to be well anchored. They never drifted away.
I hope with all the recent lessons,
this is so different.
I hope these talks
to the
hit a little different.
And why
they're talking
were inflation expectations so much better
and credibility?
This time around?
You know what I'm saying? I hope you guys
can
are
have a debate about
seeing
it.
the broader context too.
But I would posit that the higher degree of central bank independence is clearly an integral part of that story. So this is a very tangible way in which we can show to society the benefits of having independent monetary policy making.
Would there be anything that you'd like to add to that on the case for central bank independence?
I think Klaus said it very well. I mean, and I think in the United States we don't have quite the constitutional, I think, support that you have for it. It's a statutory arrangement. It's an institutional arrangement that has benefited the public, and that's all it is. Congress can change it any time they want. It would take Congress to change it, though. There's nothing the executive can do. And again, I don't think that's likely, but
he tweeted.
As long as what we're doing is keeping our heads
look
down,
at that. We
working
got a
on
kitty
the things
tweet.
we're supposed to be working on, doing our absolute
and then
best,
Boeing delivery
and
numbers,
explaining
GameStop with a
ourselves
pop,
as best
Tesla
we
at the
can,
high,
acknowledging mistakes and going forward, and that we will have the faith in our independence that we need, and I think we do have that now, and I'm determined that we'll continue to have it.
And I think that's a very suitable note to end this discussion on. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Foreign Bankers Association for putting on this wonderful event.
Thank you, Jerome Powell.
The organisers, Richard and
So again,
Maxine, our Cognito Media, our audience here.
All right, we'll wrap it up there. But literally, like during all of it, I think Powell's attitude caused a little back and forth. It was the same speech, but then he started going on about higher for longer, but then they're not going to raise rates. That got bonds down a little bit, and then you had like the little bit of the pop and lock, but then he started talking about neutral rate. I gave you guys a real-time update as it was happening, and then it dumped, and then now we're like right back in the middle, and then this is like slightly above where we had the PPI. But again, he even said he kind of made a little bit of a hint towards, what's it called? He made a hint towards the data, and then literally right as that was ending at the top of the hour, Roaring Kitty tweeted, you got what, $2 pop on the stock, and then they just halted it. That's all right now. Where is it? So this is what he tweeted. What does that say? Original wardrobe? That's the movie. Come on, Chad. The only Troy I know is Troy Lemon, baby. That's my guy. All right, and then Banks on the high, and then again Tesla right before we watch that. So that's the first one. We'll wait 30 minutes. We'll wait 30. You're not going to understand all of them. Again, if you guys didn't pick up from the video, I mean, a lot of people are, I don't know if it's just the AMC apes, but a lot of the movies and then his like tweets and then all. People are thinking it's something in that realm, but for the most part, I mean, you gotta decode. I'm sure there's a deeper meaning, but yeah, man, that's it. That's where we at, baby. That's where we at. That counts as bullish. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, somebody, I think Troy just posted that quote there. I mean, people already just like a guy tweeting and this and that. So, I mean, people are already confused by the 100% reaction that was already caused. But my goodness. And then Robert, remember, I mean, you get timed out like every other day. Remember, you, be cautious on the you comments. Talk of yourself, my brother. Not spewing the negativity towards the people, whether they sold or not, Maybe give good advice, try to help, but yeah, do your thing, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Somebody said in the Twitch, they're like, I was about to type something, and then I saw the amount of views I typed in it, and I realized. So that's a good way to gauge your comments. You're not on timeout, dog. Nah, you good, man. Yeah, rebuke it. LT was right about buying it yesterday. I mean, he was in. I was surprised. He was really, really into it, man. I was like, all right, well, I'm just chill. I'm glad this time around. I mean, we did have AMC last time. We bought AMC super cheap, so we just rode the wave. But that's kind of how I am. Like, I don't know. I'm cool with riding the wave, but I don't know if I'm gonna buy a new surfboard. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see, baby. We'll see. That's the Soldier Boy. Ain't that Soldier Boy? Should have sold everything and bought it like you said yesterday. It was an idea. I mean, that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't know if I didn't feel that compelled though. I kind of like the chilling, but you know, I still think anything can happen. You know, this is day 2, baby. Day 2, baby. Ride with it. So we're gonna find out. I mean, honestly, I think by tomorrow we already got a little reaction off data. I want to see how the market is going to take it, but for the most part, I mean, we should have a powder keg of a week still. Keep the long term, bought GME. Hey, man, I mean, I could have ideas, but let's see if there's a better opportunity. Either way, I'll always have a long term, and then we go from there. I mean, listen, man, if I just called out Robert for talking about people, why would I let you talk about Robert? You know what I'm saying? So ironically, you're the only one who got a timeout and all of that. So amen. See, but you see, like it starts, you see, it gets people like started up. That's exactly why, man. So just follow the rules, show love, man. Y'all got Twitter and shit. Go Twitter, Reddit, go beef with people there. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You do your thing, baby. You do your thing. Have a good day. But yeah, JP Morgan and the bank started to make a move. That was her. And then GME unhalted now. You're at 53.85. We'll see if they use the defense system. The Holt defense system. PPI was hot, but literally, I mean, the same analysis I gave you, Powell literally just repeated it. You know, it came in hot, but it was a mixed report because of the revisions. So they revised the last couple of months down, and then and then this month came in super hot. But then Powell said something weird, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. They hate Solana here. Bro, you did it again. God bless, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. But yeah, the thing that Powell said that was weird is literally he was talking about inflation. He said month-over-month readings may start to come back down. So I don't know if he snitched on tomorrow, but for the most part, PPI came in hot, revised lower. People think it's going to come in low tomorrow, but I think by the end of the day, we'll see where the economists really end. Because, again, some people put in their revisions or their expectations. They put it in right before. He slipped and said, I believe it. Well, either way, that's just like a weird, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I took confidence in hearing that. Like, even then, like, you know, the lessons we were going about, like, I think it was 2 days ago. Did you guys, like, there's a huge point that, I don't know. I think some of you will relate to it a little bit more, or you'll get it. But it was related to, like, the unions and their response to a central banker. Do you guys remember that in one of the lessons? That was 2 days ago on the watch list. If you watch to the end. If you don't watch to the end, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. But there was that lesson. I could probably pull up the writing on it. But think about the fact, like, there is groups of people in the United States. There's interest groups. There is certain, like, places, you know, whether it's sectors, groups, producers, unions especially, but like when they hear Powell say something, they believe it. Like literally like 1,000%, no questions asked. So like this is what I brought up on the watch list 2 days ago, but like think about it. There's all of the surveys that you see. You know how when you see a Michigan consumer sentiment, or you get data and it's like, oh, people feel this, even producer prices. Think about that. You know, like there's groups and then there's unions, but their level of relationship with the central bank is that if they say something, they believe it. So that's what I'm saying. Like Powell, when he does say stuff, I mean, if you do, there's a lot of people that take it at face value, and even then, sometimes it is very reassuring. But he did say something about inflation coming down, but then again, he didn't give you a time frame. So we will see. Well, it's not really just the market believing something. Like we're talking, like think about it. All those surveys, they don't really represent the market sometimes. That's why a lot of us are like, wait a minute, who's doing that? Who's voting on that? Who did this? Who did that? Like, oh, that's not in reality. It's because, I mean, it's more likely it's the unions and the people in these interest groups doing these surveys and their relationship with a central bank. If they do believe it, they have made a credible commitment, they believe it. You know, that's why their survey, when they're like, where do you think it'll be? They're like, oh, I think it'll be here. Why? Because Powell said that. So it's kind of nuts. 2 meetings ago, Powell said there'll be seasonal inflation, but it would come back down. Yeah, I mean, he's been, ever since it all happened, that's why whether it would go down or up, that's why he's like, we're not getting excited either direction because we expected these movements. So it's that strategic ambiguity is giving him that room to let it all play out, and then market's more reactive than not. But then again, market's doing great too. Yeah, Roaring Kitty tweeted 12 minutes ago. You'll probably get another one in 18 minutes if he follows the same schedule of yesterday. Does the Roaring Kitty post imply he's done? I mean, I think interpretation is up to everybody, and like that's the whole like funny part about it. Nobody has any real idea of what it is saying, but I feel like it just means he's battling. I feel like getting ready for battle and getting the soldiers, getting everybody ready to fight. I don't know. That seems to be the reaction so far. It's funny. I don't know. I hope you do see the humor in all of it, no matter what. He said it's wartime. He's winning. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, it's his interpretation. That's why I'm like, it's kind of fun, but we don't really know yet. And that's why I'm like, don't forget, like with all the other plays and what it could lead to. I mean, for now, this is all about GME. And then the next question is, what does that, just start spilling over to? HIMS is breaking out here. They're at the high again. I got GME in the top right. Is doing good. Mm-hmm. Powell's a translator for the data, an unneeded one if you could read the data. I would disagree with you. And I even think that, like economics disagrees with you. You should, I don't know if you've seen the lessons that we've gone over, but essentially to try to fit it into your framework, Powell is a leader. That's what the whole idea of a credible commitment from a central bank. Powell is supposed to be this leader. Powell is your ape. He is your Keith Gill and for the economy. He says, this is my policy. No one's I'm doing it independently. And this is where we're doing. Well, even without the data, because like, think about it. If he tells you something, he got people to believe transitory, regardless if the data showed it or not. The whole idea is that if he can lead you to believe something, that makes them credible, and it helps keep their autonomy. And that is what he wants. Because again, he'll tell you himself. like with Volcker and all of that, like the belief in people's minds. So that's the difference. Like, think about it. Like Japan. Why is Japan getting clapped in its own weird way, right? Where the yen is. Because, dude, the whole Bank of Japan, their leaders, we don't really believe them. Most people don't. They don't, because they say they're going to do something, or they say this is what's up, and then they haven't really followed through in the same way. So, like, in a weird way, Powell's job is to be the leader. And like I'm saying, there's interest groups and other parts of the economy and that are involved, and they believe what their leader says, no matter what. It's like, why do you believe inflation is going up or down? Because leader tell me so. So, yeah. Oh, my goodness. You are our leader? Well, listen. You are not a follower of mine if you don't have a long term. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Then you're following a false God, a false Josh, and I am just a man. I follow finger to the sky. So amen. I punt to Jesus. Amen. Amen. Mm-hmm. Your long term's 100% SQQ. You did not understand the mission, my brother, but I still root for you. Your long term is just cash and bonds. That's better than the whole long term shorting. But I think, like, straight up, you guys have been here. Some of you come back right now too, but you've seen the last couple of years the nonsense, the back and forth, and it's just like, some assets and owning them, it's been good, and you want to make sure you own a little bit. So I've been, if you have a lot of cash, I think you're getting paid good yield, and you could get a good return. You could lock in some good bond rates right now that, if things do change in the future, you may not see for a couple of decades. But at the end of the day, you're going to want to own a couple of assets. And like, the sad reality is just like, look, dude, like the price of rent, the price of houses, it's like, if you don't own assets, labor does not keep up with capital. And sadly, some of the actions we've seen over the last couple of years, it has widened that gap. That's why I tell y'all, I want you to own assets, because I want your labor and your income to increase. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure we have assets, because if that gap widens even more, you don't want to be left behind in that sense. So, responsibly owning high quality assets over the course of your life, it's going to help pad the stats there and help you with that. So I believe in buying in gold, but I don't think you should go too crazy. So, like, I bought gold 10 years ago, and I never really added to it after that, and I think you could have a little bit of it. It's a great portion of your portfolio, but just like cash or anything else, just don't go overboard. I wouldn't really be putting 20% of my portfolio in gold or metals, but, I think 1 to 5% of a portfolio, you could justify it. But I wouldn't go that insane. Nothing changed my mind about GME. I still don't trade it. I still think it's not really valuable, but I do believe more in the hype element. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, man, I'm kind of even. I think Wall Street's gotten 10 times shadier, even since 2021. So like what I'm saying. Like, I honestly. So I don't know, like, nefarious activity and people kind of, and I see the low liquidity that kind of gets me there. But I'm not I'm not telling you to go into anything. Again, even the play that I like, even if it has a short squeeze, like, I'm already in it for a different value reason. So it's like, I think everybody be responsible, and but I think it'll cause some moves, and if the people are behind it, and I think if Wall Street get caught offside from being scammy, shit, I think they deserve it. So like, I'm not really I'm not as against it as I was, but like, I can't justify. I'm never going to tell you to fucking put your money and life on the line and hold the line, and everyone's selfish and greedy, so don't ever forget that. Welcome to Wall Street. And there'll be an opportunity, and I like I'm saying, if you see people off sides, take advantage of it. It's very simple, whether it's the people who are shorting, whether it has to do with, like, the rates and the data and all of it. It's just like, if that's how it's going to be, then, I mean, you got your little opportunity. Just don't fall in love. And that's it. And that's what I'm saying. Long-term above all else, no matter what. That thing has been great. And then even in these little mini moments, you even see how long-term could even benefit you. You're trying to take my joy out of it? What? No, I did not sense any joy killers. No, it's good. I thought good question, and I think a good answer. Oh, you were saying because the GME comments. Yeah, like I'm saying, man, just watch out when you say you, they. Like, you guys know. I mean, it's just talking about other people. I get it. Let people have their moments. Do all of it is. Try to follow the rules. And, like, I said it yesterday, man. Like, I was on live on Instagram. And I don't know, man. Just be at peace, because you see how these events and drama, and it gets people going. But I do think a clear head, and, you know, we had a good PHILO. Yes, like, why are you even tripping on anybody, whether they do something good or do something bad? Like, you might have to watch yesterday's PHILO, because you're just getting distracted by it all. And again, this world wants us to fight, but, you know, I don't think you have to take that route. Testimony: once I started long term, shares my gains have been steady to the upside with no stress. Amen. Amen. You got an email from Jessup Auto Plaza. They asked if you'd be interested in returning. You worked there in 2010. You haven't worked since 2010. They said 56 flat. You told them no less than 65 tech shortage. I mean, can you work on EVs? Do you have that, like, qualification? We still have 17 days. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, man, we'll see how this plays out. I think that's why I'm like, it's still even early. And this one feels like last time, but it's different. Like I was saying yesterday, I don't know if it's going to play out exactly the same, but it's definitely rhyming. And there's definitely some other stuff beneath the surface. But then again, I mean, time is of the essence. And, you know, the answers will be revealed. Revelation, baby. Revelation. A low-key bought because of your boy. I hope that helped. And then again, take profits too. Like, you know what just be prepared. A little bit of here, get exposure, take it if you win. You know, just move and just watch your back. That's all it comes down to. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a fucked up game of musical chairs. That's all. We should play musical chairs. Like, I'm telling you, that's all it is. And that's why, like, I'm like, why are people getting so worked up by how this game operates? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't be like, it's a childish game, but you don't have to get angry like a child in the midst of it. But this is musical chairs with money. That's all it is. The music plays, it stops. Even these halts, the morning, it closes, it opens up. You're like, oh, it's going up 100. Dun 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 dun. It's up 100%. Dun 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 dun. Halt. You got it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you got a chair yesterday. I don't know if you'll get a chair today. Or maybe you didn't get a chair yesterday. Maybe you'll get one today. But you just got to be safe, because if you don't get that chair, it shouldn't cost you everything. And that's the thing that you got to factor in. It's just like the earnings, bro. When you gamble on the earnings, and listen, I think you should have a long term. Not giving you gambling advice, but if you are going about this fucked up game of musical chairs, as long as you control your balance, that's just gonna. I think worst case scenario, and that's all you got to think about. That's it. As long as you could protect yourself from the get go, you're gonna have a lot of fun. You know, because it shouldn't hurt you, unless you're putting yourself in that position. And that's the thing. It's honestly, you say I want all in, and it's like, it's hard because that is the temptation. Why? Because you just saw it go up all in. You could have doubled your money in 10 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then you're like, whoa. So that's welcome to the game. 2-year leaps are long-term, like nominally, like when you say it out loud, like that's a long time, but I wouldn't count that as a long-term, like equity for the stocks, like your portfolio. It's because it's an option. You don't think Roaring Kitty should be tweeting? He has $50 million. Why is he trying to pump the stock and trying to entice influence people to FOMO? It's up to that person to not take stupid risk. Well, that's where, like, I think, remember, we were talking with LT yesterday, and I was like, and I even said it from the get-go when he first came back. I was like, did the guy run out of money? Like, the question is, why now? Why is he there? Like, what? And again, we don't know. And, like, in a weird way, though, I'm like, what could be homie's motive, though? Because that's at the same time, I mean, last time his motive, he really believed in the company. And, you know, last time his motive was, it was a line. That's honestly, I really think, I don't think Mr. Kitty was that bad in all of it. I think his motives were kind of pure in a very weird way. But then, like, again, it turned into the AMCs. You know what I'm saying? Like, AMC, I don't think that was pure. Why? Because look at Adam Aaron. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think the greed filtered into everything. But I don't, like, what was his intention the first time? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, why did he go about it? He is a financial advisor, and then GME goes to 80. Something isn't right. I mean, I don't know. I think he was, though, like, I don't know. Are you thinking he has deeper Wall Street ties? Because remember, Mr. Pluck, dude, he wiped out a mother effer. Like, you realize that. Like, a big-ass, rich-ass mother effer on Wall Street got wiped out because of him. You know, I guess I don't know if you want to blame him directly. But it is something you got to think about. So I'm like, what is his point? Like, what is he trying to get out of this? And I think it is hard to tell his motive, but I don't know if his motive's as nefarious as I don't know, other people on Wall Street. NVIDIA ripping and AMD? Hi. It's been going up all day. Has to do with the election. Somebody commented that on the watch list. I was laughing because they're like, what if he comes out and then the stock is DJT? That'd be hilarious. I'd be like, oh, man. Roaring Kitty. It's like, yeah, Donald, I'd like to announce Roaring Kitty, Keith Gill. He's a good guy. He's now my vice president. It's good. AMC, GME, everybody. You could be a part. That'd be nuts. But yeah, that'd be like funny. Like that was like, I actually, that'd be hilarious. You would have to vote then, I guess. I'm gonna vote this year. I already kind of made that plan. Like this year, my goal is to get like mobility, you know, some flexibility, and then I'm gonna vote. You're lost. You feel like the stock market is broken or people's minds are broken. I mean, listen, short term is gonna do that to you. Let's be real. I'm not telling. I've seen way easier markets. I've seen markets that are more difficult. And the fact of the matter is short term is always going to be confusing. I think we all kind of need to get used to that. Why? You know, just like the aspect, the man presents his case. He sounds like he's innocent until there's a counter, right? It's just like always in the short term, you are going to have that confusion. I think longer term, there's a couple of question marks, but that generally remains the same. But this is one thing I'll say, man. Like even the moves here today, I was thinking about it and like laughing because like, I don't know if we're arrogant Americans, but like imagine this. When the Japanese intervene, what is the point? They drop $40 billion to get the currency to pop up, and they don't tell you whether or not they do it. But the idea is if you could get that price moving, if you get other people to jump on board and change their opinion, that's how you help it out. So now I'm not saying that happens in our market, but you know, think about it. Like that's why in the short term, one big pop, you're like, oh my gosh, and then it drops. You're like, wait. And this, it's kind of the same thing, especially in low liquidity. But yeah, Kitty tweeted, but just think about it. One big price move, it changes your emotions. It changes your perception. And if people jump on it, that's how it's always kind of worked. Yeah, Euro close, and then Kitty should be. Is he going to drop a tweet? Are we on the same schedule? We are, baby. 6 seconds. Morning affirmation. He posted a TikTok.
Don't be the bigger person today. Be the person that helps them understand that sometimes when you fuck around, you find out.
Whoa, Buster. Look who's got something to say.
I'm Mom, and I want to shoot down everything you say so I feel good about myself.
Look who's ragging on the old lady.
Hey.
Finally? I'm an uptight Buster! You old horny slut!
Okay.
Well, no one's going to
I like it. Yeah, this is his tweet. He just tweeted this like 10 seconds ago.
Today.
I see. He said bears, too. I think that was very, like, direct. So, literally, because that's not the scene, but he put the subtitles that said, look at the bears.
Hey, so I feel good about myself.
Look who's ragging on the old lady. Look who's ragging on the old bear. So, I don't know. I think these are a little more direct than yesterday. Oh, man. Don't you think it'd be the gag order and that ran him through? Imagine you couldn't do stream for 3 years. That's what he's doing now. Oh, 1,000%. I mean, the gag order's up. Now he could talk about it, but they did him dirty, bro. Like, that's, I don't have to be a fan of GME and be like, oh, buy it. But, like, no, they did Homeboy really dirty. That's insane. Again, if I had a 3-year gag order for what? Like, he didn't do anything. Like, then that's why. Did he tweet again? No, we just had, unless you're talking about the one that just came out. We got it within seconds because it's on a schedule. No, he didn't tweet again, yeah. There was the one 2 minutes ago. What do you mean they diddy him? No. Like, low-key, we treated what they did to Keith Gill. I mean, no, like, high-profile case has even had to go through that. Like, again, my man just made a lot of money. He was buying the stock before anybody, and, like, you know, he posted it very transparently, but it's like they said you can't speak for 3 years. So, again, that gag order expired 2 days ago. Or, excuse me, a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I'm all set risking my portfolio for a pumper with subpar memes. I bet he gets arrested soon. You're talking about Roy and Kitty? I feel like the Twitch doesn't like him as much. I feel like the Twitch is definitely more skeptical. You think he's a pumper? There's no squeeze, just him enjoying his speaking rights? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, all he did was tweet. That's it. First time in 3 years. If everybody else wanted to go crazy about it, like, that's it. Twitch should like him. That's wild. Arrested for posting memes. Twitch got hurt last time. CIA asset. He could be. I'm with Twitch. No one said you need to risk anything. F is he doing? Twitch is mad they missed it out. He is now pump it. .72 has entered the chat. That's funny. I think he likes this. Arrested for what? Pumper, definitely. He just wants tendies. You're liking it. Hey, Mark Dez every day, baby. God bless you, bro. Good morning. Oh, man. The stock was pumping before he tweeted. The last one is more direct. That last one was more direct on the Bears. It literally said Bears. That was like a stock reference. CIA asset. Yeah, man. Subpar memes. How dare you? Twitch calling their local CIA office. Twitch chat filled with hedge fund bots confirmed. Damn. All right, now I was reading the YouTube. Let me go back to the Twitch now. Let's see what they said. I'm not trying to instigate it. I'm like, for real though. I'm genuinely not trying to instigate. I'm trying to give a full scope of opinions here. You know what I'm saying? Like, even yesterday, you got my take. You got to hear lending take. I want to see. I'm genuinely interested. I'm trying. You know, we have thousands of people here. Why wouldn't we get a feel for how, like, you know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't we gauge public sentiment right now? Let's see. YouTube definitely has a full scope of opinions. I'm going to call the CIA on YouTube. The people shorting did him dirty. He's out for revenge. I mean, imagine if you couldn't do your own stream. How would you feel? I feel you lost money on AMC, but that's not his fault. It's my own fault for not saying. He wasn't even involved in AMC. That's why that's why I have to. AMC, bro, Adam, Aaron robbed all of y'all. And I have to tell you, just in the scope of it, I bought AMC before every mother effer. We had it at fucking $3. Okay? So, and that it just turned into greed, and Adam Aaron pillaged. He's a pillager. He is a, if I was Kendrick Lamar, I would call him a colonizer. He's an awful human, and I will pray for him. And I'm not one to judge because I have my own awfulness too. But I've not pillaged like that before. That he's a pillager. I hate him in that sense because he really, that was greed, bro, and it was real. But technically, that was a consequence of your GameStop. But I couldn't. You can't put that on Keith. Portnoy is more of a pumper than Kitty. Why are they coming after the kids' table? You say he's the distraction. The crybabies don't like him. Don't carry their way. He's a pumper. He made me a lot of money in 21. Dude's a legend. I like the stock. We're more mature over here on Twitch. I didn't realize they implemented a gag order. CPI is tomorrow. That's it. All right. Well, I'm not in the CIA. I swear. He's definitely in the CIA. We should watch out for him, Twitch. Have you ever seen those? I see him on TikTok, bro. Like, let me just tell you guys, if like a super buff white dude tries to buy drugs off of you, that's a cop. Okay? I'm definitely not in the CIA, bro. Why would I say that? No, man. Fucking love the game memes. I love the game memes, dude. So, dude, you know what I'm saying? Stock squeeze, stocks, up. I have, like, Weebles, chill, dude. Oh. Adam Aaron's a scumbag confirmed. He dumped yesterday's first chance. He had an average of 350. He dumped the whole 250 allocated. Yeah, he did the March he did that filing too in March. So he already set the ATM up. And then yesterday when it pops, he dumped all of it. I mean, he's definitely are you talking about Roaring Kitty? He's wearing a costume and playing a character. Whether it's supposed to be ironic or pandering, I don't know. They planned this before. No, I mean, I don't know. I can't link Roaring Kitty and AMC. I think AMC is just an opportunist. That's it. Like that's all it is. I think at any time AMC is just ready to go. But I don't know if that would insinuate that they planned this ahead of time. Zoom, Meta's shutting down Workplace, its enterprise communication business. Is that why Zoom had that pop? Troy posted that a couple minutes ago. Pop like, and SPY came down, bonds, like I was saying in the morning, I was like, why are the bonds even up after the data? But they are finally coming down. We're getting conspiracy. I mean, I think if I could, bring us all back and I just take the reality for what it is right now. We don't know anything. That's it. The reality is the man tweeted. That's all. There may be a message, there may be this, but for now, until there's more info, it's just like I really just like that's why it's like you realm into conspiracy because we're all speculating. Nobody knows. He could have a big plan, no plan. He could be the sketchiest, the best. It doesn't like nobody knows. This is just a tweet and and it caused a reaction. And that's where we are right now. Because I don't think his account would be hacked this long. Because then if it was hacked and you didn't make a serious effort to inform everybody, you would still be liable. If that makes any sense. Nobody gets hacked, has 40 million views on their tweets and is like, oh, I didn't realize till Friday after close. Only person who could get away with that is if it was Boeing and then instead of like your account getting hacked, you're just killing a whistleblower. Only Boeing could get away with that, but I think he would be held for negligence if that was the case. And speaking of which, Boeing is on the high, 2.7. I'm not in Zim shares. No, I got out of that a while ago. I closed out of XLU today. I had old utilities. We collected a couple years of dividends, and then I had a little bit of a gain, but I got out of that. Oh, yeah, Chad, let's do push-ups. Honestly, I just sat down for like the first 5 minutes of the day. I've been standing since 5 a.m. That's it, bro. I was like, man, I don't think I'm going to try to never sit down again. I know, it's big. Yeah, Kitty got in more trouble than Boeing. I mean, technically, I don't think there was a judgment against him in terms of monetary or anything like that. But, I mean, he got opened up to other lawsuits, believe it or not. But then, it just the gag order and the way they put him in the front of it and, tried to hold him responsible. And, again, you had billionaires doing shady shit. You had Robin Hood acting a certain way. It's funny that he's the one who actually took the blame. He got in zero trouble and there was no gag order. Well, I'm under a different impression. You could email me sources if you have those. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Prove it? I mean, sir, you can't say that after I ask you to do the same thing. I just said it nicer. I said, can you send me a source? You can't prove something didn't happen. I mean, just search Roaring Kitty gag order. You'll find it. If that's what I'm saying. If you could show me the other one, that'd be awesome. But Bloomberg has mentioned it. Reuters, almost every news source, they have them in their articles. So, yeah. Where is Michael Burry in all of this, right? He's like, I got a new solar prison stock. What? How is your dog? It's my girlfriend's dog. He's good. I mean, he doesn't shit in my house when he comes over, which is great. But he did fuck up my Theragun the other day. So, he was at my house, and I had a Theragun, and he ripped it apart. He just ate the whole entire Theragun. I said, okay, dude, thanks. Awesome. GME was already up. Yeah, it was. I mean, the whole 2 weeks before GME, or before this whole thing, the stock was up a ton. Everybody noticed it. Even I remember the last 2 Fridays before this, it would be a run into GME, and everyone's like, "Oh crap, it's going up," and then there wasn't any news or anything. Palantir running. I think it's part of. Didn't that run during the meme stock thing in 21 too? MPW. Yeah, remember, it wasn't even up in the morning. That was the funny part. So like when GameStop was already up in the morning, it didn't go crazy till like right ahead of open. But it is $6. That's, I think, 6 is squeezy. Anything below, it's being held at bay. And then SPY's coming down and bonds stop going. And then even GME, bro, it's kind of like yesterday. I think we're in that moment where we're going to spend the next couple hours until the end of the day if we're going to get anything. Amidst all of this, you're proud Pfizer's doing its best. Yeah. I don't know, because I feel like Pfizer even has a little bit of shorts on it too. But they held up, even after ex-dividend. That's the crazy part. So if you made that ex-divvy play, you actually got rewarded. There wasn't a sell-off. There was a Kitty tweet about 15 minutes ago. We'll probably get one in another 15 minutes if he follows the same path as yesterday, the schedule. And then SPY's coming down. Yeah, Lucid is kind of heating up. Remember, Lucid and JetBlue. Those are the other. JetBlue's still killing it. These are the other heavily shorted names. The pattern was every 30 minutes. It seemed like he had something scheduled. CPI, I mean, I think it's going to come in a little hotter, but I do think that after today will be a little hotter. I don't think it's going to hit as bad. And then, I don't know, I'm kind of questioning Powell's interpretation, but I'm thinking a little hotter. I think either at expectations or slightly hotter, but then I don't know how the market is going to take it, because I think it depends on whether or not the forecast for tomorrow is higher than where we're at, because right now it's still kind of like dovish. What time will we know the CPI? Tomorrow morning, 1 hour before the bell. So just like today, the PPI, that came out 1 hour before the bell. We had a big move. It was pretty bad. But then you instantly bounced off of it, and then people started looking ahead for the next one. What do you mean by I don't see any inflation? It's just the fact that, cumulative inflation is still through the roof. Like if you add up all of the years, I mean, it's really bad. That's why your prices aren't coming down. But if you look at the month-over-month rate and the year-over-year, I mean, again, like what? We're at 3.5. If tomorrow comes in at expectations, we're at 3.5. If tomorrow is better, inflation will be at 3. So that's, 1% off of their target. But the year-over-year does not show inflation that is out of hand or like we experienced. But so that's why he's saying in the short run, I'm sure he doesn't see inflation in that sense. Yeah, he's speaking long term, and he's talking about he's talking about the velocity, the trajectory. So when he says I don't see inflation, it's this dip. So like what do you're actually watching it deflate technically, but it doesn't mean prices are actually coming down. But that's where he's like, well, we're not, but the problem, I think Kashkari brought this up a couple weeks ago, is that the problem would be if we stay sticky and we don't get lower than there. But the downside, that's what's giving you some of the issues there. So, ta-da. And yes, if you do trust the numbers. Lucid and JetBlue. Those are the ones that GME is just chilling at 50. It's still up 64%. That is the crazy part. Stag is good without deflation. Well, then the stag is like, stagnating, right? The economy. And then go look at GDP. Go look at earnings growth, 4.5%. Like, those are the things that are not stagging. So that's where he's saying it's not like inflation is in the curve is turning up, but then at the same time, it's not as if the economy and economic activity is slowing down. It is. I mean, I do agree. It's only the beginning. I don't. You haven't even seen a negative. I think you'll start and remember this. Come back to me and like the video when this happens. But the world will feel different once you have a negative revision on the non-farms, and that that's a stage we haven't even encountered yet. So we have a lot. I mean, dude, we haven't even cut rates. We haven't done anything. Powell has just been talking about it. So, yeah, I mean, right now there's a lot of early stage and stuff that hasn't happened. But like I'm saying, one day you'll see it. The non-farm BLS, they're going to revise the number lower. Like, it's going to come in negative. You're going to see a jobs number that's negative off of a revision. And like I'm saying, just it'll feel different. The world will be different. You'll be looking around and like, You'll have coffee. Yeah, well, you guys know, too, like, even in Europe, a lot of the countries, like, do you guys know they don't count house prices in their, in inflation? Even we don't. You guys know, like, technically, we don't look at the house price. We only factor in rent, and then it's an owner equivalent. It's actually nuts. But, like, most of, like, so even if you go look at inflation in Europe, it does not factor in the price of a house. It only factors in the price of rent. I don't think they include cigarettes either. Yeah, it's weird. But, like, even then, the way, like, governments have viewed inflation is it doesn't account for buying an asset. So it's not thinking about you buying a home. It's just saying rent. If you wanted to rent and live, that's what it would. And then last time they did something with coffee. Rent always follows house price in the long term. Not all the time, but there is a relationship. Usually it goes up, but then again, like, rent is it's a weird phenomena. But this is what I would say is that, like, when you look at mass housing, like when I do commercial, if I'm trying to buy like a 20 unit, a 40 unit, you can't comp that. So in certain places, like, it's hard to get a comp on the price of a house, especially if we're talking several units. So you do use rent. So in commercial real estate, if you can't find a 20 unit, 30 unit, 40 unit comp that, like, shows you the value, you're going to use the rent roll and the rent, and you're going to go from there to make that determination of what it's worth. So will a bank to even give you a loan. If they can't comp it out, they're going to use the rent to give you a value. Who makes these decisions? The governments. I mean, in our case, it's the BLS. You could go to BLS.gov and read their whole. It's so convoluted and it's funny, but, like, that's why, like, a lot of the data is even, like, it's like a 2-year window of data recording. Believe it or not, that's why you have so many constant revisions, and then they compare it to a daily average of the last 2-3 years. Then every 3 years they update it. So it's quite wild. What are some things you could do with your 401k? You let it grow, get hopefully some tax benefit gains if you do it right, get good dividends, get free money, take advantage of employer match. This GME pump is much bigger. They changed the share prices. It's back to 2021 prices. It's nuts. I mean, what I said this morning, and I think this should be it. Like, dude, you guys don't think it's weird that you're getting this level of pump, and like it's not as popular like as it was. No one's talking about this like they were. Dude, last time you had everybody, you had every influencer just pumping this shit, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm like, it is very fascinating that this time, like, that's a huge move on GME. And this is day 2, but you don't have an army of greedy people pumping it in the same way it was. I think you're getting all the old guys back, but dude, this ain't and that's why I'm saying liquidity. I don't know, man. I think I was telling you guys liquidity 3 days ago, and we were looking at, go watch the bootleg watch list, and we were talking about it. But dude, this even highlights the massive moves off way less people. And I think there is a liquidity element that is happening with all of this. But it is wild. So, yeah, that's why I'm like, we'll find out where this goes. Well, I think it's going to be like, I think, sadly, like, that's the momentum defense system. That is the iron dome of the stock market. It just let it pump pre and post and then kill it for 7 hours at cash. It's fucked. But we've seen this many other, and I think that's how you handle low liquidity. Get it to move pre and post, open it up, try to attract whatever little money, and then that's it. And then the moves are happening after. But we've gone through periods of this. It was like end of last year, we saw a lot of it, and then a little bit of this year too. Your wife has $10K in a 401k that she took. She just got laid off. I mean, you could put it into another 401k, or if she gets another job, you could transfer it over. But I would just keep it invested, or try to move it to maybe even consider like an IRA. If you guys want, you can make an IRA for retirement and then better tax benefits. Not a recommendation. You think it'll run? I think it could run or die after close. So what I just said does not insinuate only up. I do think there's a lot of demand, but I think you're fighting Wall Street. Again, as weird as that may sound, in a weirdly low liquidity environment. But I think the majority of the moves will happen pre and post market. Like even yesterday, it was up 20% by the time the watch list came out. No Roth, get an IUL. I'll have to look into that. I think Roths are pretty good. Yeah, they want the moves to happen with the option. I mean, it saves a lot of money if you really think about it. 2 minutes till another one. It's already 9. My goodness. Why do you think Wall Street is losing it? I don't know if they're losing. I don't think there's that much money out right now. I think it's a, is it the emperor has no clothes? If that makes any sense. Because it's a king, it's magnificent, it looks beautiful. Like, look, listen to how insane I'm saying. I'm speaking crazy talk right now. SPY is near all-time highs. NVIDIA is through the roof right now, and I'm telling you there's no real money out there. Like, that sounds batshit, to be honest. I know there's people I know on Wall Street who would slap me, but I just think that's the illusion. It's like, and that's why they're like, oh, this GameStop stuff we don't want it to seem that it's not manipulation. I'm like, it doesn't have to do with manipulation. I think there's an impression that there's way more money out there, and there's not. I think it's trapped. I think it's in little pockets, but it's not easily movable. And I just don't think there's that much money there. That's why the smallest pieces of shit are causing the biggest moves. The smallest data, a tweet. We're talking GME pre-split is back to 200, and you don't have OnlyFans hoes talking about it. Come on, that's low liquidity. But yeah, that's what I believe for now. I was saying this for just 3-4 days ago, and everything is just starting to one after the next confirm it all. So I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't think you got as much money out there as Wall Street would like you to think. And so I don't think they're losing. I just don't think there's that much money. And that has a consequence, especially if we have something else, even like imagine something actually abrupt or a real big change, you know? So here's the new tweet.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
This is glorious. Oracle popping. Yo, Oracle pop. Hold up, Oracle pop, 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 Oracle. I don't have time to close the audio. I can't close the audio. All right, there you go.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is.
I don't know the news on it. Oracle, huge pop. Hold on, that was perfect timing. It really was. Because I had to go to there was option chains. I think I snaked one of them already. I just did it very, very small. I don't have the news on there. The information, there's this source. Troy posted it. Musk nears $10 billion deal to rent Oracle's AI servers. Oh, shit. Yeah, all right. Damn, those plays already went up 300%. I'm going to make that shit free. Oh, no, I only want to sell one, not two. Oh, damn, that didn't fill. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, Musk AI nears deal to rent. Oh, did I not show it up here? Musk AI nears $10 billion deal to rent Oracle's AI servers. So Tesla, watch that, but Tesla and your boy. All right. Well, I fled that one again. I just made them free. I just got 2 free weeklies. A little bit out of the money. But they already went up, bro. But that was a good drop. Again, I had it on the high ticker, then Troy fucking followed it up with the confirmation real quick. So you guys are getting that one really. I mean, I don't know. The option chain, good luck after that. But I literally just got 300% in like a second. So be careful on that now. But yeah, you're getting a nice move, 1.7. And that was funny with the music in the background. That was a lot of fun. Oracle sign with Palantir. Mm-hmm. See, GME shorts are strapped. How long till they have to start liquidating? I don't know. It just all depends on who it is, what they have connected. I mean, even last time, too, who's going to give them bailouts and shit like that. That's crazy. They just killed the whole option chain. So literally, stock just popped up another $1. Those options went down. So I don't know, man. I think low liquidity brings them up, but I don't know. Bro, the option went down. I sold my option for more. I got 100% more on my option, $1 lower. The stock's at 119 now. Bro, that's crazy. Now they're widening the spreads there. But again, Oracle AI deal, you got it here first, baby. We had that within seconds. Good work. Thank you for the confirmation, Troy. That was beautiful. That's it. We got it the first second on the damn high-low ticker. And then that was it. Again, Tesla didn't even move on it, and then SPY coming down. Now the option's back up. Just hit breaking AI, yeah. So now other news sources are getting it. That's starting to hit Bloomberg and shit. I did it all without a Drake feature, without a terminal. And remember, you guys, Bloomberg banned me, okay? 2 years ago, I had a terminal, and I would pay them lots and lots of money, but they banned me for sharing information with the retail community. So just keep that in mind. Okay, guys? Like the video. Oh, yeah, they banned the shit out of me. Mm-hmm. We got Bloomberg producers in the chat, too. They're homies, honestly. It's only just one person. But, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're banning Troy, too. They said, nope, sorry. So what are you using? I created my own. I went and I bought my own licenses for the news. So I pay for, like, access to certain info, and I created my own aggregator. And I have a couple of other things to back it up, but, yeah. So that's why, man. And it's all free 99. We just love y'all, man. And then that's why thank you to all those people with membership badges, all the people who donate. We never asked for anything, but they held it down, baby. All day, baby. And get a long term. Mm-hmm. It's coming down again. If you want to hold, I don't know if you hit the plays with me on that, but they went up like 400%. Now they're holding that like 300. TSM starting to move too. Intel is on the high right now. So remember, they got their little rally yesterday after getting clobbered. Now they're going up. New levels. You're 10th, baby. God bless you. Instructions unclear. Paying my Tabird subscription, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Always. Y'all already showed love. Let's go, James Cat. What a name. Is that your real name? James, is that your real name? Because you've been blessed with a beautiful name. James Cash. Let's go. Okay, the plays are going up more. I don't know. I'll just hold them. They're already free. Yeah, they went from 5 cents to 25 cents now. Bonds, again, remember I was tripping out in the morning on the bonds. I was like, why are they up? And then now it came right back down here. So, was he straight cat? It is, bro. Wow, that's a beautiful name, bro. I like it. Well, thank you, James Cash. My man. Yeah, they're weeklies. I guess we'll hold them. It's Tuesday. Those could go a little nuts. They scammed on that second pop, though. Stock literally moved $1 in a minute. That was like another 1%, and then the option went down. Oh, Sarosh! How to invest in these low liquidity long term. At the end of the day. Oh, let's go, baby. And thank you, Eduardo, too. Hey, Sarosh, all the chats, bro. Like I said, man, regardless. Listen, man, y'all got it. Y'all have been showing love and supporting regardless, man. I'm here for y'all. Y'all here for me. It's been like that, though. I ain't even saying it like it's new. I got banned from Bloomberg 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's why I love my OGs. They here, baby. God bless you. They don't feel me, bro. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. They don't feel me, bro. Market could flush. Again, we had our back and forths with all of the Powell stuff. So we here, man. Oh, even the Twitch. I didn't even see the Twitch. We have a backup Twitch because YouTube bans me from time to time, but we still love y'all, baby. Ain't mad. Mm-hmm. I stole the keyboard, and then they charged me for it. But yeah, I stole the Bloomberg keyboard. Mm-hmm. Boeing says Starliner crew launch delayed till May 21st. Noah, let's go. And LSU? Oh, whoa. And Owen? How come I was looking at the Twitter, man. Let's go, baby. Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all, man. Even yesterday, y'all been showing love every single day, dude. So, for real, man, it is truly my pleasure. And I hope you know that, man. It's for real, man. So, God bless y'all. Let's go. Man. Hey, man. You said YouTube is the backup. Twitch is the real Chads. Well, damn, that plays at 30 now. So, they're going up a little bit more now. Again, Oracle, bro, that's a 3. It's kind of small, but I think we just caught it early. I think that one we just were really fast on that one. And I think, I don't know, maybe the algos are so focused on GME that they didn't, because I don't know, they let us scam them. I don't know. That usually don't happen lately with when everything's like lower. And speaking of that lower liquidity, I mean, how you can invest, you just got to be cautious trading. And I would be prepared for wild swings. But long term, I don't think the low liquidity really matters. You could beat all of that. FFIE. Oh, yeah, that was that Faraday? That was the one in the morning, right? Wasn't that up like 118? Now you're up 225. Yeah, so that one's going nuts if you're into that. That says 20 cents. Why did you say, oh, I thought someone said 70. MP Dubs fighting for 6. It's holding right there. I mean, it could be better, could be worse, but, that $6 level really is it's a line in the sand. Is AMC resumed? Yeah, AMC, that was up 100. And then GME, again, just like yesterday, we stopped moving as the tweets come out. Make some good lunch, man. Let's go, baby. Did Vanny have earnings? I don't know. They might have. Yeah. Or they filed their 10K. No. That was from a couple days ago, I think. No, it was from here. Anticipate NPM application initiating first in-human trial after getting regulatory clearance to provide FDA with requested CMC associated with current clinical hold on NPM. Participate in multiple events, TIDES, Peptide on May 17th, as well as the annual bio conference in San Diego on June 3rd. But yeah, no, they did have earnings. They missed on revenue, but then their cash went up and then EPS in line. Oracle's still going. It's the price back to where I averaged on it the other day. But yeah, that event is Friday, so that's what we're waiting for. If they drop that's it. We're just literally, Vanny is a gamble of the nature of VKTX. You're just waiting for their drug data. If that Ozempic shit hits, we're gonna have one. If not, it might struggle a little bit. And SPY still chilling there. Oracle still. I'm surprised Tesla didn't react. Check out Qualcomm. Pay the plug, baby. Bloomberg Chad. Colt for life. Let's go. Good morning, guys, and thank you. Take it. The Andrew Tate dropped a video. Bro, you're embarrassing me. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you're like my homie trying to embarrass me in front of a girl. And like you're like trying to you're like giving me notifications on things I didn't subscribe to. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, Josh, bro, that new Andrew Tate video's out. I heard you wanted that. Is that the one you wanted to watch? Andrew Tate, Josh. I'm like, I did not put on the bell for that one. I did not subscribe to that one. Why do you keep telling me that? Like, I'm not trying to, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, man. Shit. Now I got to explain it to all the new Chads. They're like, why does Josh why does he want that, Andrew? I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that, okay? Boeing says Starliner crew launch delayed to May 21st. Don't you think it's bad news for Tesla? It indicates Musk focusing AI energy instead of X. Maybe, and I mean, I think, and he's just spending money. Qualcomm and TSM and TTC. Bro, those plays, oh, whoa. Bro, the Oracle might go 1,000%. That is nuts. Okay, I just started going crazy. Vanny News is Friday. Yeah, the Tides event is there. 300% on Faraday. That was a small, I don't know if that was squeezed or not, but that one just went crazy from the morning. I did not buy MPW to stick it to the hedgies. That, I don't know. I don't currently, I'm very content holding what I have and riding the wave. I'll pray on it. I don't, I'll pray, but I don't know if I'm going to taking it upon myself to stick it to the hedgies. I'm thinking about it, but I'm also I don't know if that's really the battle that I want, but then again, it may be a decent battle. But yeah, so for now though, I'm just riding the wave. I think it might. You're right under 1,000% on that contract. That's crazy. So that was a fast one. Got it quick, man. That was beautiful. Sentiments change. We're going to take advantage of news plays. Honestly, I think if you could get everybody distracted on other stuff, then yes. Do you see what I'm saying? Because right now, that news hit and we played it. I just think everybody was looking everywhere else, and we just got it early. But I think, so as long as it's not the only thing, boom, I sold one 1,000%. I got one more left at 1,000% now. But yeah, I bought them for 6 cents. 6 cents, sold, got my money back, got 3 of them. Oh, I guess it filled me lower. And then just sold that one 6 cents to 60 in 14 minutes. So not bad. Now we got one more. GG. We got the Oracle news, yeah, but we got it early. I just got lucky on it. I caught it off the damn high-low ticker, and then the tweet was playing. I didn't have time to click the window close, so you guys watched me make the play with aggressive roaring kitty music in the background. Oracle news is that Tesla is leasing their AI servers or something like that. What's CMSD? CMS Energy, that's getting a pop. Oh, and I think I was going to tell you guys to do push-ups earlier, but we didn't. But I've been low-key trading, or I've been stretching. So, yeah. You should probably stretch while you're trading, my friends. It's good for you. CNBC Uber pump. Remember, Uber got clobbered off of the Michigan stuff yesterday. My calls are about to be in. I can't believe it. That's actually insane. Yeah, Oracle. That was beautiful. CNBC Jason Snipe. I'll play. I need to go pee. That was good, though, man. There's a couple of headlines coming out. I think Blinken's talking. Oracle, that's our big news. God bless Chattadonia. And then, yeah, what's Schwab Network, bro? Okay, I just broke my platform. Cool. I literally just broke the TD. Yeah, never. I don't think we could play it. Nobel-winning author Alice Munro dies, 92. Oh, dude, why did that Alice Munro? No, I think she's big. I feel like I've studied Alice Munro. That sounds familiar. TD America. Bro, it just broke. All right, cool. No, like that just literally... Well, Control, Alt, delete that. Oh, Mr. Arturo. Converse cuts jobs as part of Nike cost cutting. Yeah, watch Nike. I don't know which one it's going to... I have to close both of them. Damn it. I closed the wrong one. Alrighty. Oh, JS, baby. Honestly, I'm going to get out of the other one. All right, I sold out the last contract for like 70. So I'm out of the Oracles. I'll take my 5% on there. So 2 plays, 1 for 60, 1 for 70, 1 for 13, bottom at 6. JS, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. God bless you, bro. Gotta reopen this. AMC on the low. Love you, JS. God bless, bro. Everybody, man. Thank you. You guys didn't have to, man. So I appreciate y'all. Oh, yeah, wait. What to get halted? Who? GME or the other one? GME ain't doing nothing. I mean, maybe if it flushes. AMC's coming down a little bit harder. CNBC still pumping. Well, let's see if it lets me listen.
Being a laggard.
All right, perfect.
An buying opportunity, whether it was February this year with the AI generator or February of last year when Bard first came out and blew some question about celestial orbits. Those are always buying opportunities. At this multiple with all the shots on goal, it's easy to own.
Okay, Amy, you say you're not overly excited? You call it a show-me story?
Well, we own Google.
Show you what? Good returns, 45% over a year versus 33% for Microsoft?
So we own Google. So, but I do think Google is potentially most at risk if AI takes off in a huge, huge way. Now, that's not our bet. But they own search. Search is a natural monopoly. They make so much money from it. We think that search franchise lasts longer than I think some of the other people. But I don't think that they're selling off because they're behind on AI. I think they get sell-offs when people get very excited about AI because people are worried about that franchise of their business. So that's sort of, so I do think the hype around AI sort of is to the detriment of Google or put some negative sentiment on Google because they think that that's the company that will be most disrupted. Again, I'm not necessarily saying I'm in that camp because I think AI is from a profitability
you seem
perspective.
To feel about it like I feel about Camden Property Trust. I don't know why we have a dissonance on this. I feel like there's just so many things going. I can't tell if you want to own it or not.
I do own it, so I do want to own it because I do own it, but it's not a huge bet for us. So that's how I would.
Josh, you want to settle this one? You own the shares.
On Alphabet. Well, it's no Camden Property Trust, but I must say this is one of the best performing large cap stocks in the market. Again, not quite yet overbought here. Actually has a lower RSI right now than most of the Mag 7, including Apple, believe it or not. So I think this is, look, I think this is a situation where if you're going to be a shareholder, you're just going to have to repeatedly contend with these periodic outbursts on Twitter about how Google is losing to blank, fill in the blank. OpenAI is going to release a search chat product that is going to floor people. And 100%, this stock will get knocked down that day. So then you have to ask yourself, does this like completely change Alphabet's future? Or can I withstand that kind of negative headline shock? If you can, then congratulations, you might be more of an investor than a trader. And if you can't, then you're basically going to be telling yourself, okay, this is how I operate in the markets. I like things when the news is good, and when it's bad, I exit. Neither is better than the other if you can execute well. To what Jim's point was earlier, I'm an investor. I could deal with those shocks. And by the way, shocks are easier to deal with when you keep getting all-time highs in the share price.
Yeah, what about, speaking of all-time highs, Amazon, which you called the other day, quote, the new Apple. Deutsche Bank says it's primed for a breakout. They got $210 at the price target. AWS CEO is going to step down, be replaced. But what do we think?
I just don't understand like how people could be in the market for as long as they are and not see that this is going to 250. Like it just like to me, just on valuation and growth rate, it just feels like this is something that people shouldn't be arguing with. On an enterprise value to EBITDA basis, Amazon is now trading at a 19 times trailing multiple. Not cheap for the rest of the world, but cheaper than its 3-year, its 5-year, and its 10-year median valuation. So what I'm saying, if these terms aren't familiar to you, is this is the cheapest you've been able to buy Amazon relative to its own valuation history in a decade. In the meanwhile, Amazon is putting up amazing growth numbers on an operating income basis. If you think about that Q2 2021 period through Q2 of 2023, the troubles is what we would refer to this period as.
Troubles.
Amazon had
Come on, bro. Bring up Pfizer. Come on. Let's get this over
CAGR.
with.
Now it's night and day.
Okay.
Look at what's happening from the middle of last
I'm waiting
year
for
through
it.
now. We've got 4 quarters worth
Tell
of
me
data.
about the Pfizer.
Operating income has grown at a 150% CAGR. Year-over-year operating income growth over the last 4 quarters is 132%, 343%.
All right, we'll see. I don't know if he is. Well, that was a CNBC moment. Got out of the Oracle. That was a crazy play. But that was just CNBC. I had to go to the bathroom. I had to go to the potty. But we're back again. GME. MPW is flushing right now. Teardrop. And then GME is still holding. I don't know. I think AM Dizzle or AM Sizzle, AMC. They went down a little bit. Again, Nike had some news there with the Converse. I don't know if that actually moved it. Oracle. Yeah, Nike. I mean, they're a little lower. And then SPY is coming down, man. Quite ironic. What time is it? 1:25. You'll get another kitty tweet in 5 minutes, most likely. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Oh, man. Hopefully you guys did push-ups, though, man. I'm still, I've been stretching and standing, bro, all day. All day. Oh, my goodness. Google Keynote. Well, let's see. I don't know. I don't like these tech keynotes. I don't know. I feel awkward watching them. So. Yo. My name is Google. That's okay. This beat's tripping me out, bro. Oh, did you guys know? I'm actually releasing a song today. I forgot to tell you guys. So tonight at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. Yeah, you'll be. I have my second ever country song coming out. Yeah, so hopefully I see you guys there. It'll be good. It'll be good. Spotify, YouTube, it'll be everywhere. Yeah, my second, I do country music, if you guys don't know, but it's a good one. No, I do. No, my uncle, he does some hip-hop music, but I do country. So, yeah. I could give you a preview. I mean, usually I'll play it a little later, but I don't know. You guys might like it. Why not? JetBlue on the High, remember, that's one of your squeezers. Or your highly shorted names. Where is it? Yeah, here I'll give you a little bit of it. Yeah, this is it. You wasn't playing last night? Oh yeah, that was fun. I went on live for a little bit. But yeah, this is me. I'm releasing this one tonight. You'll get the full song. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no.
Okay, you can get the next one.
I got a couple questions.
You get the next one,
If
Chad.
I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different.
You know if you know, man.
Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no.
That's yours.
I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct a book about a man?
You'll get the rest. You'll get the rest later tonight, man. You don't have to wait too long. Thank you. Even if you didn't like it, I do appreciate you, because if you do know how my country music career has started, you should hate it at first. So that means I'm making progress. And I take that. I take that, baby. I take that. Let's go. That song is called Liberals and Preachers. It comes out tonight. You'll get it everywhere, man. You'll get it everywhere. By Josh Answers. Oh, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's a good one, man. It's a good liberals and preachers. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. Mm-hmm. Oh, still got to stretch. Dude, my shoulder's kind of... I've been standing all day, but my shoulder's kind of tweaking. That is me. Number 1 hit on iTunes. Yalla. Let's go, you bad. I love you, baby. God bless you. And then Oracle's coming back down, but that was fun while live. Is that Google? I don't know if they're talking. No, they're still just playing music. FFIE's up 500. No way. So that was that Faraday. That's an EV again. I remember Faraday's back in. Holy shit. Yeah, bro. 478. That's kind of nuts. It's not funny. Microsoft gives OpenAI $10 billion and they release a Mac app first. That is kind of messed up. Kitty tweet as well. I think the Google thing is starting. So we'll get our kitty tweet and then see where it takes us. Yep. It's funny. I don't even know he's going to tweet, but I know he's going to tweet. You know what I'm saying? Like, all I do is just click on it. Wait.
Manners maketh man.
What? Wow. Wow, man. Oh no, man. Oh no. I don't know what any of them mean. Except for battle. That's all it seems like. It's good, man. That took a turn. Yeah, that did take a turn. A little bit. A lot more violent tweets today. Oh, dude. Hold on. This looks corny as hell.
A little Googling?
Oh, I'm like, hold on, bro.
Get out your computers. It's time to have
What is happening?
This
Is the
Google.
dude, what the, I was just telling you, I hate these damn keynotes, bro. And the tech industry is hella weird,
Siri,
bro.
navigate to google.com.
What the fuck is happening? I like the beat, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, is this AI? Like, what do they do? Good beat though. Did he say Siri? Like Google's falling behind in the AI race. They're like, start the Google AI keynote. Honestly, after seeing this makes the whole Roaring Kitty thing not that weird. They're doing the same thing. They're just getting you hyped up. You know what I'm saying? Ready for battle. It's the same. Is it not the same? I can't stop moving my shoulders for some reason. I just feel it in my chest. Just literally. This costed at least $500,000. Just fun fact.
Have you had your coffee? Are you awake?
Are you awake?
Have you had your coffee? Are you awake?
Don't worry, baby, Google's gonna wake you right up. Google's gonna come into bed and wake you right up.
Okay.
Don't worry about it, baby, Google wake you right up. As soon as you know it, Google gonna wake you up. You're gonna be up once Google has something to say. You're gonna be right up with that. I said you're up, you're up, you're up,
You're up. You're up. You're up. Oh, yeah. I feel it. Google, thanks, good.
Have any coffee, baby, Google's gonna wake you right up.
Go, baby. Oh, I'm so hyped for AI. Fucking give me some AI shit.
Google's gonna wake you up.
Let's go, baby. They don't. Why am I more hyped than they are? They spent $500,000 on this. The crowd is just awkwardly laughing. Good, man. This is good. It's what we needed. It's tripping me out. I don't know if this is a Google or a Roaring Kitty tweet.
Time to get up, you silly little nerds. Wake up.
There you go. He really, yeah, there you go. He called them nerds. He said, why the fuck are you so awkward? Come on, thank you. Oh, man. That was fun. I don't even know what this is about. What are they releasing? Hold on. I'm not following.
I love you, Google.com. What is it? What does it mean? Why are we here? No one knows. And you're not going to find out. Not today. Those answers, not part of the presentation.
Faraday's still going up. And Bond's got a bid spy near the lows.
I'm Mark Rebier. It's nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
This is
nice
the most personality I've seen in any of these keynotes.
Beautiful.
So that's good. I like Mark.
Hawaii. Here for Google I/O. If you have no idea who I am, that's perfectly, I would expect that. Not many people do, but I'm an improvisational musician. I make stuff up from scratch. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing this entire show. We have nothing planned. That includes the rest of the conference. None of this has been rehearsed. Sundar's going to come out.
Because last time we got in trouble for rehearsing it.
No, we don't know what's going to happen here today. They're making up these visuals right now.
I wonder what inspired
Someone's
this.
back there. So what I'm here to talk about is music. I'm here to talk to you about music. And in particular, a very exciting
new technology that we've been developing here at Google.com. Music FX DJ! That's right. No more do you need to haul around a case of records. No, the computer will take care of it.
Music FX DJ is a generative artificial intelligence tool that will from scratch generate from nothing a series of sounds as it interprets
So we could have some
your
crazy
prompts.
voice effects, bro.
I'll demonstrate
That's all
that
I'm thinking about.
to you now. Utilizing the technology at my fingertips and utilizing the colossal power of Google's machine.
Yeah, yesterday OpenAI went after like education
Connecting
and
to
teachers
Google's machine now.
and tutors. Today Google's going after the DJs.
Music. We'll start with a viola. How about that? Everyone loves a viola. And if you don't, I don't care. I don't care. You do now. Viola! No one wrote this! Google wrote this! Let's throw in something weird. Hip-hop beat from the 808 drum machine.
Hey!
It's pretty dope, actually.
Yeah, that is.
Hey!
That's crazy. So Google, you're gonna have AI beats now?
So we have the sort of melodic
That's
element
insane,
of the viola still
actually.
in there. We can pull
What
that
the
out.
fuck? No, that's insane. No, give me a little more vibe.
Chip tunes?
Oh, that one right before went
What do
hard.
you think about chip tunes? Let's see what happens.
No, this is crazy, bro. What the hell? That one's down.
There you go. Pulling that out.
This is trippy.
The machine is in control now. And that's what it can do. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. That is just the beginning. You're going to be hearing that a lot at this keynote. That's just the beginning. Okay?
I like it, but I don't know why. This is the best part. Like, dude, I'm telling. I hate these keynotes. You have no idea. I love him. That's
Now,
it. You should do every single one of them.
You will choose the prompts. And we'll leave it up to chance. As I said, everything here, unscripted, unplanned. I didn't know this was going to happen. What's this? I didn't even know you guys were going to be here. What are you guys doing here? 6 prompts. Bagpipes, Persian tar, djembe, dulcimer, flamenco guitar, Detroit techno. You know what those things are? Huh? You know what this is? You better. Shout them out. What do you want to hear? Djembe. Flamenco guitar.
Oklo Sam Altman congrats tweet. Did they complete the SPAC?
Persian bagpipe. Someone said bagpipe. No bagpipe. They said no. Get the bagpipe out of here. Okay, Persian tar, djembe, flamenco guitar.
This is
Djembe.
a keynote, apparently,
what I'm
for
gonna
Google.
Do is I'm gonna pop these in
they
here
have
and
a
I'm gonna
new
use
software,
them as
and I think it's
samples,
including some
and I'm gonna
AI
make
things like
something
this music
with
stuff.
This. So ideally, I want it to be simple so that I can use it as an element in like a fuller composition. You understand what I'm saying?
Biden's talking now, but Loop Daddy is way cooler.
Djembe.
This guy got me captivated.
Flamenco guitar. Go ahead, baby.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to add my own AI to it.
Give it a little more. Persian tar.
Oclo off that Sam thing. I think that's the Sam SPAC. Be careful, but it's popping 10%. You're not feeling this? There's a lot going on. AMC on the low now too.
I've now
and then
muted
Oracle came down.
Music FX DJ, and this is just
GME's
right
even
looper.
dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah. Don't. Yeah, so it's like that. Yeah.
It's trash. You think DJs are saying? Imagine you have like a wedding and you hire a DJ, and this song right here starts playing. You're like, what? I don't. And then DJ's like, what do you guys want me to play? Bagpipes, an accordion. There once was a company named Google. Oh, I thought it was. They switched the beat up on me, bro. Google. Last time, they lied to you about Baird. This time, they freestyle cause they're scared. Ooh. 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 Google. OpenAI's gonna eat them. And they're scared. It's not fair. Open mind for 10 years before the fair. Wait. Oh. GMC, AMC, where is Roaring Kitty? GMC, AMC, where is Roaring Kitty? I'm sorry, I can't stop. I can't. This is too much, bro. You have to be on drugs to like this. That's been my take on like every EDM for my whole life, but I feel. Does anybody have a bracelet? Yeah, just let's trade bracelets. It means love and positivity. You can eat it too. Yeah, here's your Jantac. I heard you guys are turning up right here, huh? This is a shame. Can't believe it. Nobody wants to create anymore. Well, fake news media. This is. Google. I think I was just doing that. Google. How can you not? Yeah, bro. I feel like this is a weird slam poetry event in San Francisco. And they like, you know what I'm saying? You just walk in. I feel like there's like, I don't know what's happening right now. I'm just like looking around. I'm like, yeah, no, this is dope. Yeah. No, I think if you were doing mushrooms, you'd have a bad trip. There's a lot going on here, sir. And then you do the monster voice? No, I'm out.
So something like that. You know, you're using it. It's helping you. The machine is good.
It's good. The machine is good.
Yeah, that's good. That's nice. Yeah. It is 9:30 in the morning. 9:30.
That makes no sense.
9:30. 9:30.
I thought they're in Hawaii.
9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early.
That's pretty hard.
9:30.
Too early.
9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early. 9:30. Too early.
Okay, dude. This is. Oh!
Y'all want a robe or something? I think we're gonna shoot some robes at you.
Robes? Okay, dude, stop. This is CNBC, CRNC partnership with NVIDIA. CRNC. This is from CNBC. They dropped it. Why we keep getting news pops with weird music in the background? Did they halt that? I feel like Troy's like trying to get the news out, and then this song is just like, too early, too early. Then Troy's like, no, CRNC. And then he's trying to, like, in the crowd, he's like, Troy's just like trying to get it through. It's halted. But yeah, bro, this is, you know. He's like, stop! Shut this thing out. No, CRNC. You just got Chad's fist bumping around you. Jimmy, Troy, Jimmy, AMC, Jimmy, Troy, AMC, Troy, Jimmy. Too early. I don't want to go home. No place to go. This is insane. Oh, I'm acting out. I can't even. I'm getting uncomfortable. Like, this is not.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Enjoy Google I/O. As I said, entirely unscripted. Nothing planned. I'm going on tour. MarkRebier.com. Have a good one.
Thank you. I like him, bro. I like that guy. That was fun. That was just still let it consume you. No, I don't want to. Is that it? That's it? Oh, stop it. Dude, I thought it was going to lead into, like, a nerd who was going to go and explain everything. Well, that's it then. All right. That was fun. I really enjoyed Troy putting out the news with the music. Like, just this song, it felt overwhelming there. Man, that was insane. Too early. Too early. Yo, that was wild, dude. It's not, I think it is over, man. I don't know. He ended too early. Too early. Oh. No. Damn it. I put my desk up too much, and now the wire fell out. Hold on. I can't see you, Chad. Too early. Too early. Too early. Hold on, you guys. I can't. My screen, I put the power cord ripped from the monitor. Too early. Damn, this is very challenging. Too early. All right, we're good. I think. Yeah, okay. Wow. CRNC, again, they said a partnership with NVIDIA. Troy was posting that. CNBC dropped it. They were the news source. They probably got an exclusive. But, yeah. Who to follow? Well, go to youtube.com/thestockmarket/live, and then that will be a good source. Otherwise, Fast Stock News with 2 S's on Twitter. That's the only one. Okay? If they say anything about Benzinga, it's weird, but other than that, it's chill. So you'll be good. That's the only ones. But again, you'll get this live. You'll have a newswire. Actually, here. Payment company Waystar plans to restart IPO pitch. Good morning. Too early. I don't say nothing about that. All we know is Kevin Riley is a terrorist. I'm just kidding, but I don't know. He doesn't like the people. Too early. I don't know. CNRC, it just halted right now. QDEL, that's actually on the high ticker. You had a huge candle up. QDEL, 7%. Activist chatter. And then GME halted. QDEL, I don't know. We might be early on that one, but 7% is huge on the first candle. There's no real options on QDEL, but that is popping. Activist chatter. I don't know the source. Activist Jana built position in QDEL first quarter from Reuters. So Reuters has it earlier too, usually. So the Reuters ones come in like 5 minutes before. Yeah, CRNC, it's moving around there. It's not that bad. Too early. Too early. That QDEL's interesting. I don't know, because it's going to hit news wires here in a little bit. Reuters usually has it first, but that's a huge pop already, 6%. And then CRNC, that's NVIDIA deal related to AI. Oklo was popping from that Sam Bankman thing. Or not Sam Bankman, Sam Altman. Yeah, GM, all the hype plays are going down. Except for like Faraday and then like what? Lucid, even then they started to drop a little bit. Rivian came down, and they all came down again. Even MPW, AMC, GM, they all again. End of the day, we'll get another move. The stream says Google will start shortly. Really? That's why I was anticipating it was gonna be something else, but then that's it. I know I mixed up my Sams. I didn't mean to. Usually, like if I crack that joke, like no, but that was natural. Too early. Yeah, it's still on, honestly, so there might be a little bit more. Well, they're still in like a little, what's it called? They're still in like an intermission. If GME is over. Well, that's kind of the whole point of like slowing the valuation or slowing the momentum. Waystar Eyes, June IPO, 6 to 8 billion. You had that 2 minutes ago. Again, I don't think the QDEL has hit yet. So again, you already got one hit on it, but there's going to be probably another follow-up. Hard to play, though, unless you're going to go shares. You got that early. NVIDIA says CRNC. Yeah, I think it was CNBC who got it. That's like they usually don't get news early, but if they do, it's probably off an exclusive. So if that's just hitting Bloomberg now, that's crazy. On the bottom, it reads, the show will start shortly. Yeah, it says, welcome to Google. The show will start shortly. I do see that. I was like, where do you see that? But yeah, it's right here on the little scrolling bar. Too early. Too early. It was on the video website? Oh, wow. Is it way worse than 2021? Yeah, no, I feel you. Because it's higher than 2021 in a weird way. That's like the weird part about all of it. This isn't like I was just saying it, man. Last time GME was like pre-split, GME is already at a high price, and then last time it was going at this price. I mean, you had the whole world involved, and this time you don't. GME got halted to the downside, but like we're saying, this whole like momentum thing, like just keep in mind that like this is kind of the goal. You do these halts, slow momentum, bring it down until pre-market, post-market, then it makes its other move. Did that look like... I don't know. Wasn't that kind of weird? They were saying they were in Hawaii, but then he said 9:30. It should have been 6:30 if he's in Hawaii. That's Pacific time. But, and then again, do you guys realize like the funniest part about this? Remember, this was about a year ago now, or like 8 months ago, when they did that Bard presentation. It was one of their worst drops since 2008 on Google. They had an AI presentation with Bard, and then it made an error, and then the next presentation, it was good, and then people found out that they pre-recorded it. It was pretty much faked. That led it to get clapped. But that's why I'm like, it's funny, because this time they're like, we're not planning anything. It was 9:30 in his head. I'm sure he has no idea what time it is over the past couple days. Too early. Too early. So CRNC's already dropping back down. QDEL hasn't. I don't think QDEL news has hit too many places, but it's starting to go up, and that's already 6%. Tell the chat that gifted me my membership. God bless you, baby. Can you find the ad? I don't know, dude. There was a lot of donos. I don't know. I think it tells you, though. Doesn't it send you a message of who hooked you up? Gotta hand it to him. That song's not even close to being out of my head. No, I feel it was catchy, bro. Too early. It's just beautiful. I feel. GME. Yeah, you're at 42, bro. So up 38. Remember, I mean, look at pre-market, man. Pre-market, we opened up at 45. So literally by 7 Eastern, that's like what, 4 o'clock Pacific time? You were at $58. Again, even before the open, you were at $78. And then again, I think your open was right here, had your halts down, and then now you're trading a little lower. And then bonds are back up again, dude. I don't get it. Bonds are absolutely insane. I don't have a position. I have old shares. I have my 4 shares or 3 shares, whatever, from back in the day. But that's about it. Pfizer, final. There you go. I told you, Josh Brown. Let's go. I was like, come on, just pump Pfizer and let's get this over with, CNBC. I'm not mad. I own Pfizer, so I'm not mad. But thank God they were wasting our time with everything else. The Google, is it up? I don't know if I want to listen to too much. It's already 10 o'clock almost. Oh, no, it is 10.
We dreamt of things. Never too old for a treehouse.
QDEL, I think the news is hitting now. You're getting your pop on QDEL.
And learned
GG.
about this thing. We found new paths. Took the next step.
Oh, yeah, there should be a kitty
And made
tweet.
the
I
big
forgot.
leap. Cannonball! We filled days like they were weeks. And more happened in months than has happened in years.
It's never been done before. It's going to need planning and a large crew. Guns? Not exactly. A lot of security.
Expedia AI assistant coming out soon.
Yes,
What is this?
that looks
Is it
correct.
Google?
It's never been done before. It's going to need planning and a large...
Yeah, I don't know, man.
We're just getting...
I want to see like a real presentation. QDEL's popping again. Like we said, that it's hard. It just popped up another 5. You could have hit that. That's crazy. I know one of the chats said they're grabbing shares. Yeah, Jana Partners built new stake. Now it's hitting Bloomberg. Like I said, Reuters usually has a 5. Reuters comes in super early, but sometimes their shit's just not accurate. Not just, or again, it just gets debated, a lot of things. But yeah, now you're getting everybody else in the world. I don't know if Biden is still speaking. I was captivated by Mr. Too Early. Too early. Too early. Too early. That's just, dude, it's too catchy, man. That's stuck in my head. Are they even doing anything right now? Oh, yeah.
Research, product,
Finally.
infrastructure. We're going to talk about it all today. Still, we are in the very early days of the AI platform shift.
Yeah,
We
bro,
see
all of
so
the
much
short squeeze
opportunity
plays have died.
For
And then
creators,
QDEL, that's a
for
headline. We got
developers,
that one pretty
for
early.
startups,
And it's moving.
for everyone. Helping to drive those opportunities is what our Gemini era is all about. So let's get started. A year ago on this stage, we first shared our plans for Gemini, a frontier model built to be natively multimodal from the very beginning that could reason across text, images, video, code, and more. It's a big step in turning any input into any output, an I/O for a new generation. Since then, we introduced the first Gemini models, our most capable yet. They demonstrated state-of-the-art performance on every multimodal benchmark, and that was just the beginning.
Oh, is that Google Music
2
thing
months
out?
later,
Like you could get it
we
right now?
introduced Gemini 1.5 Pro,
No way.
delivering a big breakthrough in long context. It can run 1
Again,
million
keep in
tokens
mind, there might be
production
some other
consistently,
announcements here.
more than any
So, like,
other
watch if
large-scale
there's any
foundation model
companies,
yet.
chip names,
We want
NVIDIA, who
everyone
knows,
to
but
benefit
they
from
could get
what
mentioned.
Gemini can do. So we have worked quickly to share these advances with all of you. Today,
That's crazy. You can get the
more than
Google thing. That's
1.5
nuts.
million developers use Gemini models across our tools. You're using it to debug code, get new insights, and to build the next generation of AI applications. We've also been bringing Gemini's breakthrough capabilities across our products in powerful ways. We'll show examples today across search, photos, workspace, Android, and more. Today, all of our 2 billion user products use Gemini. And we've introduced new experiences too, including on mobile, where people can interact with Gemini directly through the app. Now available on Android and iOS, and through Gemini Advanced, which provides access to our most capable models.
Oh, Q-Dell, that one.
Over 1 million
11,
people have
man.
signed up
Good
to
GG
try
if you
it
hit
in
that
just
one.
3 months, and it continues to show strong momentum. One of the most exciting transformations with
The
Gemini
Q-Dell
has been
options
in
weren't
Google
good,
search.
only the shares.
In the past year,
Because like those options
we've
are
answered
still
billions of queries
clapped.
as part of her search generative experience. People are using it to search in entirely new ways and asking new types of questions, longer and more complex queries.
Vanny on the high?
Even searching with photos and getting back the best.
Why did Vanny just have a pop?
We've been testing this experience outside of labs.
Yo, Vanny's
We're
running for
encouraged
some reason.
to see not only an increase in search usage, but also an increase in user satisfaction. I'm excited to announce that we'll begin
Vanny
launching
price
this
target
fully
increase, no
revamped
shit.
experience, AI overviews, to everyone in the US this week, and we'll bring it to more countries soon.
Maxim, they said 6-month filing for GLP-1 implant. Reiterates buy at $8
There's
target.
so much innovation happening in search. Thanks to Gemini, we can create much more powerful search experiences, including within our products. Let me show you an example in Google Photos. We launched Google Photos almost 9 years ago. Since then, people have used it to organize their most important memories. Today, that amounts to more than 6 billion photos and videos uploaded every single day. And people love using photos to search across their life. With Gemini, we are making that a whole lot easier. Say you're at a parking station ready to pay, but you can't recall your license plate number. Before, you could search photos for keywords and then scroll through years' worth of photos looking for the right one. Now, you can simply ask photos. It knows the cars that appear often, it triangulates which one is yours, and just tells you the license plate number.
That's pretty nuts. Hey, Google.
And Ask Photos can also help you search your
Find-
memories in a deeper way.
Never mind.
For example, you might be reminiscing about your daughter Lucia's early milestones. You can ask Photos, when did Lucia learn to swim? You can even follow up with something more complex. Show me how Lucia's swimming has progressed. Here, Gemini goes beyond a simple search, recognizing different contexts, from doing laps in the pool, to snorkeling in the ocean, to the text and dates on her swimming certificates, and Photos packages it up all together in a summary. You can really take it all in and relive amazing memories all over again. We are rolling out Ask Photos this summer with more capabilities to come. Unlocking knowledge across formats is why we built Gemini to be multimodal from the ground up. It's one model with all the modalities built in. So not only does it understand each type of input, it finds connections between them. Multimodality radically expands the questions we can ask and the answers we will get back. Long context takes this a step further, enabling us to bring in even more information. Hundreds of pages of text, hours of audio, a full hour of video, or entire code repos. Or if you want, roughly 96 Cheesecake Factory menus. For that many menus, you need a 1 million token context window, now possible with Gemini 1.5 Pro. Developers have been using it in super interesting ways. Let's take a look.
I remember the announcement, the 1 million token context window, and my first reaction was, there's no way they were able to achieve this.
I wanted to test its technical skills. So I uploaded a line chart. It was temperatures between like Tokyo and Berlin and how they vary across the 12 months of the year.
So I got in there and I threw in the Python library that I was really struggling with. And I just asked it a simple question. And it nailed it. It could find specific references to comments in the code and specific requests that people had made and other issues that people had had, but then suggest a fix for it that related to what I was working on?
I immediately tried to kind of crash it. So I took 4 or 5 research papers I had on my desktop. And it's a mind-blowing experience when you add so much text and then you see the kind of amount of tokens you add is not even at half the capacity.
It felt a little bit like Christmas because you saw things kind of peppered out to the
unhalted and lower. I think
like,
they just
oh,
halted
wow,
it again.
I built this thing. Or, oh, it's doing this and I would have never expected.
Can I shoot a video of my possessions and turn that into a searchable database? So I ran to my
Google's
bookshelf
popping
and I
off
shot
that
a video
headline.
just panning my
Search
camera
engine
along
version
the
powered by
bookshelf
Gen.
where
I don't
fed
know
the
why,
video into
but
the model.
it is moving off
It
that.
gave me the titles and authors of the books, even though the
Oh no,
authors
GME's
weren't
not
visible
halted. It's
on
still
those
trading.
book spines.
Big volume on
And
that one.
on the bookshelf, there was a squirrel nutcracker sat in front of the book, truncating the title. You could just see the word Site C, and it still guessed the correct book. The range of things you can do with that is almost unlimited.
And so at that point, for me, it was just like a click, like, this is it.
I thought like I had like a superpower in my hands.
It was poetry. It was beautiful. I was so happy. It just, this is going to be amazing. This is going to help people.
This is
Feels
kind
like
of
a
where
weird
the future
ad.
of language models are going. Personalized to you, not because you trained it to be personal to you, but personal to you because you can give it such a vast understanding of who you are.
Target on the low too.
We've been rolling out Gemini 1.5 Pro with long context and preview over the
Okay,
last
I'm gonna hit
few
one
months.
more stretch and then we're gonna
We made
turn
a
this
series
off.
of quality improvements across translation, coding, and reasoning.
I'd watch Google.
You'll see these updates reflected in the model starting today. I'm excited to announce that we are bringing this improved version of Gemini 1.5 Pro to all developers globally. In addition today, Gemini 1.5 Pro with 1 million context is now directly available for consumers in Gemini Advanced and can be used across 35 languages. 1 million tokens is opening up entirely new possibilities. It's exciting, but I think we can push ourselves even further. So today, we are expanding the context window to 2 million tokens. We are making it available for developers in private preview. It's amazing to look back and see just how much progress we have made in a few months. This represents the next step on our journey towards the ultimate goal of infinite context. Okay, so far we have talked about 2 technical advances, multimodality and long context. Each is powerful on its own, but together they unlock deeper capabilities and more intelligence. Let's see how this comes to life with Google Workspace. People are always searching their emails in Gmail. We are working to make it much more powerful with Gemini. Let's look at how. As a parent, you want to know everything that's going on with your child's school. Okay, maybe not everything, but you want to stay informed. Gemini can help you keep up. Now we can ask Gemini to summarize all recent emails from the school. In the background, it's identifying relevant emails, even analyzing attachments like PDFs, and you get a summary of the key points and action items. So helpful. Maybe you were traveling this week and you couldn't make the PTA meeting. The recording of the meeting is an hour long. If it's from Google Meet, you can ask Gemini to give you the highlights. There's a parents group looking for volunteers. You're free that day. Of course, Gemini can draft a reply. There are countless other examples of how this can make life easier. Gemini 1.5 Pro is available today in Workspace Labs, and Aparna will share more later on.
So they halted it again, GME.
We just looked at an example with text outputs.
I think the AI search thing gave him a little bit.
So much more.
I don't know.
To show you an early demo
I don't know if
of an
this
audio output
solidifies
in Notebook
Google
LM.
as king.
Here's
It
Josh.
does seem a little just, I don't know. Everything just seems the same from every one of these AI people. That music thing was cool,
Hey,
but you
everyone.
guys are even saying that's been
Last year at I/O, we introduced Notebook LM, a research and writing tool grounded in the information you give it. Since then, we've seen a lot of momentum with students and teachers using it. And today, Gemini 1.5 Pro is coming to Notebook LM, and it's great. Let me show you.
too early.
So here we are in Notebook LM. You can load it up with all the materials here on the left. In this notebook, I've been using it with my younger son, and I've added some of his science worksheets, a few slide decks from his teacher, and even an open source textbook full of charts and diagrams. With 1.5 Pro, it instantly creates this notebook guide with a helpful summary and can generate a study guide, an FAQ, or even quizzes. But for my son, Jimmy, he really learns best when he can listen to something. So we've prototyped a new feature with Gemini, and it's called Audio Overviews. Notebook LM is going to take all the materials on the left as input and output them into a lively science discussion personalized for him. Let's take a listen.
So let's dive into physics. What's on deck for today?
Well, we're starting with the basics, force and motion.
Okay.
And that, of course, means we have to talk about Sir Isaac Newton and
Is
his
this two
three
AIs
laws of
talking to
motion.
each other?
Ah, yes, the foundation for understanding how objects move and interact.
Ah, yes, this is where multimodal really shines.
Okay.
Now, it generated this audio discussion based on that text material. And what's amazing is that my son and I can join into the conversation and steer it whichever direction we want. When I tap join.
Hold on, we have a question. What's up, Josh?
Chegg moving on
Yeah,
the Google event.
can you
They got
give my
clapped
son
yesterday off
Jimmy
that
a
OpenAI.
basketball example?
Bro, GME unhalted, still lower.
Hey, Jimmy! That's a fantastic idea. Basketball is actually a great way to visualize force and motion. Let's break it down.
Okay, so first, imagine a basketball just
Who's
sitting
Jimmy?
there
Why
on the
these-
court. It's not moving, right? That's because all the forces acting on it are balanced. The downward pull of gravity.
Pretty cool, right?
His son,
I
I
gotta
know,
say,
but then
the
I don't know
first
if
time my
Jimmy was
son heard
talking,
this, you
and then
should have
there's a
seen
girl.
how big his eyes got, because he was gripped. They were talking to him. He was learning science through the example of basketball, his favorite sport. Now, what's interesting is under the hood, you saw that Gemini had used some of the concepts.
No, they
of
show you
gravity,
that they
Sir
could
Isaac
cut it
Newton,
off. That's like
but
a feature.
nothing in there was about basketball.
I didn't realize it in the beginning.
Connected the dots.
But
and
yesterday
created
when they
that
started interrupting
age-appropriate
it,
example
interrupting the AI is a
And
feature.
this
They're like, look,
is what's
it
becoming
listens.
possible with the
See,
power
we
of
could tell
Gemini.
it to do whatever.
You can
whenever.
give it lots of information in any format, and it can be transformed in a way that's personalized and interactive for you. Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, Sundar.
Thanks, George. The demo shows the real opportunity with multimodality. Soon you'll be able to mix and match inputs and outputs. This is what we mean when we say it's an I/O for a new generation. And I can see you all out there thinking about the possibilities. But what if we could go even further? That's one of the opportunities we see with AI agents. Let me take a step back and explain what I mean by that. I think about them as intelligent systems that show reasoning, planning, and memory, are able to think multiple steps ahead, work across software and systems, all to get something done on your behalf, and most importantly, under your supervision. We are still in the early days, and you'll see glimpses of our approach throughout the day. But let me show you the kinds of use cases we are working hard to solve. Let's start with shopping. It's pretty fun to shop for shoes. and a lot less fun to return them when they don't fit. Imagine if Gemini could do all the steps for you, searching your inbox for the receipt, locating the order number from your email,
Too early. Too
filling out a
early.
return form, and even
Yeah. I know. It's time, Chad. Y'all can go listen to that if you would like. It's up there on the Google channel. You guys could enjoy that. I mean, honestly, I think I want to see if I can make the stock market go up right now. That's all. So we're gonna do something right now. If you know, you know, baby. If you know, you know, baby. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. I know there's a lot going on. We had the random kitty, roaring kitty, part 2. You had, then all of them came down. We're getting these moves. We had data. Surprisingly, the market's like barely moved from open. So that's and then think about where it was at pre-market, all that. So we have a lot to deal with the market. We're going to deal with a lot more. So honestly, man, I'm really excited for this time. We're going to do some PHILO. And if you don't know what PHILO is, I think you'll get an idea. But we're going to just talk about some other things. And above all else, man, I mean, there is we have a lot of communion, bro. And that's something there. I was really thinking about it, bro. And honestly, I've been giving you a lot of thank y'alls and thank you. And I'm proud of what some of y'all are doing. But you know, I'm very thankful. I was really thinking about this the other day, bro, that like we have this moment to be with everybody and that we could even talk about some of this stuff, man. And honestly, finger to the sky, man. You know, there's something big. So it's like I love it. But the thing is, man, like this isn't a church. And I don't know if you have realized that yet. You know, some people will tell you, you're not a church. Blah, blah. But like, dude, like for real, like in this really... It hit my heart because I did think about it, and I'm like, dude, like, you know, imagine the stuff that we go over every single day with PHILO. Like, dude, this isn't like we're taking one thing and spending 6 weeks on this concept. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, we cover a lot of different things from all over, bro. And even then, like, this ain't college either. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, there's all those little lessons, and like, it's different, man. And that's why I'm just like, dude, I'm very thankful for those of you who have been able to, like, you know, learn with me in this and like are with this fashion, and those of you who weren't and were still able to receive it. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. So I'm very excited, and it's an honor to be here. I hope you all recognize that. But thank you for this space, and I hope, I don't know, I mean, just look around, bro. It's good. You got something good, man. And with that being said, let me not waste too much of your time. Let me give you a PHILO, man. Let me give you a PHILO. And today what we're going to talk about, it's a concept that some people get weird about. They really do. And I like it, though. And I really think this could encourage you for a little bit. But, Chad, you know what we're going to talk about today? We're going to talk about purity. Oh, see, I told you. I just say the word and people will... So this is a good one, man, because honestly, I don't really think I fully understood it all the time. And, you know, I don't know if you guys remember, and this is what I'm saying, like, dude, think like it's like, praise God, bro, because we have gone through so many like things. Like, do you guys remember FUP? Do you guys remember FUP it up? Do you remember full, undivided, pure, and peaceful? You know, and it's talking about your heart. And, you know, pure comes up. That's what I'm saying, man. We could have spent 6 weeks on that. But the thing about it, man, this one, it's beautiful. You know, a full, undivided, pure, peaceful. But like, do you remember the analogy? Like, it doesn't matter if you, like, right now, if you were building a house and like you had a water reservoir, or like, let's say wherever you stored your water, the point is you could change the pipes. But if the reservoir is still filthy, it doesn't matter. That's it. A lot, and I'll raise my hand to this. A lot of times I've tried to change the pipes rather than seeing if where the source is at. Oh man, I don't know if y'all feel me, man. I don't know if you feel me, but my brother, what I came to tell you today, I think it's very encouraging. And that's what I want to share with you. And what I'm trying to tell you is that purity is a weird concept. And I don't know if this will make you feel better or not, but I think a lot of you are a little bit more pure than you think. Now, don't use this as an excuse to be an asshole, but I really want you to think about this. Because oftentimes if you hear purity, like you think that's perfect, and it's not, in a weird way. Purity does not mean you're perfect and live a sinless life. You go down the list of all of the saints and apostles, whatever it may be. Noah got drunk. Abraham, he lied. Moses disobeyed. Job cursed the day of his birth. Elijah ran away from Jezebel. And your boy Peter denied Christ 3 times. Even Paul. Paul is a great guy. He killed Christians, and he said it even himself. You know, this one's crazy. I don't know. I've given you this PHILO before, bro. But like, dude, Paul himself even said it. He said, even when I do good, evil is with me. He said that thorn in the flesh, bro, it's trippy. I don't know if you feel me, man. So learn from Paul, okay? Because the truth is that one of the most conclusive evidences that you actually have a pure heart, it's actually discovering and being conscious of the remaining impurity. I don't know if you feel me, Chad. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not saying you're perfect. I go down the list. If I look at the examples, nobody was. Super powerful, man. I'm glad you received it for real. Because this did get me thinking a little bit. Like, if you want, like, do you not, I don't know if y'all get it. Bro, there is people out there who will look in the mirror and say, no, nothing's wrong with me. And I'm not trying to have you think, and I'm not trying to kill your confidence. I'm not trying to say you should look and see wrong. But it's that desire where you're looking and say, I could do better. I could do better in all of these areas. And it's recognizing that, okay, like, I actually care about things if I'm like, yeah, that's a problem. But the fact that you could even look and be like, you know what? I do believe in stuff, but I'm like, dude, I'm not perfect. Like, really, I have fallen short. And people don't like saying that. But at the end of the day, that does show you, if you can see the remaining impurity that you have from being just stuck in the world every day, oh, man. My brother, I think you're a little, you have more pureness of heart than you think. So, do you want to know what it is? Do you want to know what some purity really is? It's not all of it. Don't make this mistake. And honestly, like I've said before, I hope you pray for discernment. Not everything is for everybody. But like, do you know what purity, like what it brings? Freedom from divided affection. It's sincerity, genuineness. Best of all, a singleness of heart. Oh, man. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's beautiful. I'm talking it's a phrase called godly simplicity. That's it. It's the opposite of subtlety and duplicity. You know, this is where I'm saying, like, dude, like, you got to take, I'm glad that I've given my meditation and peace. And Google, yeah, it's ripping right now. Something on those deep mind. That's what we'll put it on after this. We'll see. But man, I'm very glad on some of the prayers and meditating, and I hope y'all do it, man. Because I've been telling y'all, man, there's some, you got to see what it is. You got to look at yourself. Even then, like, I'm like, man, I was faking some areas, trying to get a reward, instead of letting it be a production of what is naturally in my heart. And it's okay. We all do it. But like, dude, it's simple. A purity of your desires, your motives, and your intent. That's the purity I'm talking about. Being able to recognize you fall short, my brother, you are more pure than you think. We live in a world where everybody is correct and they don't care. There's no room. I'm telling you, the human ego and pride we possess is insane. I say that as a very egotistical individual. It fluctuates in me. Fluctuates in you too. We all have our pendulum shifts. But I'm talking, dude, like your motive, your intent, your desire. Can we you know what, bro? You're going to fall short. I don't know. You're going to do your drugs. You got girls. It's this life is insane. I don't know if you feel me. And that's what I'm saying. Some of you got things in your life and you're like, damn, maybe I know I should fix that. Some people, they don't hear it. Oh, and that's what I'm talking about. But like, dude, at the very least, I don't care who it is. Like, can you focus on the purity of your desires? What do you really want? Be honest with him. Be honest with yourself. Your motive and your intent. And that's why, like, I guess what? Y'all may not like it. You think I'm an asshole. I'm not fun when I do things. But at the very least, when I'm like, hey, yo, watch how you say certain things, bro. One, it's bad for other people if the words you spew hurt them. But, bro, what are you training? And I said it, bro. I called someone out on it, and they hated it. They did not like it. They did not like it. Because I was like, nah, bro, that's a deceptive speech. I'm like, you're not straight with it. And that's okay, bro. I'm not saying, believe me. Every single one of us, if I ask you the right question, it's going to bring out a little bit of a deceptive spirit in your answer. If I ask the right question, every single one of us. Gotta just know the right thing. If I hit it right there, oh yeah. But like I'm saying, man, it's like what you're training. Bro, you think you're going to live a life with people acting a certain way and again, that purity. If all your training is not a purity of desire, motive, and intent, it's easy to get lost in your heart with that. I don't know if you feel me. Sage opened a partnership, BBG. So do you feel me? And like, I don't know what, and it's funny because the word says, purity, you see the Lord. You'll see him. But like, I really hope you guys are getting one. Even then, you're like, Josh, you have a pure soul, pure heart. No, I don't. The only thing you're hearing from me is that I could at least recognize that I don't. And that, my brother, if you could do that, you're the same. But it's like, this is something I think we all need to focus on. And that's focusing a purity in what we want and keeping it clear. Like, what do you really want? Is it the money or is it success? Or is it really you just want people to notice you? Is it why are you going to college? Do you really love what you're studying, or is it because other people, or you're thinking this and that? I'm not trying to get any of y'all to drop out of school with this PHILO. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, why are you doing what you're doing? What's your motive behind the long term? Be pure about it. That's what I'm saying. We lie into ourselves a lot. Or we just got so used to running around with duplicity. You know what I'm saying? That even then, it's very easy to just fall into it with ourselves. Again, your intentions. So, bro, I'm not trying to the beauty of all of this. I ain't nobody getting crucified, dog. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell no one. I'm not saying purity. Oh, you did this, you did that, you did this. You live like no. I'm just saying though. Have you thought about the purity like in your heart? Are you able to see inadequacy that you have instead of fighting it? Are you having a pureness in the way you move and what you want and how you think and how you talk? This right there, that will change how I think all the other stuff plays out. So, Chad, I hope you feel me on this one, man. I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. Out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch list, baby. Damn, there's 90,000 people watching the Google thing. Oh, yeah, it's really out there, bro. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Oh, that's not the one I was... Yeah, there you go. Hit it. Gotcha.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
And then there it is, man. Google. So that deep mind guy talking, he's the one who caused it there. I think this is the
cinematic techniques and visual effects, giving you
so we're back
total
to Google
creative control.
Everybody's gonna
and then spy back at VWAP. PHILO bounce work, baby.
Because at the heart of all of this is just storytelling. The closer we are to being able to tell each other our stories, the more we'll understand each other.
Adobe's getting clapped off of it. Yeah, they're talking video editing and stuff like that.
Share that creativity.
Yeah,
with
Adobe.
each other.
Oof, Adobe took $5 off of that. That's pretty big.
Over the coming weeks, some of these features will be available to select creators through video effects at labs.google.
I've never used a Google video editor.
Of course, these advances in generative video go beyond the beautiful visuals you've seen today. By teaching future AI models how to solve problems creatively, or in effect simulate the physics of our world, we can build more useful systems that can help people communicate in new ways, and thereby advance the frontiers of AI. When we first began this journey to build AI more than 15 years ago, we knew that one day
and remember,
it would
their
change
earnings
everything.
have struggled. Adobe.
Now that time is here.
They haven't really
and we
went up to the
continue
bar
to be
that people
amazed by the
priced in.
progress we see and inspired by the advances still to come on the path to AGI. Thanks, and back to you, Sundar.
All right, well, I think he was the guy that made it move.
Thanks, Dennis.
I don't know if Sundar is going to
A
drive
huge
it
amount
home.
of innovation is happening at Google DeepMind. It's amazing how much progress
Weed stocks on the high. Is there news?
Training state-of-the-art models requires a lot of computing power. Industry demand for ML compute has grown by a factor of 1 million in the last 6 years. And every year it increases tenfold. Google was built for this. For 25 years, we have invested in world-class technical infrastructure. From the cutting-edge hardware that powers search to our custom tensor processing units that power our AI advances. Gemini was trained and served entirely on our 4th and 5th generation TPUs. And other leading AI companies like
They're getting a
Anthropic
candle on the weed
have trained their
stocks.
models on TPUs as well. Today, we are excited to announce the 6th generation of TPUs called Trillium. Trillium delivers a 4.7x improvement in compute performance per chip over the previous generation. It's our most efficient and performant TPU today. We'll make Trillium available to our cloud customers in late 2024. Alongside our TPUs, we are proud to offer CPUs and GPUs
Yeah,
to support
Adobe's
any
getting
workload.
worked off of the
That
video
includes
editing
the new
stuff. We just had
Axion
that one up.
processors we announced last month.
I
Our
did pretty much
first
like
custom
1.2
ARM-based
off the
CPU
first
with
one.
industry-leading performance and energy efficiency.
Oh, is NVIDIA responding? A little bit. Broadcom's going up too.
We're also proud to be one
That
of
could
the
be
first
connected.
cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's cutting-edge Blackwell GPUs available in early 2025.
Oh yeah, so they're using the Blackwell. Ah.
We are fortunate to have a long-standing partnership with
J&J
NVIDIA.
on the low, too.
Excited to bring Blackwell's capabilities to our customers. Chips are a foundational part of our integrated end-to-end system.
Oh, I did miss the
From
kitty tweet.
performance-optimized hardware and open software
I could just
to
imagine
flexible
it.
consumption models. This all comes together in our AI hypercomputer.
So much audio today,
a
bro. I've been going, and then
groundbreaking
every time I
supercomputer
play it, a
architecture.
news drop happens, and I'm like,
Businesses and developers are using it to tackle more complex challenges
Spy's
with
getting back
more
to
than
VWAP, too.
twice the efficiency relative to just buying the raw hardware and chips. Our AI hypercomputer advancements are made possible in part because of our approach to liquid cooling in our data centers. We've been doing this for nearly a decade, long before it became state-of-the-art for the industry. And today, our total deployed fleet capacity for liquid cooling systems is nearly 1 gigawatt and growing. That's close to 70 times the capacity of any other fleet. Underlying this is the sheer scale of our network, which connects our infrastructure globally. Our network spans more than 2 million miles of terrestrial and subsea fiber, over 10 times the reach of the next leading cloud provider. We'll keep making the investments necessary to advance AI innovation and deliver state-of-the-art capabilities. And one of our greatest areas of investment and innovation is in our founding product, Search. 25 years ago, we created Search to help people make sense of the waves of information
this could be big.
moving online.
Anything
With
related to
each
the
platform
search.
shift, we have delivered breakthroughs to help answer your questions better. On mobile, we unlocked new types of questions and answers using better context, location awareness, and real-time information. With advances in natural language understanding and computer vision, we enable new ways to search with your voice, or a hum to find your new favorite song, or an image of that flower you saw on your walk. Now you can even circle to search those cool new shoes you might want to buy. Go for it. You can always return them later. Of course, search in the Gemini era will
said
take
they'll
this to
help
a
you
whole
return
new
shit.
level. Combining our infrastructure strengths,
That's pretty cool, though.
the
So you
latest
just
AI
circle
capabilities,
something.
our
But
high
then again,
bar
I
for
don't know if
information
this
quality,
is-
our decades of experience
gonna, like,
connecting
change
you
the
to the
whole
richness
game.
of the web, the result is a product that does the work for you. Google Search is generative AI
Adobe's
at the
still flushing,
scale of
yep.
human
Good call.
curiosity. And it's our most exciting chapter of Search yet. To tell you more, here's Liz.
Thanks, Sundar. With each of these platform shifts, we haven't just adapted. We've expanded what's possible with Google Search. And now, with generative AI, Search will do more for you than you ever imagined. So whatever's on your mind, and whatever you need to get done, just ask. And Google will do the Googling for you. All the advancements you'll see today are made possible by a new Gemini model, customized for Google Search. What really sets this apart is our three unique strengths. First, our real-time information with over 1 trillion facts about people, places, and things. Second, our unparalleled ranking and quality systems, trusted for decades to get you the very best of the web. And third, the power of Gemini, which unlocks new agentive capabilities right in search. By bringing these three things all together, we're able to dramatically expand what's possible with Google Search. Yet again, this is search in the Gemini era. So let's dig in. You've heard today about AI overviews and how helpful people are finding them. With AI overviews, Google does the work for you. Instead of piecing together all the information yourself, you can ask your question. And as you see here, you can get an answer instantly, complete with a range of perspectives and links to dive deeper. As Sundar shared, AI overviews will begin rolling out to everyone in the US, starting today, with more countries soon. And by the end of the year, AI overviews will come to over 1 billion people in Google Search. But this is just the first step. We're making AI overviews even more helpful for your most complex questions, the type that are really more like 10 questions in one. You can ask your entire question with all its sub-questions and get an AI overview in seconds. To make this possible, we're introducing multi-step reasoning in Google Search, so Google can do the researching for you.
Gold? Is it still up?
For example, let's say you've been trying to get
gold's
into
literally
yogurt
hugging the high. $2 or
Finding the
$1
right
off.
studio can take a
And the
lot of
Nasdaq's
research.
creeping up a little bit
There's so
better
many
too.
factors you need to consider.
Low key, Nasdaq's better than the
Soon you'll
SPY.
be able to ask Search to
And then Russell's
find
giving
the
up
best
like
yoga
half the
Pilates
gains from the
studios
morning.
in Boston, and show you details on their inter-offers and the walking time from Beacon Hill. As you can see here, Google gets to work for you, finding the most
Search
relevant
is,
information.
they're just
and
trying to
bringing it
defend
together
themselves
into your
against
AI
competition. I mean, when you
You
really
get some
think about
studios
it,
with
they already
great
are the
ratings
leader,
and their
but
introductory offers.
they just don't want to fall
You can see the
behind.
distance for
And then
each.
again, just
Like this
showing
one,
how
it's just a 10-minute
you're
walk
using
away.
AI.
Right below, you see where they're located, laid out visually. And you've got all this from just a single search. Under the hood, our custom Gemini model acts as your AI agent, using what we call multi-step reasoning. It breaks your bigger question down into all its parts, and it figures out which problems it needs to solve, and in what order. And thanks to our real-time info and ranking expertise, it reasons using the highest quality information out there. So since you're asking about places, it taps into Google's index of information about the real world, with over 250 million places, and updated in real time, including their ratings, reviews, business hours, and more. Research that might have taken you minutes or even hours, Google can now do on your behalf in just seconds. Next, let me show you another way multi-step reasoning in Google Search can make your life that much easier. Take planning, for example. Dreaming up trips and meal plans can be fun, but doing the work of actually figuring it all out, no thank you. With Gemini and Search, Google does the planning with you. Planning is really hard for AI to get right. It's the type of problem that takes advanced reasoning and logic. After all, if you're meal planning, you probably don't want mac and cheese for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, my kids might, but say you're looking for a bit more variety. Now you can ask Search to create a 3-day meal plan for a group that's easy to prepare. And here you get a plan with a wide range of recipes from across the web. This one for overnight oats looks particularly interesting. And you can easily head over to the website to learn how to prepare them.
Yeah, I love mac and cheese, I
If you
feel.
want to get more veggies in, you can
I'm a big
simply
fan
ask
of mac
Search to
and
swap
cheese.
in a vegetarian dish. And just like that, Search customizes your meal plan. And you can export your meal plan or get the ingredients as a list just by tapping here. Looking ahead, you could imagine asking Google to add everything to your preferred shopping cart. Then we're really cooking. These planning capabilities mean Search will be able to help plan everything
really
from
cooking. You
meals
get it?
and trips
No?
to parties, dates, workout routines, and more. So you can get all the fun of planning without any of the hassle. You've seen how Google Search can help with increasingly complex questions and planning. But what about all those times when you don't know exactly what to ask and you need some help brainstorming? When you come to search for ideas, you'll get more than an AI-generated answer. You'll get an entire AI-organized page, custom built for you and your question. Say you're heading to Dallas to celebrate your anniversary, and you're looking for the perfect restaurant. What you get here breaks AI out of the box, and it brings it to the whole page. Our Gemini model uncovers the most interesting angles for you to explore and organizes these results into these helpful clusters. Like you might never have considered restaurants with live music, or ones with historic charm.
White House says no need
Our
for
model
trade
even
war.
uses contextual factors, like the time of the year. So since it's warm in Dallas, you can get rooftop patios as an idea. And it pulls everything together into a dynamic,
As
whole-page
Vice President,
experience.
I think many people here.
Can we
would
listen
say-
to some Jen?
You'll start to see this new
I read
AI-organized
your
search
remarks, I
results
watched your
page
remarks,
when you look for
and
inspiration.
We'll give it a little. I don't know, man. There's so much audio today. I can turn off. I'm just getting. I'm stretching. You have
Look,
no
she
idea,
was
you
passionate.
guys.
She's
I've only
passionate about
sat
what
down
she
for like
believes,
10 minutes
and
today.
that's what I think you heard from this Vice President.
Oh, did I
And
call her
think it's
Jen?
important.
Shit.
Thanks, Corinne.
My
There
bad,
was
girl.
a lawsuit filed by a group
I
of
just-
major airlines against the
didn't-
Biden
my
administration
bad.
over a new rule requiring
My bad. It's
transparency.
not. No, it's not like. It's not what you
check
think.
bags
I
and
promise. No,
reservation
it's
of
not.
huge
I
fees.
still. You the press secretary. I didn't mean. I meant Jen was like way worse than you. That's why I was like, where's better than
So,
Jen? Is what I
look,
meant to say.
I can't speak
You
to
know
the
what I'm saying?
timeline
Like,
from
I
this. I
thought,
think that's
like-
something the Department of Transportation
Nah, that's not even-
can certainly speak to
You
that
you
more.
just out of
This is a
context. That's
significant
gaslighting
win
me.
As we see it, this rule for
You know?
consumers, I think that's important, saving them $500 million every year and bringing transparency to what has become a free written purchasing process. So it is significant. It's a win for the American people. It's a win for consumers. Can't speak to the timeline. That's something that the Department of Transportation.
NQ's
can
closer
certainly
though
look
to
into.
breaking out,
Lawsuit
but
like
it is
this be
coming
a
down a little
setback
bit.
for the broader
And
agenda
Spy
of the
just did the
administration
VWAP move.
tackling hidden junk fees.
So I probably should have said at the first, going to be really mindful. It's a litigation. Don't want to speak to the litigation. I'm speaking more broadly. And so what I can say, it's a win for consumers. It's an important rule. It is, we're talking about saving billions of dollars to the American consumer. And so it is important to move forward, a step forward. And anything else, I would certainly refer you to Department of Transportation. Okay.
At this point, when the Gaza has been practically leveled, 80% of the hospitals are out of service, most of the people have been displaced. What do you think is the incentive Hamas has to keep negotiating a ceasefire?
Look, it is, we believe, incredibly important and critical to get to the ceasefire, to get to a hostage deal, to get hostages home. And it's not easy, right? You heard.
Google announces
you
AI
heard Jay
organized
talk
search
about this. He
results.
actually quoted Senator George Mitchell, right, and talked
thing?
about
I'm getting a
how
headline.
sometimes
Of our
it takes
state-of-the-art
1,000
speech
failures before
models,
you can get to
our
one win.
deep visual understanding,
And I think that
and our
really-
custom Gemini model, Search was able to understand the question I asked out loud, break down the video frame by frame.
So this is you got a
Each
headline
frame
off of
was
this.
fed into Gemini's long context window you heard about earlier today. So Search could then pinpoint the exact make and model
You saw
of my
the
record player
billboard,
and
bro.
make sense of the motion
We got to
across
talk,
frames
man. We got to
to
get you a
identify
long
the
term.
tone was
So if you
drifting.
texted that number,
Search fanned out,
you gonna get
combed the
the
web
next
to
long-term
find relevant
purchase when we
insights
send it.
from
It's all free
articles,
too, baby.
Forums, videos, and more. And it stitched all
I
of
got to
this
make a
together
video for
into
the
my
AI
AI
Baltimore
overview.
people.
The result was
But
music
yeah,
to
man,
my
this
ears.
is the long term.
Back
We'll
to
talk
you, Liz.
about it. That's what you're gonna get texted. Amen. Amen.
Everything you saw today is just
Yes,
a
please.
glimpse
Yeah, bro, if
of
you
how
tell- you're
we're
gonna get it.
reimagining
That's the
Google
long term,
search
bro.
in the Gemini era.
Stick
We're
around
taking
though.
the very
Today's been a
best of
weird
what
day
makes
with a
Google
lot
Google.
of stuff
All the
going on.
reasons
So
why
we'll
billions of
talk though,
people
man. Good
turn
to see
Google
you.
Search and have relied on us for decades. And we're bringing in the power of Gemini's agentive capabilities. So Google will do the searching,
Google
the
teaches how to
researching,
prompt
the
Google
planning,
search
the
using a video.
brainstorming, and so much more. All you need to do is just ask. You'll start to see these features rolling out in Search in the coming weeks. Opt into Search Labs to be among the first to try them out. Now let's take a look at how this all comes together in Google Search this year.
So this got a headline off of it, but this is one of their new announcements right now. Yeah, Google's pretty chill though. So like Apple will ban me for playing events, but Google owns YouTube, so I think they want people to see this. They love it. They don't care. Yeah, NFEs on the high ticker. Kind of big, 5%. China tariffs are about being fair, Biden tells Yahoo Finance. So, yeah, NFE popping and AXP on the high, not as big, but I don't know. Lately, every single one of these big pops have kind of held, so be mindful. I don't have a headline yet. If I see anything, I'll let you guys know. But, yeah, NFE pop. We'll switch back, get you a little White House.
Down on President Biden right now.
Oh, Peter.
What do you mean?
I know you don't like to talk about polls like the 5 of 6 swing states that he is losing right now to somebody who is a criminal defendant. But more
why you guys say it like that?
Anything you guys are doing
Cannot use that against them.
More popular.
He said against the criminal defendant.
You mentioned a criminal defendant. Your words, not mine. So I want to be super mindful about how I answer this question.
Oh, she said that's your word. Be mindful.
Criminal defendant.
You called him the criminal.
In the race for 2024 election, so going to be super mindful there. I will speak more broadly to what the American people are going through. Like, we understand. We are sensitive enough and open-minded enough to understand that this is, that not just this country, but globally, people have had to deal with a pandemic. And coming out of that pandemic, we understand that even, you think about gas prices, and because of Putin's war, what that has occurred that led to gas prices increasing. And the president had a lot to deal with when he walked in. A lot of crises. And this is a president that took that very, very seriously and took action. The American Rescue Plan, no Republicans voted for that, but we ended up trying to work to get an economy that's fairer for all and make sure that we don't leave people behind, and creating 15 million jobs, an unemployment rate that's under 4%. We understand that people are still feeling this. We get that. And we're not blind to that. That's why you hear the president pretty regularly announcing how he is going to lower costs for the American people, whether it's big pharma, trying to lower healthcare costs, expanding ACA for those who truly need it.
NFE still going?
Or it is making sure that we get rid of junk fees that cost Americans a lot of money every year. So, look, we know it's going to take a little bit of time. We get that. And we are going to continue to, it's not going to stop us from talking about it. And it's also not going to stop us from talking about the contrasts that we see from GOP Republican congressional members who want to do the opposite of what the president is trying to get done. Cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, that is what they're talking about. Slashing taxes for billionaires and corporations. That's not what this president wants to do. He wants to make sure that we're building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. And again, we get it. We get that prices are too high for Americans, and that's what we're going to continue to do the work.
I get that you understand that people are hurting right now. Why is it that nothing you're doing to address their concerns is working?
What I'm saying is we're going to continue to do the work. I can't speak to the polls, right? Those are for folks who are experts who can do a deep dive and look into that and speak to them. What I can speak to is we understand what the American people is feeling. We understand what they're going through. That's why we're going to continue to do the work. 301 tariff, that's part of it, right? Making sure that we're protecting American workers, making sure that we're protecting American businesses. That's the work that the president's going to focus on, and we're going to continue to move in that way.
So, more broadly then, have you considered in the White House that some of President Biden's recent policy positions could be a turnoff to the people that used to like him?
So here, I would disagree with you there, because a lot of the policies that the president is pushing forward are incredibly popular. They are. Student debt, even though you have Republicans who stopped the president on moving with his plan on student debt, that's actually very popular with Americans.
Made her first
Fighting
long-term
big pharma,
5 shares a night. That's
popular with Americans.
Solid pickup.
Right? Making sure that we lower costs
That's a
on
very
healthcare.
solid pickup.
That's popular with Americans. So what the president is actually doing is popular with what majority of Americans want to do, even in protecting reproductive rights, something that Republicans are not on the right
majority
side of
still
history.
means
Thinking about
49%
what,
of you could disagree.
Extreme elected officials want to do.
to
The
add
president
that
wants to
in there.
protect and make sure that we actually are giving a woman a right to make really difficult decisions on their health care. So that part I certainly disagree with you on. Go ahead, Jared.
Is the meeting with Israelis on Rafah also expected to include ongoing conversations about that shipment of 2,000-ton bombs and kind of steps or conditions you want to see, the administration wants to see to move forward on a final determination?
So look, those don't have anything for you on a timeline or that particular conversation. The Rafah operations, we've been really clear about our concerns about that. Any major military operations going into Rafah, we have been clear that we do not believe that is the right way to move forward. And so we're going to continue to be clear. We're going to have a meeting about that specifically. As you know, National Security Advisor stated that. There's been continuous conversations on this particular issue that we believe has been constructive, and the conversations continue. We're going to monitor the situation. I'm not going to go beyond what we've just stated about where our focus on the Rafah operations in those conversations. Go ahead.
President Biden has frequently pledged that no one making under $400,000 would see their taxes go up. Tariffs are effectively a tax on imports. I'm wondering if you can commit that no American importer making less than $400,000 would see their costs go up.
So our commitment to Americans are very clear, which is that we are not going to tax. We do not want to see a tax increase on Americans making over $400,000. That has been our point. Where we have been since the beginning of this administration. That has not changed. We have to remember what these tariffs are all about, is actually making sure that we are protecting American workers, that we are protecting American businesses. We cannot forget as well that the trade deal that the last administration, the Trump administration did not actually, it was a bad deal. It was a failed deal. It didn't increase our American imports.
Again? They were moving earlier. We didn't have a headline. Cigna on the low too.
And this is,
and then Adobe's at the first drop level.
The announcement today, you can guarantee that.
Yeah, we's back up. I don't have a headline. And Humana?
What I can say.
But why is Cigna up, Humana down?
We
Check both of those. That's kind of weird.
We do not want to see taxes for them if they are making.
Para on the low
That
too.
is something that we've been very
Yo, big drop on Para. Probably something related to the deal. Big drop. 2% down on Para. No headline yet. Just big mover. Para.
Protecting American workers.
Para.
Protecting American businesses. What we
And
saw
a
from
new
the last
kitty tweet. Yep,
administration
it's right on the hour.
failed. We did not see manufacturing go up. We did not see imports go up or exports go up. And so that is also incredibly
Humana's moving up too.
And we want to do this. The president wants to do this in a smart and strategic way, and that's what you are seeing from this announcement today.
I ended the Para curse, but I just don't play it no
Jake
more.
Sullivan will be going to Saudi Arabia and Israel this weekend to discuss the military operation in Rafah. I know you mentioned that there would be a meeting in the coming days. Can you
Not
confirm
seeing
this
anything.
travel?
It's probably related to the. That's huge. Bro, that's 4%. You guys got it in the first. I don't have news, but I could get you the movement. I'm looking right now. Yeah, no, it could check. It could be Reuters or something, but it's probably related to the deal. I think that's an easy assumption to make. Remember, they're going through that deal. Is it CNBC?
Americans, and this tax increase will hit every family, calling it horrible news. How do you respond to that?
Look, I mean, it's very much to what
and
I've
it's
been
part-
saying. This is
Apollo,
this is
but people
truly
close
about,
to the
what the
situation
president wanted
Yeah,
to do.
that I've been
CNBC.
speaking to of late indicate that the likelihood
After I got
of
a
bid, at
couple of
least for the
early
full
news, they're like,
company,
we
seems
need
to be fading a
exclusives.
bit. There has not been an
That's their
NDA
second one
signed
today.
by Sony at this point, a non-disclosure agreement that you would typically sign so you could begin real due diligence. And beyond that was a fall in Sony parent stock price last week that we can show you as well that may have given them some pause. Not to mention, of course, what is this, the continued deterioration of the environment we know so well, namely the cable ecosystem, all of which has led to what
Did
I am
gold
told
break?
is at least, quote, a rethinking.
Yeah, gold
of
new
the
high, or
Paramount
right
bid.
under
That
the new
does
high,
not
but it's about to
mean
hit a new
that
high
there
today.
would not be some sort of bid potentially
report Sony
forthcoming, but will
rethinking
it be
Paramount deal with
restructured?
Apollo.
Would it perhaps simply look more like
Yeah, so that's an exclusive from CNBC. So they got it early. We had the movement on it. It's down 5 now. But again, that deal, it reminds me of Manu, you guys. So I've already said that many. You're going to just get wild pops and locks until the situation remedies itself. Or until they do so. I don't even know. Because again, what's it called? Never even got a, Manu's still not even bought out. So just think about that. That was even for years. Watch. Eventually they're going to be like, Elon's going to buy Para. Like, what? Is that Google event
Prime
still
Minister,
going?
One of the topics
Yep.
that came up that we read out to all of you was the Rafa operations. You've heard us
Sony
say
pop on
over
that, and
and
it's
over
11. We
again
got 2
about
hours
our
left in the day.
concerns, and we've been clear about our concerns privately and certainly publicly about more
Sony
than
is
1
going up
million
on that.
people. More 1 million Palestinian citizens are now seeking refuge in Rafah.
I'll look
so
at. I
we
missed
want
the
to
other
make
kitty
sure
tweet, but
that,
I'm kind of
that
getting
their-
like
their,
law
you know,
of
their lives
diminishing
are
returns.
protected. Understanding
I don't know about the
that
whole 30 minutes
dismantling
thing
home
now.
health
It's the same.
operation is actually
Oh, yeah, we
really
got.
important. This is something that we believe
This
in,
one says
that
3
we
years.
want to see as well. That's why we've offered our own thoughts on how to move forward with that. Conversations continue.
Let's see.
2 years of nights have turned me into a nocturnal animal.
Too early. Too early.
We have a signal now for when I'm needed.
Weed stock's still going up.
But when that light hits the sky, it's not just a call. It's a warning to them.
Jake, what's up, baby?
Fear
God bless you, bro.
is a tool. 2 years of nights.
I could see that. I could see Rory and Kitty coming out with a brokerage. All right, that ended, and then back to the Google one. I'll give this like I don't know. I feel every
First,
time I turn it off, a
when
headline
planning
hits.
for an
though.
event like I/O, we have a ton of chat
NFE
rooms for
still
various
going
purposes.
too.
Luckily for me, Chip is in all of them. To quickly catch up, I might ask a question like, anyone know if our I/O storyboards are approved? Because we've instructed Chip to track this project,
I need to go
Chip
get a
searches across
quote real
all
quick.
the conversations and knows to respond
BRB.
with an answer. There it is. Simple, but very helpful. Now, as the team
Daman.
adds Chip to more group chats,
Daman.
more files, more email
That was your
threads,
first one too?
Chip builds a collective memory of our work together. Let's
Hey,
look at
man,
an
yeah,
example.
Para Sony
To show
right
you,
here.
I'll switch over to a
I will
different room.
BRB.
How about,
I won't be here for
Project
like a
Sapphire
minute.
over here. And here we are discussing a product release coming up, and as usual, many pieces are still in flight. So I can go ahead and ask, are we on track for launch? Chip gets to work not only searching through everything it has access to, but also synthesizing what's found and coming back with an up-to-date response. There it is. A clear timeline, a nice summary, and notice even in this first message here, Chip flags a potential issue the team should be aware of. Because we're in a group space, everyone can follow along, anyone can jump in at any time, as you see someone just did, asking Chip to help create a doc to help address the issue. A task like this could take me hours, dozens of hours. Chip can get it all done in just a few minutes, sending the doc over right when it's ready. And so much of this practical helpfulness comes from how we've customized Chip to our team's needs, and how seamlessly this AI is integrated directly into where we're already working. Back to you, Aparna.
Thank you, Tony. Now, I can imagine a number of different types of virtual teammates configured by businesses to help them do what they need. Now, we have a lot of work to do to figure out how to bring these agentive experiences like virtual teammates into Workspace, including enabling third parties to make their very own versions of Chip. We're excited about where this is headed, so stay tuned. And as Gemini and its capabilities continue to evolve, we're diligently bringing that power directly into Workspace to make all our users more productive and creative, both at home and at work. And now, over to Sissy to tell you more about Gemini app.
Our vision for the Gemini app
I was grabbing
is to
the
be
protein.
most helpful personal AI assistant.
I'm back though, but I think
By
I'm kind of done with all of this. I think that's a lot of audio. We had our PHILO. That's it. We've been getting a news headline every 30 minutes, bro. It's kind of crazy. We got the oracles. You just had the para. There was QDEL. Not to mention, I mean, all the GME stuff. and everything, bro. Yeah, there's a shit ton of things. It's kind of fun, man. Then tomorrow, we're going to be early, too. So if you guys don't know, hour before the bell, we will be live. I'm going to wake up early tomorrow, and we are going to be doing the CPI. So we'll be here for that live interpretation. But now you have 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining, baby. Or no, 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. Excuse me. Too early. Too early. Too early. Too early. What is Roaring Kitty? I don't know. I think, honestly, though, at this point, as long as Roaring Kitty is better off not disclosing his positions. Like, so I think if he discloses his position, then that would create excitement if it was there. But at the same time, with him just posting memes, like, I don't think he's incentivized to post anything, especially if you are getting like that type of movement, more or less. Hyperinflation hits tomorrow. Okay, that's soon. But I don't know. PPI was hot. CPI could be there, but I don't think, unfortunately, no data set will cause you like that big of a reaction. In the sense, like, I don't think you'll quickly go to, anything really good or really bad. Powell, the Fed, and everybody else is just going to be saying, oh, yeah, well, we'll wait till June or this. Yeah, I will be early tomorrow for the CPI. So we'll be starting. We'll go live like 10 minutes before it comes out. I'll probably go live at like 5:20 or 8:20 Eastern. And then we'll be good to go. But there is I don't know. It's what I told you guys today. And I really think this is big. Like, if you really want something, and like if you're like, this is going to happen tomorrow, hyperinflation or the next big shift, just keep this in mind. There will be a day where the BLS revises the job number negative, and it will show as a negative print on a revision. And that is, my friend, when the world is changing. That is when you'll feel it. There won't be anything about this or that. And honestly, I mean, I read you guys the book. I don't know, depending on even how the election plays out. Again, if we do end up having a Republican, I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And then also, too, if we keep the Democratic one, I wonder how that'll play out as well. Again, if you're going off of the electoral model, or the sectoral model. So then we keep going up for no reason. Well, I mean, I think the last 3 months we haven't gone up. So I guess 2 months at least. I mean, we went up here and you were going up, and would you say it was for no reason? It was because of anticipation of cuts, but then that changed. But like, relatively speaking, for the last 2 months almost, we haven't gone up. I mean, you've gone down and then came back up to the level, but you haven't really had an appreciation. Again, most of your even tech stocks, they're still kind of at that level. Yeah, GME, I mean, remember, you guys, in about 30 or 15 minutes, that last hour and a half, last hour, these stocks can all kind of get their reset leading into power hour. Too early. Is this the same price this was at in the morning? Yeah, the same 588. The CRNC deal with NVIDIA, I didn't look into it too much. I mean, I think it's probably just a fluff piece. Just, we announced this. It could be good or not. Probably give it some AI hype for a couple of days, but I didn't really look into the company, nor do I know too much about them. I think they might halt GameStop. I don't know, but we are getting to the end of the day, and you're starting to get some of these moves. Oh, Price and Dice. Let's go, baby. God bless you. Bro, that's the second one today. I appreciate all the donos, man. Y'all been holding it down, but I got the first one, man. That means a lot. Thank you. I'm the first YouTuber you've ever donated to. I mean, that means a lot, man. For real. That goes a lot. That's touching. It really is. I hope you don't take it as sarcasm, because I was freaking out about this the last couple of days, so thank you. Penny stocks. I mean, I think right now it's undeniable there is anything that gets shorted has an incentive to run. But you just have to, Demon. Is it D-Man or Damon? I have a friend named Damon. So that's why, like, I say, Daman, Habibi. But SPY's kind of ripping right now. Hold up. High ticker going kind of insane. Yo, homie, you're breaking out a little bit. Hi. What just happened there? So, again, all of the chips names and everything else. Again, GME started to get a bid there as well. But, yeah, but, like, you know, any of these penny stocks, we saw Faraday at, like, 70% in the morning. You know, I'll give you guys, I'll give attention to it. But at the same time, like, just don't hurt yourself. Put in a small amount of money on any of these plays is how I like to protect myself in these moments. But other than that, like, it's right now you're just playing a game of real money musical chairs. And I can't stress it enough. Like, again, I like MPW, but even then this morning, I think some of y'all misinterpreted. Like I'm in it already. I've been in it. I'm holding it. And right now it's all about GameStop. So until that spills over to everything else, and like we still don't even know what's actually happening. Bro, your CPI leak is starting to pop right now. Again, there's no headlines. I don't think Powell, even this morning, there was a lot of back and forth. And then I think we, you know, maybe the expectations after the hot PPI might make tomorrow a little bit easier. Good morning. Too early. You sold your entire portfolio to hop on GME. Well, listen, I mean, there's people who say that seriously, and then there's some people who say that with duplicity and you know, bad intentions. So if it's the former, I hope you have diversification, and if it's the second, I mean, you know, you set your own trap, my brother. Hello from Switzerland. Oh, I got your first one. Thought you were saying during PHILO, baby. Lots of introspected needed in this game as life, man. Sam, my Switzerland brother, bro. God bless you, man. Thank you. I got 3 first-time super chats today. Let's go. That's amazing. The letters to the Paul. Oh, that one's called Paul Freestyle by Uncle Answers. Thank you, baby. I'm highly diversified. I mean, honest, I'm just, you know, respectfully, I just think you starting to bullshit now. You know what I'm saying? Because then if you sold everything for GME, but now you're highly diversified, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that. That does not make any sense at all, sir. So either way, like, you know, if I don't listen, you guys, I'm not going to judge you on anything. I mean, you guys have watched me succeed and fail numerous times. And again, you know, sometimes I go out of my wheelhouse. Sometimes I stay within it. Sometimes I get involved. Sometimes I don't. And I really think, like, you know, make your decision and be wise. And I honestly think if you hold your own responsibility and you separate and you have a long term that you keep separate, and then, you know, you want to go after whatever you want, like, yo, do it. I mean, no one's going to stop you from it. But at the same time, like I'm saying, though, some people out there are very disingenuous, and some people are saying phrases and saying stuff about it, trying to incite people to buy it. So, you know, you got to see where you fall in that. If it's the latter, that sucks. But at the same time, like, you know, there's an opportunity. It's early. We don't know what's happening. And being early means it could blow up in your face, or it's going to hook you up and you're not going to miss out on anything. But you do have to approach with that caution, and hopefully, you know, you're holding it down for you and not dragging others in it too. And just, that's it. I mean, just be straight up with your intention, and it goes a long way. But just be wise too. Like I'm saying, small amounts could go a long way. My work handles my long term. I put all my weed money into GME. Bro, that I could get behind. Like, you know, that is more, and I appreciate that. And, like, if that sounds more honest, and I hope it is, but, like, that, yo, if that's what you want, like, dude, I did stuff like that when I was younger, too. And honestly, some investments worked out. I picked different things like Facebook, but at the end, and Bitcoin, but it doesn't, like, that is a better approach. And I fuck with that way, way more than, like, oh, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the peach. Oh, Bradley Frizzle and the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and you did call that, like, right? That was kind of trippy. Amen. 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 All right, man. All right. So, I have an offer for you, Chattadonia, and for the speaker of the Peach. I have an offer for Pump It Up. And then Spy's right near the highs right now. Okay, my offer is 100 points. Every 100 points, we will pump it up at the solid level. We could begin at 5,300, unless we've already pumped at 53. Let me double check, my friend. I don't want to make an agreement in bad faith because I didn't do my homework. So please hold. Yeah, 5,300, we could start. And then every 100 levels. However, the Chad will be required to do a pop quiz every week on macroeconomics from the Watchlist. And if they fail, I will pick a random Chad, and I will target them. I'm gonna go based off of their Chad facts, and I'm gonna target a-holes who are gonna fail it. I'm gonna be an asshole, and if they fail it, I will never pump it up again, ever. That's your offer. I'm open to a counter, but that's it. I'll give you 100. Start at 53 right away. Every 100 we pump it up. All you got to do is do a pop. You got to answer pop quizzes on macro from the Watchlist. That's my offer. And if they fail, they fail. And I'm an enemy. I will go after them. Oh, Emmanuel. Let's go, baby. Oh, my Keith first time, baby. Oh, Eddie with the FFIE. Thank you, bro. That means a lot. Bro, they doing it, bro. I got 4 first-timers, man. Thank you. Tell YouTube, bro. Come on, YouTube. That's what I'm talking about. Emmanuel. Beautiful name. Beautiful name, too, man. Let's go, man. Too much downside? I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. You see the people. I see. I took this offer to your speaker, your Peach of the house, Speaker of the Peach. You like the song, You Don't Trust Others? 24-hour ban. Listen, take that. If your representative wants to make me a counteroffer, we took a day of recess, but this is where we're at right now. How easy or hard? It'll be, I won't try to trick you, but I will go after the people who try to look like they watched it but didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I will target them. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, oh, you watched it? And they're gonna be like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm gonna that's exactly how it's gonna play out. I could already envision it. So that's all, man. That's all. The market, that was kind of nuts. This says computer, all these low liquidity computer moves, bro. Too much risk. Hey, man, we'll see. Is risk to reward's not there? But then it's based in learning. And it incentivizes, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Past 2. Again, yesterday, even with all the short covering, you were about 7% lower than average trading volume, which is kind of crazy to think about. I don't know. Does anybody want to try it with me tomorrow? I did it today unknowingly, but do you guys want to try a standing day tomorrow? I'm going to try to give you guys a challenge. You could only sit down for like 10 minutes tomorrow. So if you're a trader and you spend 7 hours here, I want to, can you think you could do it? You have to stand up the whole day. Because I have a standing desk. I just haven't been using it, man. You get negative people. I mean, I will go after certain people, but I'll ignore the crazy ones. I really like the deal, but can we do every 100 level? Random Chad picks for the quiz, and if they fail, no pump it up for 1 business week. Quiz process resumes after 1 week. So then you're countering back. You think, so pretty much I can't choose. It has to be random. And then instead of a permanent ban, you go for 1 week. How about 1 month? How do you feel about 1 month? And I could choose, so not random. Oh, so I get to keep my choice preference? Actually, no. Excuse me. I meant a quarter. I didn't mean a month. I meant a quarter. I'm sorry. I work in the stock market. I go by the quarters. I don't. What the fuck's a month? You know, I'm not. It's not a weekly. It's a quarter. Excuse me. Yeah, I think a quarter. No. It's a quarter. Why? We go earnings quarter by quarter, SEP quarter by quarter. What are you saying? Quarter is crazy, but that's normal. That's normal. Well, listen. I don't know if that. 1 month to a quarter is where I'm at right now. I gotta. We'll come back tomorrow, but I think this is the closest we've been to a deal. So I don't know. Give me till tomorrow then, unless you want to accept a quarter right now. We could do that. I'm there. That could protect me a little bit. Otherwise, we could see, man. We're close. We definitely. I think we'll see what happens. Maybe late night voting or something. Who knows? But that's all right. I could get behind it. All right. Too early. That was a banger, man. GME, is it unhalted or did it get halted? It looks like it's not moving. It came up off the bottom. That's nuts. That's almost that's a $12 move. What's going to change from now and tomorrow? Oh, a lot of things. I mean, GameStop changed 100%. The PPI was expected to be lower, came in hotter. You know, anything could happen. So that's like, you just got to think about it. Got to give it some time. That's it. I mean, this is how negotiations work, unfortunately. If this was really government, this would have taken like 2 years. And the bonds, for real. Bonds were weird today. Very, very weird. Gotta go see you tomorrow. Looking forward to negotiations. Well, thank you, Bradley Frizzle, for everything. And we love you, man. Have a great day, baby. Have a great day. You lost your badge when you changed your name? I mean, if it's the same account, you should have kept it unless you didn't renew it. But so, like, a lot of people have changed their names before. As long as it's the same account, it should have kept it there. Good morning. Too early. If I have to stand for Zoom proofs, you have to sit for 3 days. Okay, that's an extreme situation, but low key I've been sitting like way too much. It's bad because like even then I do a lot of posture stuff, but nah, like it's good. Like today I barely been sitting down. So I don't know. I think if you are a sitter out of choice all the damn time, you should try one where you stand all. I've been standing most of the day today. I've sat down for like 5-10 minutes, like max, and like I actually feel good. Like I don't know, like I feel very like I could like touch my toes, and it doesn't like. Oh man, it feels so weird. So I'm enjoying it. The tool for my news feed, I mean, if you were here all day, we were just talking about it. I kind of have my own system and other things, so you can't really access it. We have a couple of people in here who help source and verify the info as well. But, I mean, it's here, unfortunately. I had an update on the watch list. I got some old videos that could help you out, too, but, yeah. You didn't want to send this in the chat, but hilarious. Google hired the guy who sang this song. So he made this song, Work That Ass for Daddy.
Bring that fat ass over here. I want to.
That's crazy, dude. It's funny because, like, his other, like, the comments on, oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I like him, though. He's funny. That was like the best energy I've seen from any of those damn things, man. It was crazy. Uncle's Song, it comes out tonight. So like 9 p.m. Pacific time, and then, or it may have, if you're Pacific, you might have to wait. But it should come out, I think, just right at Eastern time. How does the pony look on me? So cute. Loved every moment of this. Long live the chat. Rosa, thank you. 34 months. Amen. God bless you. It looks good. It looks good. Hard up. It looked better, too, like in the chat, because then with, like, the white background, it just blend in, and it just looked like the pony just... Can I do it? I don't know if I could do, like, a... I could do that. Maybe I should just get the Google voice changer. Arcade Twee, is it top of the hour? Yeah, probably. Let's see. Yep, 17 seconds ago. Stay. It says stay. That's all it says. Stay. Wow. Season 4. Oh, you're still wild. Oh, I finished that, though. Dude, Mr. Robot, I want to say almost a 10-year-old show, right? Wasn't that like 2016? It was a good show. It's a good show. I said, man, if some of y'all are going through, like, some of y'all need to watch it, too, to even, like, understand certain things. If you're like, the economy's going to crash tomorrow, just go watch Mr. Robot. Yeah, Stacey, I don't think I could do that. So I think we're good. I hope. I mean, I'm not trying to bring any of that out too, like, you know, but yeah, I can't. So sorry if that came off a different way. I was trying to encourage the movement, but yeah, that'd be impossible for me. I don't want to. I'm telling you, I'm in a lot of pain after getting a lot of injuries there, but definitely not as bad. So, amen. Your son was more excited when he noticed from Elon to the pony. Well, thank you. Thank you. Spot going. Dude, that route, this was already kind of nuts, and now it's making a bigger candle. New high, and everyone's like, what's happening? That's it. Why is it going up? You're higher than yesterday. It's pretty crazy because you guys realize this is now 30 points away from an all-time high. So that's where it gets a little nutty here. Hold on. I got to pull this out a little. So, again, like 52, 51, I think 47, right? Or 38. This is where we're at now. Jeez. Yeah, like 42 to 51. And then right here at 40, yeah, 43. My goodness. The CPI leak. I'm surprised the first one didn't bring it out. I think tomorrow, though, it might be easier to, again, I think if it comes in line or a little hotter after today, that might be it. But people didn't even trip off the PPI. New all-time high today, maybe. Google Gemini Pro pricing announced. That could give it a pop. What's VVOS and then NVIDIA? Do you want to see me struggle at something? I can't balance. I'm telling you, bro, it's bad. I said it the other day. I was like, dude, like, if I, like, sit down, like, I can't, like, do, like, I can't even, like, lean forward. Like, I can, but, like, and it's crazy because I'm, like, generally young, I like to think. I don't have my hairline anymore, but I'm like, dude, that's crazy. But no, I can't, bro. I'm flat-footed and shit, bro. That's I can't do that. Sitting down though, I mean, I don't know. We sit for a long time here, but then now my hip muscles, I got APT, that anterior pelvic tilt to the max. Did you injure yourself? Well, I've just been, every time I've been working out, like I've just been snapping something, or it just hurts a lot more. And I was like, dude, I think I really need to like stretch and like get a little bit more flexibility. I've low-key been doing yoga. I've been just stretching all day. I've been doing a lot of different poses and postures. But yeah. My pelvis is cambered. It's literally. Nah, for real. Ascendis Pharma announces extension of FDA review for TransCon. Oh, didn't we played Ascend back in the day? Oh, they're getting clapped. We bought it at like 80 and that thing went up. You just need alignment. No, I sit a lot because if I'm not streaming, bro, I'm driving. Like usually. So then I'm like, oh my God. And then if I want to even like watch TV or like play 2K or something, it's like I'll still sit. So it's nice. Like, man, I just gotta. Today's good though. I feel active. I'm ready to run. Like, woo. Custom orthotics. I do need those. I had those when I was younger, and then I lost them. Oh, and then, bro, dude, you guys realize today I still like I don't have the glasses. I have to wait 2 weeks. 2 weeks, bro. I have an inversion table. I use that. That helps a lot. But it's good. I told you my goal. I want to be like one of those like flexible like gymnast dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to be able to like do the Neo. Like I want to have the balance where I could like lean back and dodge bullets and still be perfectly balanced. Do you know what I'm talking about? Somebody understands what I'm saying, right? I'm not like that insane. Have you ever seen those dudes, the workout dudes? Yeah, my knees can't do that. Anything can. I can't even bend like that. That's why I'm like, you know, that's the goal I'm looking for. Or the flagpole, yeah. Like I want to be like, I'm trying to do it now, but like crazy though. Oh, Daipen, baby. Spy, you didn't miss anything. I mean, we had one of these just crazy launches. You did bounce right off the bottom, but this isn't off of anything. It's not even like the Google stuff really caused that. Then we've gotten random headlines from like Para and Sony all the way down to like Ascend here. And then JP Morgan financials ripping. High ticker's literally full gas right now. I don't think I've given you guys a breakdown. You know, C-Mobile. It is, bro. Last couple days, bro, my shit is very sore. Like my back like really, really hurts, but I've never been like I could actually like touch my toes now, which is very impressive for me. But it still hurts. But I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Let me see. I didn't give you guys the movers today. So S&P 294 in the green, 208 in the red. It's actually not that crazy. And then Dow 18 in the green, 12 in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 55 green, 46 red. So ironically enough, today's pretty 50-50. No, I think CPI is going to be at expectations or a little hotter, but I don't think the market is going to take it too negative in a weird way. Because, again, I think hot PPI today, it was bad, but I think that the fact that it came in hot, even if the expectations go up or not, I still think everybody's primed now for a hot print. So, obviously, things like liquidity will make it trade a little different, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, I do think it should be hotter or it should be just easier for the market to not get disappointed. Senior U.S. official, Biden administration reached understanding with Israel that any Rafah operation wouldn't be significantly expanded before Sullivan's visit. Why do you think it'll be ignored? Because it should be hot given all the other past data. And then the fact that today was extremely hot and you're up by 0.4, almost 1% on the NASDAQ, or a little bit more than 0.5%. So even I think the sticker shock tomorrow, if it comes in 0.1, 0.2 higher, after seeing that same thing happen today, I don't think it's going to hit the market. And then everyone's going to punt into, yeah, it was just because of the revision. But then again, I mean, what if we have any of those other weird factors with it? But I don't think it's gonna do that. However, what's the answer? There's one big answer, and I'm answering the question of what do I think is gonna happen with the CPI print, right? And then what the market does. That's going to be a whole nother story. SPY's is ripping right now. You're getting another breakout here at the high. Even financials are going vertical, like low key. Look at XLF top right. Even Google breaking out. But there's an answer. There's an answer. There's one thing that you got to be looking for tomorrow. There's our CPI leaker. I bet you it leaked. It had to have. You know, regardless of what the CPI prints tomorrow, you should be watching one thing. I wouldn't say one thing only, but there's definitely one big thing you should be looking for that will help you with the answer. The country song dropped early. I think if you have depending on your time zone, there you go, Eduardo. Bro, SPY rocketing, man. And this is why even then, look at them. It relates to all of it, but I do think, one of this, I could be wrong, but this is one of my compass points that I will be looking at tomorrow. And that's going to be the 10-year bond. So literally, where is it? So, just like I've been telling you, man, it's surprising we're lower. But that's what I think is the only thing that matters tomorrow. So, whether it's hot or not, whether equities, because again, what could happen? It could come in hot or good, and the equities market could go down and then rip back up. But then if the bonds start bouncing back up here, I think it's going to lead to a problem. If we hold above 4 or 5, problem. We go below, good. Then everything could kind of chill out a little bit. So the way I'm looking at it, just really the answer should lie in bonds, but I'm sure equities are going to have, the time of their life. And that being said, where is it? Let's see what we're pricing in for tomorrow. Would you guys like to know? I have a little bit of bill and like other accounts, but I did move a lot of them to like 2-year bonds. But I have bill, but not in any of my long terms. Outside of the long term, I mean, I have a decent amount in fixed income, as I've told you guys about a year and a half ago. It was a good move. But let's see. Tomorrow's the 15th. All right, 523, if you're like right in the middle. What is that, 450, 463, 455? We'll go 450. Seems about right. So $4.50 is what the market maker thinks the SPY will move from here till tomorrow. Just under 1%. So it's lower than the last two. You guys remember non-farm, CPI, even Iran, it wasn't even a non-farms or CPI was 1.5, but you're like half the expectations of the last couple of data sets. So even then, you're not pricing it. It's still big. It's just under 1%, but the option market isn't even as it's not really anticipating as much as your last 2 or 3 big data releases. If you guys have been here, we did all the pricing. Remember, it was 1.15 to 1.2, Because it's Friday. We could check the end of the week. It'll probably be more, but today's Tuesday. The data is Wednesday. Sometimes the data would be on a Friday, but even if it was still pricing in a lot, Like, it was big. Remember, last couple data events, they were both over 1%. I think last non-farms was the biggest it priced in like 2 or 3 years. I think same with the CPI, too. The latest one. What I'm saying is a lot of things are primed. I think it's going to be a game of expectations. That's what's going to kind of cause the movement. But even then, you're not pricing in as big of a move as the last couple of events. Biden going live on Yahoo Finance. Yeah, because he thought Yahoo Finance was Yoo-hoo chocolate milk. So that's it. He'll figure it out, but I don't think he'll go. Once he finds out he ain't getting that sweet chocolatey milk, you know what I'm saying? It's the best in the game. That joke's not that funny, but if you are a Republican, you're going to love it. That's, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that one, like, you know, it's a decent, because I like Yoo-hoo, but I know there's a Republican out there who's like, Josh is the funniest guy alive. They love it right now. And then NQ broke out, man. NQ's at 18,415 on the futures. I think the follow-up Republican joke was better than the actual joke, but libertarian. You could laugh at it, but there's a Republican who really liked that one. And they're like, oh, fuck yeah. No news. I mean, hey, if GameStop can squeeze, why can't the stock market? But no, this is just, I think, random moves. Kind of a little bit of a anticipation for tomorrow, but I haven't checked PDUFAs because I got rid of COG-T, but I like that one. But their biotech catalyst is like a year away. But Vanny and the GLP-1s, I like that. And I still got one more cancer drug, Itos Ruckus. It's the other one. Just got final grades. So glad I don't got to stress for another 3 months. Congratulations. Oh, wait. No. I thought Vanny was on the 17th. I'm pretty sure it's Friday. Bought more Vanny. So I said it. If we're wrong, I'm gonna still hold it for a year, because like VKTX did the exact same thing. That gave me some confidence, but VKTX still took about 6 months to a year before it went crazy. But what I'm saying is that I'm not as worried about their little follow-on offering, because when VKTX was at that early stage, they did it. But well, I think you get the all or nothing. I'm putting out the time frame, because I do think, like, even if it does fail, I don't think I'm not going to give up hope on that one like right away, just because I really think a longer plan, if they could show anything promising, I would love a GLP-1 drug, man. I would love one early. That would be, again, I sold out VKTX at like 19, got a small gain, but then it proceeded to go nuts. Man. What time? 11:48. 12 more minutes till power hour. Bonds are up. Still kind of a weird day with all of it. That wet AMD, I feel you. That one, I still got those. They still got time. Or they're still on the schedule, but it just ended 24. Or even halfway through, though. And like June, we will get by June, there's going to be another wave of biotechs. So, I don't know. If you want these ones, you can. Or if you do want to wait another month, like pretty much beginning of the second half and end of second half, you got a lot of schedules. Yeah, Baba had bad earnings. Baidu's next. Oh, actually, that reminded me. Oh, that shit was up yesterday. May you redo the pricing. Just because that's your third super chat, bro. But why haven't you watched the tutorial? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, we do this all day, every day. We got tutorials on it, bro. We got, you know what I'm saying? And you were here yesterday. Oh, I see. Oh, actually, you were at Disney earnings. Last time you were here was the 10-year auctions. Where have you been, man? That's it. They've been getting, I don't know, wherever you been. They ain't teach you this, man? Let's go, man. Let's go. So it's super simple. It's probably the easiest thing. I know it seems intimidating at first, but it's not that nuts. So we take the price the stock's at. Thankfully, it's at 523. Take the ask. You could go with the actual trade, but 230 plus 225. That leaves us with, let's just say 450. That's the number I came up with in the beginning. You could go over here on TD Ameritrade. That number is about similar. And we're using the expiration of the event. So this is end of tomorrow, pricing in $4.50. So the straddle price is $4.50. That means the market maker believes that the SPY will move $4.50 up or down, call and put, right? And if that, why we say that's the expectation, because if they thought it would move more or less, they would charge more or less. At the last CPI, they were charging double the price because they were more worried about how it could move. So you take that $4.50, that's the calculation from the call and the put. Take $4.50, divide it by the 522.95 or the 523, and you're left with 0.0086, about eighth of a percent. No, Vanny's not long term. That's just we're playing the GLP-1 data. So it's going for drug approval or not. Vanny, we're either going to make a lot of money or lose 90%. You take the premium for where the stock is at. So like if you're in the middle, you could go above or below, but ideally you want to take the at the money where the stock is trading at. Because then if it's where you're at right now, factor the call and put, that has a value, and that value insinuates something by the expiration. The drug for Vanny is a GLP-1, so it's kind of bullshit. I'm not going to lie to you. What do I mean by that? Is that they weren't making waves, they weren't making any noise until earlier this year. They came out with a trial and they said, "Yo, we've been testing a GLP-1 like drug on rats, and we found out that the rats lost weight." That's it. And then people got really excited about that, though. I got excited about it because it is kind of promising there. But now they're progressing in. I do believe they have approval to move it into humans eventually. So, and that's it. It's just like if they could get a new type of formula different than the Ozempics and the Wegovy's out there, that could be good. Or again, hopefully it'll be a buyout candidate, but that's what happened with VKTX. Maybe the rat was just depressed. Maybe. It was a study, though. They tested it on several rats, and all of these rats lost a lot of weight. Yeah, I covered the Ozempic baby news like a month or two ago. But yeah, definitely heard about it. But yeah, rats lost weight, and they conclude humans will too. Yeah. So pretty much the rats lost weight. It didn't cause any negative effects to the rats. They are, if that goes good, and they're going to announce on Friday some of this data, but if it works, and then they're moving to human trials. So yeah, but that is the thing. The Vanny event's on Friday. So they're going to be performing at the Tides Con. Not performing, what am I saying? Presented. Hey, yo, baby, we got Vanny in the So yeah, it's an implant. Yeah, it was still just a GLP-1. I don't care what it is. All that matters is that they get FDA green light, because then someone's going to buy them. That's it. Just like VKTX. That's why I'm saying, like, in the beginning, VKTX was kind of bullshit. They had a rat trial or something like that too, and they kind of just stumbled into having one of these drugs. So that's where I'm like, it's kind of scammy. It's not, but like you never know in this space, because VKTX went from $2 to $70. Again, we were trading VKTX at like what, $4 to $19, and then even then we got out at 19. That shit goes up, and now people are talking about buying it. So it's kind of the same logic, but we'll see. MTC. Oh, that one's been one of these runners too. Tech. Yeah, damn. 125. Oh man. Share. I'm only going with shares because, like I'm telling you, if there's nothing good on Friday, that's it. Like you're gonna be bag holding for about 9 months to a year. Like I'm telling, because then the next trial or the next opportunity, just like a PTN, it's gonna be a year out. So unfortunately, with how they've even set it up to raise money, they have runway and some cash. But if this event they have an event there on Friday, and then June 3rd through June 5th, they have another event. But then if it's not, hitting the damn like Ozempic train, then you gotta wait. It's not only high risk, it's just like the time between catalysts. You got to think opportunity cost and time. Like, I think that's what I'm saying. I feel like most of you should be super aware of what the F you're gambling on if it's a biotech, but this one, the time frame is a lot larger. It would be helpful if I say the stock name. I mean, the fact of the matter is I've talked about this play so much. It's been on Watchlist. The chat is even telling you guys the damn name. If you don't want that to blame me for that, I feel like you just don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Respectfully, because it's there. The info. I'm not trying to pump a stock. I'm not trying to get anybody involved. Like, you know what I'm saying? I have information. This is what I believe. I made moves. I even gave a whole update on the watch list. So I don't know, man. Like, yeah, homie even tagged you. So, but like, I'm not. Just I try to keep up. Of rolling over. If you do like roll over in a transaction, it just makes it easier, but sometimes you could get scammed. Dip halted pending news. You told your wife about the Yang Wang and she doesn't believe it's real? That's cool. It's a cool car. Are we witnessing the biggest bull trap? I don't know. Because like I'm saying, I think it's going to kind of be easy to beat tomorrow, which is how today kind of played out. But we'll see. Don't underestimate those economists. They're gonna run those numbers right ahead of the event. Can we do 2 standard deviations for SPY? So here's the beauty. I already did 1 standard deviation, 450. I feel like you could figure it out from there. If the number is 450 for tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? Ghetto spread shares. You can sell a covered call, but no, not really. The way to ghetto spread shares is to make it free. So, like, dude, if you like GameStop, legitimately, if you put, let's say, $1,000 in GameStop yesterday, and then it went up 100%, if you just sold out half of the shares, you would have got all of your money back, and then you could have just held those shares for free. That's the way that you would do that. Oh, man. GG. You did that this morning? Yeah, that's a good move because then you could still get the exposure, all of that. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Power hour, gentlemen. 45 seconds. Yeah, wait, where's Kitty? Oh, he'll be here in 30 seconds probably. You know what I'm saying? 30 seconds. Get ready for the tweet. Kitty, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your tweets just hypnotize me. I just love your cryptic ways. We gonna buy a GME and wait. I bought GME off the AMMC. Boom, boom. Wait for it. And we got it 5 seconds ago.
Oh my god, he's making a requel. A what? Remember the Stab movie that came out last year? Oh yeah! The hardcore Stab fans hated it. You go on 4chan and Reddit. All they're talking about is how Stab 8 pissed on their childhood. How they crammed in social commentary just to make it elevated. How the main character is a Mary Sue.
What's a Mary Sue?
You really don't want to know.
What's wrong with elevated horror? That's not Stab. Real Stab movies are meta slasher whodunit. Come on, it's just a movie. No, it's not. To some people, the original is their favorite thing in the world. Oh my god, he's making a requel.
Is he throwing shade at the movie?
Remember the Stab movie that came out last year? Oh,
Did they even pay him for his like likeness and rights? They had to,
All they're
right?
talking about is how Stab 8 pissed on their childhood. How they crammed in social commentary just to make it elevated. How the main character is a Mary Sue.
What's a Mary Sue?
You really don't want to know.
What's wrong with elevated horror? That's not Stab. Real Stab movies are meta slasher whodunit. Come on, it's just a movie. No, it's not. To some people, the original is their favorite thing in the world. Oh my god, he's making a requel.
Wow.
What? Remember?
Right, thank you. I was stretching while playing. MU on the high? They didn't pay. There's no way. They had to have paid him. That'd be crazy. He's talking about all the BS scenes that were added to the movie. Puts on Netflix. Why would they pay him? I mean, it's his story. Otherwise, if they didn't pay him, couldn't you assume all of it's inaccurate? Like when they're trying to because they showed him and his wife, his brother, you know what I'm saying? Like that would just mean then they just kind of assumed it. It didn't reflect all the BS happening to retail investors. Yeah, I could see that. All he's saying, round 2, baby. Yeah, did anybody watch Dumb Money yesterday? So, they're like, we need to do our homework. We got to catch up on this. Yeah, you might have to watch it this weekend if you haven't. It took me a while to watch it. It was pretty entertaining, though. Again, you had Seth Rogen and a couple of other people's. Doc N and TSM going up, and then they halted MTC. And then Microsoft breaking out. SPY. Again, remember how tech was leading in the morning? You might get round 2 of that. I have to do you like that. My bad, man. It's okay. It's okay if you just watched it last night. That's fine. Lockheed Boeing Alliance hit with U.S. penalties for launch delay? Oh, no way. We're trying to be safe, dude. Air Force site schedule slip won't divulge fee assessed. MPW still the same price as yesterday. SMND. No flush today. I mean, you might get a crazy one by the end of the day, and keep in mind we are in power hour. So we'll see. But the memes aren't really moving. But we'll find out. I mean, this last 30 minutes has kind of just been a computer squeeze more or less, but it got pretty big. You watched it last night? Yeah, man. I think a lot of people did. It's good, though. Probably pricing in the CPI leak. So, I mean, maybe, because I was going to tell you, if there's ever the one time everybody genuinely thought there was a leak with the data, it was because the bonds had one of their biggest moves ever, and they did accuse the BLS of it. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you're ever going to assume a leak, bonds would have to go insane. That's the only way you would truly know. I could give off real hater vibes sometimes. Maybe you read me wrong. You know my nature. Oh, well, my bad. Was it the joke about the watching the movie? Because I thought I said that kind of nice, but I appreciate the feedback. I'll keep it in mind. Raul's always lurking, baby. He's always lurking. You guys, I'm just doing stretches all day, bro. You can probably hear me moving on the mic. Is he talking about the dumb movie? That's what I assumed. Maybe you're saying something on how they... Again, nobody. These are all just videos. We have to assume everything. That is where we still are at. The last video was about people taking the original GME and trying to subvert the movement for their own. But yeah, that's what I was saying this morning, man. Just like, and that's what we have to realize now. This is still only about GameStop, because last time, bro, so many things got drawn into it. It was insane. And like, that's why I'm like, Adam Aaron and AMC, like that was just greed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was insane. What's a requel? Is a requel like a re-release? Or is it like a copy? What is a requel? MTC, they were just halted. A movie which revisits the subject matter of an earlier film but is not a remake or a linear continuation of the plot, i.e. a sequel or prequel. So it goes back in time, but it's not necessarily correlated with the timing. I think he's saying the first movie was made too soon. Oh. Interesting. It's not GME this time. But I don't know. It's the same subject if we were to go back. My goodness. Dude, this is great. This is like the Drake-Kendrick beef for stock traders now. Oh my gosh. Now that I think about it, maybe that's what got him going. I didn't think about it till now. You don't think, like, you got random kitty just coming out of nowhere? I think he was inspired by Kendrick. Now that I think about it. Like, dude, I know he probably don't listen to that type of music, but I could definitely see Roy and Kitty be like, they not like us. They not like us. They not like, you know, and I think he got like, he was like, you're right. That's it, you know. See, I hate the way that you short, the way that you borrow, the way that you lie. Hate the way that Mel Finch was done. You know, like, I could definitely see that. And then that's it. He had that shit on repeat, and then he's like, nah, I'm in. I'm in now. Let's go. Round 2, baby. You don't know nothing about that. Borrowing shares that you have, you don't know nothing about that. Oh, man. He said, the nerve of you, Melvin. The nerve of you, Ken. Oh, man, it makes a little too much sense, bro. Yeah, Vlad is J. Cole. This time he was like, yo, I'll just keep the buy button out, and y'all, we just love the community. I don't know what we were thinking back then, and then we'll just, yeah, man. That's it. Mm-hmm. Are you new to the game? You bought GME yesterday, but it didn't get processed till this morning. So did you buy it? If you bought it during market hours, I mean, whatever price it says you're executed at, your funds may not settle, but you could still buy it, and you'll be locked in at that price. If you go to your whatever, I don't know who your brokerage is, but it should say like trade price or cost basis. That's like your total of what you paid for it, for like out of every transaction. Try to strike a squeeze, but it's probably a gamma. Makes sense, bro. I never got back into the weed stocks, no. I've been waiting. I want it a little lower. Like 830 was the high end we made flips on, and we still did good, and it went low. But then I kind of like, I like the lower sevens. But maybe we got to get closer to the election, because lately I do believe all of the weed news in the last like 2 weeks has kind of been negative, no? With the DEA, and they said they were going to like break trend of even the recommendation. Tom Lee. Don't you guys like Tom Lee?
Markets kind of had a very sort of simple framework in their head, which
we
is
got Power Hour,
as
50
soon as
minutes
inflation
left.
accelerates, the Fed switches from dove to hawk and tries to crush the economy. And I think Powell's been very clear in all of his recent statements that, look, inflation is not just this core headline number, and it's not just a services number. It's these three moving pieces: housing, auto insurance, and everything else. And they've been playing a waiting game. We're seeing that even in some of the recent articles, and Powell talked about it, and a lot of folks are talking about auto insurance. I think once that turns, and it possibly, because if you look at PPI, insurance actually rolled over pretty hard. I think it's going to make it clear to markets that it's not just a, hey, inflation is stubborn. It's really this, inflation is now normalizing. The economy's in good shape, and rates are so restrictive, the Fed actually needs to cut rates, and that's actually quite good for stocks. I mean, look, if it's a pause, actually it's good for stocks. If it's a cut, I think it's even better.
I mean, I was looking at the sector activity today, Tom. I mentioned at the top of the program, up volume was way outpacing down. Even earlier today, when it was hard to get much, if anything, going, there was only maybe one or two sectors that were green. Now almost everything is green. Tech is having a great session here. That is now, leading the way. A lot of the names there are green. What are we to make of this new closing high for NASDAQ, especially after some of the rollover that we saw, in the month of April in those names?
I think it's really good news. I think a lot of folks thought this was a ninth inning market expansion or, an extended rally, but I think the revival of meme stocks and the fact that there's still a huge amount of cash that's been accumulating on the sidelines in the last couple of weeks shows you, look, I think there's still a lot of legs to this rally. That's why I think May could not only be strong, but of course, as stocks could do very well into year end.
Liz, what do you think?
I still think that we'll struggle at all-time highs. And a couple weeks ago, after the Fed meeting, I got near-term bullish because there was nothing that he came out with and scared us with. And actually, he seemed pretty confident that they were on the right path, and the market interpreted that in a positive way. Now that we're knocking up against new highs with really no positive data behind it, maybe no big negative data, but it's really just been the removal of risks.
Isn't that all that matters? Get those risks out of the way?
To have more multiple expansion at with rates that are the same level?
But they're not the same level. They've come down like 25 basis points since the Fed chair spoke at the meeting.
But the Fed funds rate hasn't come down. So the intention to restrict capital activity hasn't come down. And in fact, it stayed where it was longer than we expected it to. So I think we would need incrementally better fundamental news to take us meaningfully higher and have it be durable. I don't doubt that Tom might be right that we would blow through all-time highs and have some more room. I could be wrong about that. I don't know that it'll last very long unless we get better news and things actually look fundamentally better.
Yeah, I think it's going to be about this inflation print tomorrow, whether or not the market tends to rally on from here. I think earnings have been driving the ship for the most part. You've had 80% of companies outpace expectations, up 8%, which is been good when you look at the 10-year average. But to Liz's point, we need to see some support from economic data, whether or not this rally is sustainable. I think the cooling labor market data helped out a bit, and earnings coming through to support that. But ultimately, it's going to be sort of like, show me what you got with the CPI print tomorrow. Like, is this
little mama? All right, man. Still holding up near the highs. Let's see what happens. My goodness. My goodness. Still 40 might close here. I don't know. I mean, you might still have a little bit of a flush. I don't know how big of today. Because, again, if you make a little end of the day pop, you'll be knocking on that all-time highs. But then again, there has been times where like we're trading near the level and then pre-market we hit the high and then the data comes out and then that's it. But then again, I don't know. I feel like there's still one more crazy move left in the day. It's going to be higher or lower. It looks like a better chance going lower since there's more of a gap there. But at this point, I mean, ever since even the middle of the day, we just kind of took off and everybody from the TV are not asking why. But then again, I mean, I think low liquidity can help answer big moves with less unexplainable data or catalysts. So we'll see. Even where's the SPY volume at? Is it going to be lower than yes? Dude, we're at 33 million and the day is almost over. Yeah. Wop, 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 wop. I'm it up. Nice. Woohoo! I made $20. I sold out of my booking. I had like $600 on it after that earnings play, but then it didn't come back down. But yeah, I closed out the booking. Remember that was earnings. I got worked on it, but I closed out with a green. I do miss the TD Ameritrade income estimator. They have a little one on Fidelity. It just don't hit the same though. They have an income estimate. It just still don't hit the same though. It's a little different. Wouldn't the low liquidity hypothesis show on the volume chart? It does. I mean, volume the last like week and a half has been substantially lower than average. Like last week it was really low. And then even yesterday, even today, you had PPI. Yesterday you had all of these short catalyst and covering, but you know, daily volume is still below average. Next year expected, yeah, on the Schwab. I think if you like organize it by group, it combines them all. And then the Fidelity one's not bad. You know, it's decent. Today's volume's very low. Yeah. It is very low volume. Even the last couple of weeks here. Causing the low liquidity. Could be a lot of things. I mean, one, interest rates attract that money. Bonds. If Japan's rates are going up, that could be another one. Other central banks moving, people trying to prepare for the future with their currencies. Again, even people waiting in the stock market for data. So, let's see. What are the odds of Vanny hitting, Habibi? I thought you would never ask, Habibi. The odd 50-50. You have a good chance of 50-50, Habibi, you know? You make it flip the coin and maybe make it work, maybe not. Mark again. We going 2 for 2, baby. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, bro. Horna. Habibi. Amen. Amen. Thank you, my friend. What time will the Vanny data? I don't know. I really encourage you guys to look into this yourself. You know, we've covered this play kind of extensively, and now we're just waiting. I made the average the other day, put it on the watch list, gave the breakdown, but, you know, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I am in the sense of like, yo, if all you're doing is hearing like things and you're like, oh, that sounds cool, and you haven't really looked into it, it's probably not going to work out, or you're going to be stuck to whatever I do, and then I'm not trying to like babysit the whole time. you know, like, because that's not my intention. I mean, I have info. I've shared it, and you guys see my play with it. But even then, I do think, like, if you feel interested, I would go look into that stock, Vanny, and, you know, get up to speed with it all. But kind of relying on everyone else might not end up well. Remember, CPI is only leaked when you lose money. Oh, man. Black Bear, I think, is just part of the list, man. It's part of the list of the heavily shorted ones, and then that was the other memer. The data's Friday. So I think, I mean, and again, I'm telling you guys all of this because, like, I could just be wrong on everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, so please, like, you know, don't hold me to it, but I could be totally missing all of this. So I don't know. I think it's Friday, but I could be wrong. So I encourage you to double check all of the data. So don't take my word for it. Please fact check it and double check and triple check. CPI, we've had a couple talks. I'll give a breakdown on the watch list, but I think the expectations today kind of caused something. But I think it's going to come in a little hotter, but I don't think the market will move as crazy. And then the only thing is, I think, whether or not we go to 4.5 on the bonds. If your hypothesis is correct, don't think it's weird that we're all time. Like, about liquidity, I mean, yeah, I mean, because you could still hold up off of even a low liquidity environment. And again, liquidity could be low because people are already holding positions as well. PPI was misread as some as being hot because of the revisions. Well, no, it was hot. There was no question. This month was hot, but why we went up? Because the revisions went down. So the last couple months, they revised it lower, but you ended up having the other one. Like, you ended up having a hot print on this quarter. Is FFIE still going? Again, I had financials up here for a little bit. Yeah, bro, FFIE is still up 400%. That's, like, actually insane. The revisions, they just say, well, they said we still collected data or more data came in from that period, so here's the new number. So they'll report data sometimes without the full set of info, technically. And that's their reason for the revisions, is that they'll say more data was calculated and tabulated after the fact, or it was during that period, but it didn't get through to the window from when we dropped it. Yeah, bro, SPY just broke out 52.49. This is another level than like 52.55, and then that's it, man. All-time highs. TikTok creators sue to block U.S. divest or ban law. Oh, nice class action TikTok suit. And another one goes, and another one goes. What are they going to say? They're going to say it's our livelihood, our business. I think they're just trying to get pressure. I wonder who the lawyer is on that. Class action. NASDAQ all-time high? Really? Hold up. Dang. Yeah, actually. That's crazy. No shit. Let's see. Yeah, I think you might be. So SPY hasn't done it, but yeah, NASDAQ is hitting an all-time high ahead of CPI. Futures aren't, though. That's crazy. So the futures are still a little subdued, and again, that just depends on the contract, but The actual like NASDAQ, NASDAQ 100 isn't at all-time highs, but the overall NASDAQ is at a new one. Very crazy. This feels weird. It's just summer, but you know, you got a weird environment, a couple things going on, and I mean that's between June and September should be fun. Because I mean that's usually where the action happens, and then remember, we need to see if we have rate cuts. And then what happens in that process? You know, those are all very, very important things to be asking. All right. So we had a couple of CPI leak claims. I mean, that type of move will do it, but like we said, we still got a lot of time here, 30 minutes. You could go either direction. Is this Friday a triple or quadruple? I'm not sure. Probably a triple witching, but this Friday is going to be the middle of the month expiration. So low key, a decent amount will be riding on it. I'm sitting on my tractor, mowing the lawn, listening to Josh for updates. God, it's great. That sounds beautiful. You got a tractor, bro? So, like, you get to, like, you got one you could drive? That's pretty hard, man. I'm down with that. So, like, you just driving. Also, Wall Street saying the areas of PPI that were hot don't translate into CPI or PCE. I mean, I hope that's it. My problem with this time around, and maybe it's because of the comps, because of summer, and that's why the year-over-year number will be easier to beat. But every other data for the last 2 months has been wickedly hot, and all of a sudden they're like, nah, it's going to come in 0.1 lower. So that's the part that I'm having trouble with. MP dumping. Yeah, just if it goes below 580, again, it's staying at the same price from the morning. So MPW is surprisingly pinned. We went to the squeeze zone again like yesterday, went a little higher, then sold off, and then this is right where it's been at the moment at the open, but again, all of the memers, all of the squeeze plays except for like that Faraday. What was the other one? I think JetBlue had a solid day. Even Novax is trying to come back up here. Yeah, JetBlue chilled out. Yeah, BB keeps getting on the... But again, it's the same thing, bro. We wake up, excitement. You get all the moves over the weekend, and then, boom, smash it at the open after the run, and then maybe we get end of the day open, but it's going to just be, can you... After a move like this, it's going to say 46 instead of 100. Some of the other names, like literally, like even MPW, it's going to say 5% instead of 15. Same thing with your Rivians and your Lucid, and then the question is, does that still inspire it for the pre-market tomorrow? Boy, Elman found me my dream home, baby. I ain't never mowed it. Oh, no way. So you mowing the lawn with the car lawnmower in the crib that you got with... Man, stop it. Shout out you, mad baby. My Canadian brothers. I love it. That's cool, bro. You got to meet you, mad. I got to meet him. It was amazing. He didn't freestyle for me, though. I didn't know. He didn't. For some reason, I didn't get to hear the freestyles. But I got to see my bro. Yeah, bro. I remember that. That's why I'm like, oh shit. I mean, you said lawnmower. I wasn't thinking about the real estate and all that. So I was like, what? Where's Kitty? Should be coming out in 5 seconds. 5 seconds till Kitty. Let's see. All right. Here it is.
Who is that?
Helen, I came for you.
Do I know you?
Is that Candyman? No. I feel like I seen this as a kid and was scared. Yeah, this is a Candyman, right?
I'm sorry, I have to go.
No need to leave yet.
But I'm late.
You are not content with the stories, so I was obliged to come.
Yeah, I was terrified of this movie, bro.
Be my victim.
I remember seeing this as a kid. I was terrified.
Be my victim.
Who is that?
Terrifying, bro. Yeah, I was like, wait. I remember that little Ford Fiesta, and just now I'm like, wait a minute. Bro's acting like Banksy. This is cool, man. I know this is a story. And then again, GME again, this little push, and like we said, it's Power Hour here, so let's let everything happen and call it a day. Dude, that movie's creepy. If you ain't never, I was terrified of that movie as a kid. I saw him do like an anime. I'm kind of like, I don't know. Can I put out a request? Can we get a One Punch Man, please? I would love that. I'll do that. If Kitty drop me a One Punch Man, I'll buy GME. There you go. That's where. Let me pray on it a little bit. But you know what I'm saying? I feel like that would be my sign. But that's what I'm looking for. Or maybe at least communicate that you hear me. If I get a One Punch Man drop on one of those, I'm in. No, I got you. I'm in. I'm in. You give me a One Punch Man on there, then that's my sign. You know, I mean, I'm a pretty superstitious guy at times. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. I'll be like, One Punch. Saitama. There you go. I'd be mad if it's in the next meme. I mean, I'll do it, man. Bro, that's what it is. The Holtz are the SEC Iron Dome. It really is, bro. It's not even the SEC. It's probably just the NASDAQ and CBOE. But like these Holtz, it's crazy. It's all about momentum. And I think they want momentum to be a certain way without running into the same problems of last time where they just have to stop the buy button. Yeah, that's why after hours. Oh, J-Man. Let's go, baby. That's the 5th one, man. I appreciate it. Let's go. Horna. Man, that's insane. I'm honored, man. I'm your first super chat. Y'all have no idea. So thank you, man. Get a long term, too, I hope. Hope that's part of it. Disney. Disney's kind of getting a pop and lock here. Again, it is 3:30. Got like 26 minutes. Yeah, so we'll see after hours. But the crazy part is like they're still up. Y'all got to realize that. Ever go look at most of them? I don't know. I don't think Lucid went red, but look, Lucid, it's not moving insane like it was, but all of these names are going to be holding up again. So no matter what, it's still like it's a pretty big increase when you're looking percentage-wise. The Bacht. I forgot we had that Oracle today too. That was fun. No doubt any big shorts are sketched about their position. I'm sure. I mean, because it's just like last time. You don't know. You're like, okay, this is a joke. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's running up on BS. You're like, what? The guy just tweeted? That's why it's up? And then it's just like, so I don't know. It's literally, sadly, the same kind of setup in the weird, without like, I think a lot less hype as last time, but borderline, it's just the same thing. It's like the one with the target on its back starts moving up, and then you're like, yeah, well, that's nonsense. And then it's like, well, shit, maybe do you take the warning seriously or not? You tweeted because it went up, but it was still down prior. Like, it was down and then just kind of just started rocketing up. Like, even then, like, I mean, think about it too, from like, look at ahead of this move, bro, like, think about what that was saying. You're in a world right now, and then NVIDIA's and all these names go up and everything, and then you're telling me the GME in a world where you're hitting all-time highs, you got some of these stocks just hitting their lows now. Like GME was going into a low, and then those last 2 weeks before he tweeted, it rocketed up, and then he came out. Yeah, it did move 10, but that's what I'm saying. It was at its low. It was flushing into new lows just ahead of that move. And again, that's as the market is doing all of this. Got to wait till tomorrow, not today's. Well, some days you get it. You get a little bit. Today, we're waiting just for like an hour or two, and then that's it. But, yeah, I mean, it wasn't always like this. Unfortunately, you are in the volume's lower. The market has shifted from following certain things to now you've been following a golden path and waiting for a policy shift. And the Fed has put you in a wait-and-see mode. But definitely. TSM still going up. CPI comes in hot. Do we still go for all-time highs? We might, or maybe we do it on Friday. But like I'm saying, I don't think unless it's really hot, in line 0.1 higher, I think the market will find a way to do drugs. But if not, anything higher than that, I think could end up being negative. You could halt trading after hours if it's like a news halt, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think there's like momentum ones. But usually there's not enough liquidity after hours to even cause like anything too nuts. On NU or Rumble? No, I don't have any. I'm considering, I was just looking at JetBlue, but I don't know if I'll wait. JetBlue, that one I think has squeeze potential, and then that $7 is just the earnings, but I'm kind of willing to wait a little bit more. I'm not in any rush. And then we took some things off the table today. I took off XLU in my booking, And then we hit 1,000% on Oracle. That was fun. And that's it. That is it. MPW needs the home. I mean, as long as you give me a green close, I'm happy. Remember, it went up 18% yesterday. Usually, it would sell off right away, and MPW got downgraded today. That's what's even crazier. So, and that's what I was saying, like, even this morning, like, people were like, oh, it's dead. It's not going to. I'm like, dude, it's still up 5% after that move yesterday, and the whole story is about GME right now. So, I'll take it for now. I will take it for now. Where is XLV? Oh, and then Humana came up a little bit. Nice. More job posting for gold sales? What? What do you mean? I've never seen that. What do you mean gold sales? Have you guys ever, has anybody gotten a job for gold sales? I feel like that's kind of easy. All you got to do is just like hang out at churches and then hang out around like old people, like nursing homes. And then I think you could run it up. Like not like a jeweler, right? Like you're talking like selling like bullion. Or is this just a job? Is this a fancy way to say you got a job offer at a pawn shop? That's what Chad's saying. That's pretty crazy, though. I didn't know that. I think there's a chance for Intel, but it's going to be a struggle. I say that holding shares. Good job. Gold sales. GME. Humana. Stolen silverware. Dude, it's actually like, it's really hard to find pure silverware. I looked, I wanted it. Because I was like, you know what? It'd be an investment and it'd be cool if I had like real silver, you know? But like, it's very hard to find. You'd be surprised. Like if you want, like back in the day, like if you were like an aristocrat in England, yeah, the werewolves were destroyed by all of them. Yeah, supply and demand. You have a set, is it like pure? Like if you have like a real pure set, it's kind of rare. Mm-hmm. But like, yeah, most of it is like tin. Like I've looked for it. No, I think even this Tiffany's one ain't even like full silver. Like this is just expensive because it's Tiffany's, but I don't even think it's pure silver. Sadly. Buy fractional silver balls, then have some made. Oh, I didn't think about that. I could just make it myself, huh? If I just get like a fork mold and a spoon. Would you guys judge me if I did that? Like, would you guys think I'm an idiot if I took my silver bar? I'm going to just give it to my jeweler. I'll be like, I want it. Make me a fork. Please. That'd be sick. I'm down, bro. You commend me? Oh, dude. I don't know if you guys are good friends or bad friends. Because I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea, man. Uh-huh. Send it to me. I'll make a shitty. You think you could do it? If you think you could do it, I think I'll trust you with it. Are you gonna? I don't want you to. Have you ever done it before? I don't want you trying it the first time because I've seen how they melt it, bro. You need lava. I don't know if you have lava available. Have you ever seen how they melt it, bro? You need a lava machine, and they do it with lava. It looks scary. It's terrifying. Silver tastes weird, does it? You don't need lava. I'm speaking in like a colloquial, but I think it is lava. I'm pretty sure. I've seen the TikToks. I'm pretty sure it's lava. I don't know. Maybe it's sourced organically, local volcanoes, but it's pretty sure it's lava, dude. Magma at the very least. Magma. Can we get behind magma? It's molten ore. Okay, smart guy. Oh, someone went to college. Molten rock. Cool. Wow, you guys. Lava. Thank you. You had your biggest win thanks to me. Very much appreciated. Especially as a new trader. Well, listen, if you're going to give me credit for it, you should take half of the money and turn it into a long term. Not a recommendation, but you'll be a genius if you do that. Maybe take 90% and turn it to a long term, bro. You'll be a genius. Oh, yeah. Amen, man. I'm glad to hear. You could do it, but it'd be expensive. You have to create the mold and melt the silver into molten metal, lava. Thank you. And pour it into the mold. Yeah, I think it's possible, bro. I'm really down. Electric smelting furnace, 150 on eBay. If GME opens up with another 100, well, after hours, I think it's going to be a big move. Honestly, it's not doing too bad now. It's back to see. This is just sadly where it was in the morning. So, like, this is straight up at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It was already here. But honestly, for it to hold 60, that's what I'm saying. Even though it looks ugly intraday, but like, dude, that's straight up like, nah, that's big, man. That's big. Still 60%. Check EM. I don't have it yet. I'm looking. I don't see it. Need a big day otherwise. It's crazy because here's the deal too. PPI didn't get in the way of the market, so it's hard to see how the data like hit it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we'll find out. You eat every meal with Uber Eats. You eat with plastic. Why you need silver forks? I got it like that, bro. Why? Come on, man. Can I live? But no, I don't Uber Eats that much. I use DoorDash. So big difference. No, but like I only do it when I'm here, like sitting on the computer. You know what I'm saying? Like I do it on my Fridays. The only other thing I'm using my silver right now is to play you guys instruments. That was not gold. That was silver, dog. I'm sorry. That was pure. Just clink. You got to listen for the clank. Gold is smooth. You know, gold is more refined. Here. She's like a harp. The silver sounds nice too, but there's a clank when you hear it. It goes like you could like listen closely. You'll hear the clank. See, it has a good fall, but you hear the impact way more. You hear the clank? It's still good, though. It still sounds good. You literally bought silver after I heard Josh clanking them together the first time. Oh, shit. That's crazy, man. So this is how you melt gold down? It's crazy because, like, if you showed me this in high school, I would have thought this was a volcano vaporizer. But that looks intense. I feel like it look like an exhaust, like a catalytic converter. That's crazy. Yeah, but that's what Open Face sent. This is how you would melt, like, so you just stick it in there? Yeah, bro, I would burn the house down. Market on close, 3.9 billion to the buy side. So again, I'm telling you, you see numbers like that and you're like, what do you mean low liquidity? It's like, dude, I don't think that's like real money. I think that's funds and people and buybacks and everything that's already there. But like, yo, man, that's crazy. All right, we got 10 minutes. I think I might sit down. I might sit down for my final 10 minutes. I'm getting kind of tired. You can't tell it. They just tell you if it's buy or sell side imbalance. I don't actually ever like double check the MOC, if that makes any sense. Yeah, GME is actually moving quite decent here in the close. I mean, if there is going to be a move, we only got 10 minutes left. You stood the whole day, yeah. I took like one 5-minute drop down until I realized it, but yeah, most of the day I stood for like 7 hours here. It was good though. I needed it. It felt a lot better. My bottom of my feet are kind of tired, but other than that, my legs don't feel as like tight as in a weird way. How's my audio been good? I have a standing desk, so I've been adjusting it. You got shoes on, I have socks on. Where did it today was a fun one. Yes, always yesterday, bro. GME at 50. It's a good run into the close. Even banks and all big tech, Nvidia. Is that even Pfizer? No, I thought I saw that. I was like, what the hell? Wait, I don't know. After hours is a lot different than intraday, but you're going up, man. You're gonna be NASDAQ hit a high. NASDAQ 100 didn't. But SPY's, dude, you're like 10 points, 15 points away from a new all-time high, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 7 minutes remaining in the day. Yeah, CRNC, they had a deal with NVIDIA, or a partnership deal, I believe. That's why they went up. We had the news pretty early, but I didn't make a play on it. It's a cult, baby. Are the memes going to juice? Possibly. You know, the whole idea here is, does this just keep going? But after hours will be where I think most of the moves up or down happen. We will find out. Again, big tech had a nice little move there into the close. RSS, even Apple. Oh, Apple's kind of selling off there. Again, Baidu, is their earnings tomorrow or Thursday? I forgot. Yeah, Weed's been kind of moving all day. We don't really have a headline. And again, you only got a couple minutes remaining. Baidu's Thursday. And then so is Walmart. There's not really any big earnings today. Yeah, Baidu Thursday open. Alrighty. This is so chill for being right at all time. Yeah, and just because it's lower volume And, like, it's how we got here. Once again, you did this. You did the, oh, man, we were touching lows, and then you, like, danced at a week at the level, and then, boom, just before you know it, 4 or 5 days, you're just right back up. And then, like, you know, you don't have to be a genius. Like, what the elephant in the room, that lady on CNBC said it. It's like nothing has happened. It's like, okay, it's one thing when the data is moving in your favor, but data hasn't even moved in your favor. Yeah, earnings didn't really bring up any risks or anything, and they're like, oh, it's the removal of risk, but low-key, it's just been, 9 days, and you're just right back up. But it's this time around, it's like the data doesn't really support it as much. So we will see, man. We will see. Covered calls on GME makes sense. Well, yeah, go check the premiums on them, but definitely. The premium's high enough. A lot of you guys made your shares free. I could get behind that. Alibaba did bad. Their earnings wasn't as hot. They dropped 6%. But remember, they went up 5% yesterday. So, but then again, it kind of put a little bit of cold water. But I forgot, was it Tencent? Tencent had good earnings, which was kind of crazy. But what was it? They hit 159.85 in revenue on core commerce versus 157. Their cloud was beat by $1 billion. Where else was it? I think they missed on digital media and entertainment, but then Tencent did good. Then their margin missed by 2%. Gross margin beat by 0.5. And then adjusted EBITDA total cash missed. And then I think that's it. So it wasn't too bad, honestly, but there's a couple of other things. Oh, wow. Look at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't realize it. We got to bring this thing down. So markets closing into the highs. We will be live 1 hour early tomorrow, but that's going to be the final part of this, but it's time we end today. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers. Now until the stream ends, it is going to get extremely loud. The decibels will be loud and disturbing. Over my years on YouTube, I have learned the dangers of loud, unexpected noises. So I don't want you to ruin your life and have a horrible day and lead to a negative cycle that will turn you into an addict or something, because I've seen worse. I've seen a lot worse. So just be safe. And when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers and protect yourself, all right? So earmuffs is what we're looking for. Sound good? All right, man. That's it, man. That's it. That sound good? All right, good. All right, earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Please protect yourself. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees and cloudy, actually. Looking like a decent day, unless you wanted an amazing day and just bought GameStop. If you listen to LT, that worked out, but be wise and get a long term. The good news is, though, we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Core Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, time to bring it home. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Will you be at the mercy of after hours? That depends if you have options. Otherwise, shares, futures. It don't matter what you're doing. You got to make up your mind now and decide. A little bit of earnings, but the data, we will be live early. But before it even goes ding ding, you're going to get a big move. So make up your mind. Finalize the decisions. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh my goodness, Chad. Bring it home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. New, old, it don't matter. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Plays, news, buys, infos, personalities, baby. Way to hold it down. You didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. That means you upheld the rules. You had that respect. It's one thing to drop a GG, but what you doing the 7 hours? Let's go, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. Amen. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter, baby. I see you too, Twitch. I hope you know we stronger as one. Tell her, baby. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. For real, bro. You ain't have to throw in a dono. Y'all show love, man. Mad love 3 days in a row. Y'all be coming out, baby. Shout out to Law Turn. Good game, baby. God bless you. Amen, baby. Amen. Good game, baby. Good game. You too, YouTube. Y'all did good, man. Thank you. Even my honoraries. Even if you got banned, you try again. It was a timeout. Don't trip, dog. Let's go. Let's go, baby. GG, GG. Good game, good game, good game. Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, I like this one. Oh, okay. Hold on, I might let this one ride, baby. I keep talking God, I can tell they don't like that. Getting millions, breaking bread, they don't like that. Bet it up for nothing, I can tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it, they don't like that. They don't like that. Well, I write that. No weapon formed against me work, but you can try them. They don't like that. Well, I write that. A weapon formed against me work, but you can try that. I keep talking God, I can tell they don't like that. Getting millions, breaking bread, they don't like that. Bet it off for nothing, I can tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it, they don't like that. They don't like that. But I love them. What's your year day? You should grow some. Got me covered like these cars, I only go wait, no, watch me go down. All right, Chad, I love you, man. I love you, man. Chad, that's it, man. That's it. There's another one on Mark, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, all these are on YouTube Music, man. Just go search Uncle Answers. I'm sure you'll find a treasure trove. You'll be like, ooh, a new kitty video. All right, we'll see it. Let's watch it now. And while I cue that up for you, man, for real, thank you guys for your time, man, especially if you respected me and everybody else in here to the point you made it to the end of the day, you know, and that's either whether by choice or not, but for real, God bless you and thank you. Y'all gave me an opportunity. I hope I made the most of it. I hope you got fast news faster than anywhere in the world. I really hope so, because I think we did that. And, you know, shout out to everybody helping me out with it, man. It's beautiful, the community that we got. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you for giving me your time. And like I said, I hope I made the most of it. Maybe we'll see you on the watch list tonight. But either way, I hope you have a great day. And just big shout out to everybody, man. And hopefully you end your day with a lot of love, man. Okay? And I hope you have a great day, baby. I hope you have a great day. When it's all said and done, baby. Let's see what he said.
I'm a day trader.
Oh.
I could just go home.
Oh.
You're good.
Make it worth your while. Take you to an ATM. There's 14 grand in it. And everybody just walks away.
An ATM.
I love this movie, bro.
Do you have any idea how crazy you are?
You mean the nature of this conversation?
Yeah, the nature of these memes.
You.
Nah, bro. Bro, am I getting radicalized by Roaring Kitty? Hold on, I'm sorry. That's like a self-introspection because I'm like, yo, this gets me hyped. I'm like, I think I'm being radicalized by these short films because this one clicked. No, this one clicked, bro. No, that one clicked. What's this movie called? Do you know what this movie is called? Tell me what this movie is called. He's saying the day trader. He's saying the nature of these memes. No, do you know what this movie is called? Yes. Yes. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, say the title out loud. Uh-huh. Oh, no. I don't know, man. Yeah, No Country for Old Men. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's deep, bro. And he said they're saying he crazy, and then there's a day trading reference. That one clicked for me. That one clicked for me, bro. That's what I was saying. I'm like, oh, shit, I think I'm being radicalized by this. Oh, no, because I'm like, okay, we're fighting against, is it the patriarchy? I don't even know the right terminology. Like, One Punch Man, I'm in, roaring, okay? One Punch Man, I'm in. I'm trying to get a limit to it. Oh, man, he had me at Troy. Nah, bro, this one's called No Country for Old Men. I love this movie too, and I don't know.
I have to do this. I'm a day trader. I could just go home.
You're good.
Make it worth your while. Take you to an ATM. There's 14 grand.
That's
in
what
it.
they offered him.
Everybody just
see what I'm
walks
saying?
away.
He's nah, bro.
An ATM.
An ATM. Oh, dude, no. No, dude.
Do you have any idea how crazy you are?
You mean the nature of this conversation?
I mean the nature of you.
Y'all don't get it. That one hit. Okay, what did it just end on? What did it just end on? Yeah. It ended with a margin call. Oh, come on. That one clicked. That's the only other ones I didn't know. That one hit. Uh-huh. Yeah, bro. No Country for Old Men. There's too much. Day trader. Oh, dude, this is deep. Wow. Let's do it tomorrow. You give me my One Punch Man. That's it. I'll pray on it, bro. That's it. Don't worry. We'll find out the CPI. Even then, I got to trim a couple of things. So whether I do something or not, I'm at least I'm ready. I got a little bit more cash today. I still have some shitty positions. Unfortunately, I don't want to sell, but I can. But I got some money, but at the same time, I'm not ready. I know what I'm already involved in my own little way, but we'll see. But give me a One Punch Man roaring, and I'm in. Bro. And then I'm in. But other than that, it's good for now. Wow, that was a great one. So, Chad, I guess we'll leave it on there. That's it, man. Should we leave it there? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the day, man, for real. Thank you for your time. I hope my craziness, gave you a laugh. I hope you didn't get too scared. I hope you got a long term, but for real, man, if you did come out and show love to the community and we're actually a part of this and you see how much fun and news and info and everything, man, I really appreciate it. So, if you guys have any questions, if you want me to cover anything on the watch list, now is your time. If you really want like a serious answer, if you want me to write you a paragraph on whatever question you have, this is your opportunity. I'm down. I might have another gold lesson for you. The watch list is at 4 p.m. Is the second link in the description. YouTube.com/TheTradingFraternity. But yeah, if you have a question though, you guys asked me. We covered a little bit of the short stuff yesterday. I gave you a nice lesson on gold, and it's crazy because I think that gold lesson was pretty dope, man, because even some people in the comments were like, wait a minute, how does this apply? And I'm like, dude, this is from the 1800s, and like I said in the video, I usually cover gold like post Bretton Woods, like post 40s to 70s. But I think it was pretty cool to get a background into the 1800s, man. So it was pretty nuts, bro. Yeah, I like the educational portion at the end. Like I'm saying, man, I'm glad it's even on the watch list because, like, dude, low key, that itself, I could give you like a little class or, day by day. We cover certain things. I definitely think we could get a lot of good stuff, bro. So yeah, you let me know. Opinion on the Sam Altman stock Oklo. All right, man, I think that'll make it to the list because I'll do some more research there before, but, like, I just don't like SPACs, so get ready for me to shit on SPACs. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, we'll see. We're pricing in tomorrow about 0.8. Well, that'll probably be one of the main keys, so we don't really need that to be on there. Margin calls work. Oh, that'd be a good one. Yeah. Interesting. I like that. All right. Any other questions? Any other pressing questions? I think GameStop's moving after. I think all of them are moving after hours, no? Yeah, low key went up a couple dollars. So again, I think we're gonna just have to see where it opens up. Even AMC went up. MPW went up and then went down. Fucking MPW. How do you make options free? I could cover that one real quickly. Same thing with shares, but if you'll be on the watch list, I got you today, Carlos. I got you, man. I got you. Why the long term is necessary in trading? Oh, that could be a good one. DLO smack. I saw that on the low ticker. All right, man. Well, I think we're good, man. I think we're good. I think that's it. I love you. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful, glorious day. I will see you on the watch list. I'll see you, to God willing, tomorrow morning, man. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And I'll give you one more. I want Marty McFly, but then again, I'm like, wait, do you guys remember the song comes out tonight? So some of you, depending, if it's already Wednesday in your local time zone, it's there, but you guys do have you got a country song tonight, man. I'm honored, man. Where is it? Hey, Xavier. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in the cave. That's it, man. That's it. That's it, man. I say, if I said them all out loud, he would probably treat me different. You know, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had people say, I love you. And then I'm like, would you love me if I told you I'm voting for Joe Biden? And then they say, I love you. And I say, would you love me if I said I'm voting for Donald Trump? You know what I'm saying? Would you love me if I said I support Israel? Would you love me if I said I support Palestine? Do you see what I'm saying? If I said it out loud, I don't know. Would you treat me different, brother? You know what I'm saying? What do we want from each other, man? I don't know, man. I don't know. So, Chad, I love you all, baby. You'll get that tonight. I hope you have a great day. But just don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love. Why the purity, baby. Seriously. And it's not, I don't know. You got to think about that oneness in mind, direction, some godly simplicity, bro. And just think about everything in the world that pollutes your singleness of mind. You think we all talking about religion and this and that, and you need this. Just think about everything you deal with trying to get you. What about that? The doubt. Oh, come on, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, Chattadonia. I will see you guys on the watch list. Second link, baby. You have a glorious rest of the day, man. Make the most of it. You got, rest a little bit, stretch a little bit. Wake up and drive, baby. Okay, that's it. Just put in drive. And that's it, man. But you having a glorious one. Thank you guys again, and peace out. Yeah, where's that? I like that. The inflation's coming down. When I took office, it was 9%. And now it's going lower. Good. You guys don't count your house, though. I know. It's okay. I dumped a little bit of money, too. A couple of stimulus checks. They still voted me out, Joey B. You're next. You're next. I know. Have a good day. Exactly. Is it ironic there's a margin call and it's saying no country for old men? And all of Wall Street's old men, and so is the politics? Is it ironic? Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. I reclaim my time. Goodbye.